All right. Here we go. Here we go. Are we live? Are we live? Okay, we are live and waiting for Josh. Oh, there he is. There he is. Oh, here we go. Let me pull him down. Oh, let him get himself situated. What's going on here? Yeah. Oh boy. Hold on. All right, mic check, mic check.
Oh,
Oh shit. Hey yo, Josh, you good?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah. Say a few things so I could just adjust the mic level and all that stuff.
Can you hear me? Oh
Oh, I
shit,
can
yeah,
hear.
I'm starting to hear a little echo and feedback.
Hey, yeah, I'm hearing some feedback. Sounds like you're starting a set in a rock
Yeah,
band.
I'm starting to hear a little echo and feedback.
Oh, I'm hearing myself also.
Yeah, real shit, right? Yeah, I knew something would go awry technically on a technical level with me.
Why? What's up? Everything all right?
Yeah, I knew something. Oh, I don't know. Is this normal?
No. Do you have like the YouTube video playing in the background? Like, are you watching it?
Oh,
Because you might want to mute it at least.
that's it. That's the problem. That's the issue. I'm an amateur. I'm not a streamer. I edit.
Brother,
I
man, I've
do
been
not
doing this shit
stream.
8 years and my audio still dog shit. This shit ain't easy.
Oh, are we live
Yeah,
currently?
we're live. Oh yeah, we're live.
So let me go ahead while that's on topic. I will like as is
If you want,
like a sign of good faith. Like I will rebalance your intro. That grand opening, grand close. It's got to go. It's hard on the ears, dude. I'll do it on the house. I'll
is it
rebalance it.
really?
It's hard on the ears.
Like how? In what way? I'm just asking to
It,
learn.
I'll tell you what, like, and
Is it my
maybe
voice?
tomorrow, so I'll take, yeah, it's the balance is off. The balance is
Oh,
off.
oh,
Like, you have to,
like it's too loud
you
or
have
too
to,
like it.
y- yeah, like, you have to start the video off with, like, your volume at, like, a 2, and then once you start talking, you have to crank the volume way up to, you know what I mean? It's uneven.
Well, so the thing is that video is a separate clip on a separate audio.
That's what I said.
So,
I could just rebalance the audio separately. It's just,
oh,
you know what I mean?
oh,
And make it
okay.
even.
Is it? There's like a little. So, so you still people you can still hear my voice on your side.
Yeah, totally.
No, 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 no. I mean now. Like I hear myself talking while I'm talking.
Oh, you hear yourself?
Yeah, I hear myself talking through
Oh
your end.
shit.
So like either
I don't.
like you might want to mute. Like I don't know if you have like the input going back out. You know what I
Hold
mean?
on. Yeah, I get what you're laying down. I
So
don't.
hold on. Let me
I'm
see
not.
something. Testing, testing. Okay, now I don't hear myself anymore.
Okay, cool, 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 cool.
All right, now I don't hear myself anymore. All right. Wait. Let me see. Let me check. Like check my check. Oh, now I hear myself again.
God damn it!
It's like to give you what I'm talking about. It's as if the sound is coming out of your TV and your mic is picking it up. That's the best way I could explain it. You know what I mean?
Does that help at all? On.
Let me see. All right. Let me see right now. Mic check. Mic check. Yeah. No, wait. Hold on. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. I still hear myself a little bit. So did you lower the volume?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
So
I'll
hold
tell
on.
you what. Hold on.
So on your headphones, are you like listening to the YouTube video live? Because that might be it.
No, but I think it's the headphones that I got specifically. Hold on. Let me swap headphones,
All right.
and let me see if that changes the issue.
Yeah, because it almost sounds like you're watching the stream, and that usually happens if you don't have it, like if you have the audio up. Like some people watch the stream, they mute it. Like if you're trying to pay attention to the chat, because that will be the reason to watch the stream, to pay attention to the chat. Just mute the stream. Or put on, well, you say you had headphones on, right?
All right. Did that help at all?
All right, let me check. Hold on. Let me see. Here we go. Mic check, mic check. Xbox is dog shit. Yeah, we good. I don't hear myself no more.
Yeah, it was the choice of headphones. I should have
Okay.
picked a different set.
All right. Awesome. Chat, how's this sounding? How's everything? Because, we want to make sure. Oh, wait a minute. Did it start again? Hold on. Hello? Testing? Oh, it started again. It's back. So what happened? Did you press a setting or something? It was gone for a minute.
No, I didn't do anything.
Okay. So you're wearing headphones, right?
Yeah.
Do you have the stream up and running? Like a YouTube video up watching this so you can watch the chat?
Hold on. Does that help at all? Did that
All
kill
right.
it at all?
Okay, so hold on. Let me talk and say a few things. All right. Hey, mic check, mic check. 1 2 1 2. What we're doing. Yeah, now I'm not hearing myself.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I still had a fucking YouTube tab up.
Oh, there you go. You know what I'm saying? Yes. So that
I
happens.
had it on mute, but it's like I guess fuck it. Just fuck it. I won't see the chat.
Okay. So even if you mute the video, oh no,
Uh
I hear myself again. So it isn't that. If you
oh,
have the windows closed.
I have no
Now we're back.
control of that. No.
Yeah, now I hear myself. Yep. I hear myself. Uh-oh. Do you use Voice Meter Banana?
I no, I don't use voice
Oh,
meter.
okay. Okay,
Banana.
never mind. All right. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why PC is dog shit.
It's more like Josh
Okay.
doesn't know how to work Discord.
He's like, he's like, I do edits. I don't do this shit.
Yeah, I am new to this shit. Fuck.
Oh, you on a Mac?
Huh?
Are you on a Mac? You using a Mac or PC? Oh, he dipped. Oh, he got technical difficulties. All right, we're gonna try to figure out. Hey, so we're gonna work through this. He's gonna work through his issues, right? And we'll see what we're doing. We're gonna get him back in. We're gonna get back him in the fight. But while he's gone, what we're doing, I want to say welcome, my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. The only friend these YouTube streets, Puertorock77, and we are back. With a special edition of Friday Night Live, right? So here we go. And in this edition, we got special guest Josh Edits. while he's doing his sound check and whatever, so we could get this going. And it's going to be a debate, right? He brought up the topics, but he also has some questions. Originally, he picked some stuff that were more like questions about me, not really debate topics, but just he just wants my views. But in the meantime, this is what I ask from y'all. Number one, can y'all hit the like button? And then number two, can y'all share this out? Let the whole world know. You know what I'm saying? Let the whole world know, right? We got a debate going. Tag our names on Twitter, right? Puertorock77 and Josh Edits, right? Because, it's been a while since we see this stuff. We don't see this stuff much anymore, right? You don't see actually two competing forces debate each other, right? A lot of people have gone with the silos. Hold on, let me do something for you, Josh.
Yo,
So, hey,
God,
Josh.
my bad. Oh shit, god damn it.
All right. Hey, Josh, I gave you podcast guest roles, so now you could just jump into the live. You don't have to jump into the waiting room. Just in case if you still need to troubleshoot and you need to go back and forth, now you could just jump into the live. All right, so it makes it easier for yourself. All right, but so far I don't hear myself, so it sounds like I think you got it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I may have isolated issue. I think oh no.
I think you got it, my dear Watson.
All right, we'll figure it out.
The mystery has been solved.
Yeah, that's how it's done.
All right. Okay. So let me check with the chat. Chat, voice check. How Josh sounds, how I sound. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to make sure that you guys clearly hear the topics and stuff that we articulate, because it's all about you guys, right? It's all about entertaining you guys. So don't forget to hit the like button. Sound this off. Power Boss is up in here and all that stuff. SPRX is here. Good for me. All that stuff. So sounds like we're a go. Somebody said add. All right, cool. Everybody's going through. All right. So to circle it back, all right. So that way everybody understands what's going on. First, again, I want to welcome everyone to the Friday Night Live, right? With special guest Josh Edits, right? In this special edition, it's going to be a little bit of debates on certain topics that Josh brought up, and we're going to cover also. In fact, we'll cover some questions you had that weren't really debate topics, but it wasn't that I tried to avoid it. I just said they're not really debate topics, but they're good though. We're good. It's fine.
I need you to help me understand.
Okay.
I just what is the constant Xbox hate? What is with the constant Xbox hate?
We will get into that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Obviously, we got. In fact, there's a couple that you brought up, right? There's like 4 of them. So I call them sidebar topics, right? Because they're not debate topics; they're sidebar topics. Pretty much questions you have about me. And when you ask those questions, I was like, those aren't really debate topics. Those are just questions that you're wondering about me and my views, and I'll be more than happy to talk about that. So that's not a problem, right? So that's pretty cool. But all right. So, but first off, because you got people that know you from the Twitter, but then there's people on this channel in the chat, they don't go on Twitter at all. So they probably have no idea who you are and why you're here and why we're even debating. So I just want to start off the impetus of this, how we began. So on Twitter, we all throw shots. Josh throws shots, I throw shots, but it's all in good fun, right?
All in good fun.
Yeah, he and I have not done anything that would cross the borderline of personal. We have not done that, right? So far it's all cordial, good fun, and just shit talking. So just make that out here, right? Okay.
I have like a running joke, like a running kind of thing, running gag where it's like, you are probably going to be like the last console warrior left. You and probably Harmon Smith. We're going to have to draw you two out of the trenches.
I'm going to tell you, console war will never die. It's, listen, it's like Fallout. Listen, it's like Fallout. War never changes, just the people. I'm telling you, listen, I'm giving you a heads up. Nintendo fanboys are coming back. Just because they've been silent, they are coming back strong.
Oh, you can say that again.
I'm telling you, listen, I was there when Nintendo fanboys were console warring. They just been quiet. They've been dormant.
They've been dormant, dude.
Listen, we just ran them on the ground for years, but they've been waiting. They've been planning. And now they're ready to execute. Switch 2 comes out,
Yeah,
stand the fuck by. You think PlayStation fans are bad? Stand the fuck by. You haven't
yeah,
seen
I was
nothing. I'm
just
telling
about
you.
to say that. I
I'm
thought
letting you know.
PlayStation fans were bad. The
No,
Nintendo
yes.
fanboys are ravenous. They're
You have seen
ruthless. They're all.
nothing. And listen, they will go after PC. They will go after
Yeah,
you.
they will.
I'm telling you.
They
So
take
I'm just
shots at
warning
everyone. They don't give a
you.
fuck. They have a
I'm just, yeah.
hubris.
Yeah, because Nintendo trained them to be that way. You know, but anyway, so I'm
Exactly.
just letting you know. But anyway, so to get the audience in on the picture, right? So we're throwing shots. I made a tweet talking shit about Nintendo. Of course, Josh, he's gonna throw shots and be like, "Oh, I thought he was I thought console war was over." Compare me to like the last World War II Japanese fight and stuff like that, right? Now, now, one I saw in that conversation thread, somebody was talking and you said, "Oh, Puerto says a lot of stupid shit," right? Now I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh, okay." Whenever a person says that. And believe me, a lot of people say that. I said, okay, since I say stupid shit, let's do a debate and we'll find out how stupid I can be. You'll be surprised if I challenge 100 people, maybe, no, not even maybe, 99 will say no. They run away.
Oh no, I'm head
Ready?
on. As one
And,
stupid person to another
and,
stupid person,
okay.
I've
So,
heard some stupid takes.
I give
Like
you that.
multiplayer, like
Hmm.
PlayStation multiplayer, for instance. I think it's needed. You don't think it's
We could
required?
talk about that. In fact, we
We'll
add that
get
to the
into
topic.
it.
We can add that to the
It's
topic. In
one of the
fact,
topics.
oh yeah, let me see. Should PlayStation focus on multiplayer? Oh yeah, it's number 3. So yeah, it's in there. So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna absolutely talk about that, right? So
But
that's a great
not like
topic too. That's a great topic.
the only time you've ever like genuinely done something that like I was like, hey yo, what the fuck is like that one time you quote tweeted generic Eric. But other than that, like you like no harm, no foul.
Mhm.
It's been,
I mean, listen, I'm gonna say
cordial.
this. I'm gonna say this. I avoid the personal attacks, and I seen like with you and other like turtle guys on PlayStation, whatever. I seen like the doxing between each other, the personal attacks. Believe me, at those points, I mute those threads. I mute it.
Yeah,
So when people
that
go, "Hey, how do
shit's
you
uncalled for.
like?" Yeah. So when people say, "Oh, how could you?" I'll be like, I mute all of that because I don't get into the personal. I literally just counsel war and talk shit about plastic. Once I see people step out of boundaries, I literally mute it. It's off my
Yeah, that
timeline.
shit's
I'll be
uncalled.
like, all right. But anyway, so that's pretty much the impetus of for the chat for the people viewing, right? Rarely does anyone actually take the challenge. Josh actually took the challenge. He didn't back down. So that's why we're here. He's actually here, ready to talk gaming, ready to debate gaming, and have a conversation. Which I think, you know what, the community needs more of that because there's a lot of dumb takes, or there's a lot of people that think takes are dumb, right?
Mm.
But they won't go on a podcast or online and actually have the full conversation. They just keep it on
Oh,
Twitter.
I got some hot takes. I'm about to piss off all 3 fan bases. I can't wait.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right. So it's gonna be a good time for you guys. Let me start off with Donnell Brown with some super chat comments. He says, "I am here, Cali in the house." Shout out to Donnell. And then he says, "Nah, Clipper Raider Nation in the house." Man, you should have just left it at Cali, my brother. You were better. You were better the first time around. You should have said Cali, Cali. You know how you live in L.A. and rep the Clippers. Come on, bro. And stuff like that. Huh? Uh, he goes like this: if let me power boss and now so let me make so let me I don't know if you're familiar or how long you've been familiar with my channel or whatever. So I'm gonna start off with this. I actually started YouTube primarily. Well, I mean, the main thing that I was doing in the community was debate, right? So I
Okay.
primarily debated Xbox fanboys or Xbox gamers for a long time, stuff like that, right? So just to give you an
Okay.
idea of the momentum, right? Right? You'll start off, whatever, anytime we start our topic, you have all the time in the world to get your point across. I may ask you if you could clarify stuff because what I try to do is I try to listen to your point or any guest, and I just keep shut and I just listen. I don't interrupt. Take all the time you need to get a point across. If I don't understand something, I'll probably just ask if you could clarify something because I want to make sure all your points are going to cross. And then I'll just counter or whatever. Now, there are some topics you mentioned that we might have the same view on. So just be prepared for that, right? I know this was like you spitballed a couple of topics, like the first one, $80 games. We might have the same view on that, so that might not end up a debate. That might be something where we could agree on, but that's fine, right? But before we start all that, like I said, some of the users, some of my followers are not on Twitter, so they have no idea who you are or why you're here or what you're doing about. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself? A little bit about when you started gaming, what was your first gaming platform, type of games you like to play, and then maybe we'll go into your Josh edits. What's that about? So we'll start off with, present yourself to the audience.
All right, so let me start off by saying I lost a little bit of connection there for a little bit. I didn't hear everything you said, but I heard that tail end, so I'm just gonna roll right into it.
All right.
I grew up in the '90s. I was very much like I played in a lot of arcades, but I was very much still a console kid.
Okay.
My brother is like 5 years younger than me, so my earliest like console memories are with the Sega, like the Sega Genesis, and then later the Sega Saturn. I remember playing a lot of fucking Virtua Fighter. I was there when the fucking Dreamcast went down, man. I was there. 1999, September 9th.
Oh, hell yeah. Memorable. I was there.
Yeah. I am way into like fighting games. I can't explain it like I mean, I can, but something about it, like ever since I was a kid, Street Fighter and like Mortal Kombat, like those were my ish, bro. So like, I had for the longest time, when I was a kid, I didn't really have a preference in gaming. I just played like Nintendo 64, Sega, whatever bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, there was the big boom in FPS games. So like obviously Halo, Call of Duty, Gears of War, even though that wasn't an FPS, that was like in that wheelhouse. The multiplayer shooters.
Okay.
And then like around Black Ops 2 to Black Ops 3, I saw where that genre was headed. And I was like, bro, I'm out. And I leaned back into fighting games again.
Okay.
And like Street Fighter 4 was big. Mortal Kombat 9 was making a big comeback. Because there was what was considered the fighting game dark age. And that's when I like picked up a lot of FPS games and like, like you said, multiplayer shooters.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you say you were an arcade guy, right? You were like arcade guys.
Yeah, totally.
So fighting games was the shit. like Street Fighter 2.
Yes.
My era, bro. My shit.
Bro, that's
like
when
Championship Edition came out, oh my god, bro.
And that's like one of the reasons I fucking love Twisted Metal, because I always felt like it had like some fighting game isms about it. You had these wacky, wild, diverse characters. You didn't like fight each other, but you got in your carts. You know what I mean? They had like their own separate endings, like they did with fighting game characters and fighting games. I want Twisted Metal back. That's what I want. And I think a lot of
you were not happy when they canceled it.
No, I crashed out pretty hard, dog. Not gonna lie. And I think a lot of this is what we're gonna be talking about is me and you. We just at the end of the day we want a better PlayStation, right?
Okay, absolutely. I think everyone wants a better. I think you can say that with any platform, right? But it's just people's personal view on what they consider better. Because everybody has their own mannerisms, right? They have their own preferences. But I think ultimately everything genuinely is grounded in better.
Yes.
Okay.
Better for us, the players, the consumers, not better for corporations.
Okay, I get that. I agree. I agree with that. Okay. Let me do some super chats. We got Go Gay. Go! Type in the chat. You the GOAT from Twitter that be pulling up all them bullshit. Right? Them shit's just funny. I don't get mad. I find it hilarious.
Oh, Go Gaming? Oh no, so
is that him? Is that count on Twitter?
Not me, but I do know Goat Gaming. Like
he's here in the chat. He just super chat. Well, someone Goat Gaming said, "I am so happy and honored to watch two gaming fans have a friendly conversation that can bring gamers together forever. West Coast, Best Coast. Are you that Goat Gaming? Cause boy, you suckered the shit out of the Xbox gamer
Yeah, dude.
with that fake voice shit, bro. Yo,
The PlayStation guys get mad at him, but also like it's funny to see like the Xbox guys just believe whatever he says, hook, line, and sinker, without
yeah.
like any evidence to back anything of it.
Yo, like I don't get mad because I know he's lying, but the thing is, what I find entertaining about Go Gaming is how the Xbox dudes, well, Doc, man, don't start your shit. We haven't started the debate yet. Right now, we're trying to get to know, relax, bro. You know what I'm saying? Get your Malta and relax. Have a seat and enjoy.
Tell Doc
Okay,
to finish
we haven't
his
started
laundry.
the debate yet. We have not started the debate yet. Right now, we're just chit chatting because again, everybody's trying to get to know Josh Edit. So the debate has not started. I will let you know when the debate starts. So relax your ass, all right? Goddamn dark already starting shit. Okay? Relax. Don't go straight
Are
to
the
the last
towels
episode
done,
of the
Doc?
season. All right? Motherfucker don't watch the first 9 episodes. Like he went straight to episode 7 of The Last of Us season 2. That's the type of dude he is. Relax. All right? Relax yourself. Enjoy the ambiance of this. All right. But what was I saying? So yeah, Go. He did that thing, and that shit was hilarious. He goes, "I was about to dumb down my back. You were about to hit the thumb down button. You better not, bro. You better not hit that thumbs down button. Stop it, right? Hit the like button. But shout out to Go with that because what's funny is I like that count because I see the PlayStation dudes get pissed off on. It's like, and he's not even hiding the troll. It's like blatant. He comes up with the most outlandish shit. I'm like, okay, how can anybody fall for this? But
That's what I'm saying. Like you have to be a
both
fool
sides
to
fall
believe
for it.
him.
Both sides fall for it. PlayStation dudes and Xbox dudes, they believe that it's actually happening, and the PlayStation are pissed off. I'm like, wow, this dude has it figured out. Shit is funny, bro. So shout out for Go Gaming. Glassdoor Gamer, the super chat says PC gaming is cheeks, but good for Linux adoption. Oh shit. Oh man, here we go. PC hate already. Lionel Bogan, right? Here we go. Lionel, he says, make sure you press this man about exclusives being outdated. Or exclusives being out there. But that's one of the topics, so we're gonna talk about that. And Glassdoor Gamer again says, Doc, the Pro is on sale at Walmart. You hear that, Doc? Listen, days of players out there, go get yourself, dump that $900 Walmart PC. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, all right. So, so we talked a little bit about arcades, consoles. What platform is your primary platform now? Is it PC?
Yes, but also like I will play on like depending on the mood. I have an Xbox One and I have a PS4. So sometimes I'll play.
Hello. Uh-oh. You went out. Uh-oh, he went out. Josh. Hey, you went out. You went out for a bit.
Where did I cut out?
You just started. Yeah, you were kicking off saying you occasionally play on your Xbox One and PS4, and then after that you stopped.
Yeah, and I have an arcade 1-up for Mortal Kombat and a Nintendo Super SNES.
Okay.
So like I retro game.
Okay.
And I have a PC. I don't necessarily call my PC master race, but I have a PC.
What type of PC you have? You mind telling us the specs?
3090.
A 3090. Okay. All right. 39. All right. What type of CPU?
My cousin, he's the tech guy. He helped me build it. He's my roommate. We like put it in our living room. We split it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
He would know all the shit. I'm
so
not
he put it together.
Guy.
Okay, fuck it. I wouldn't be either. Listen, people be like, you can build a PC. I'm like, I'm not building no goddamn. You might as well ask me to build a house too. I'm not doing that shit.
Like before me, because we split everything down the middle. Before we go our separate ways, I'm gonna have to like build my own. I'm gonna like take what parts are mine, and have him help me build my own.
Okay, so you're gonna get into building your own. You're gonna forge your own sword.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Then you're really gonna be talking shit online once you really do that, because you're already talking shit. And you didn't even build it. I can only imagine what you're gonna do once you
Oh,
go
dude.
piece by piece. Oh man, you're gonna be unbearable.
Unbearable, sir.
All right. Okay. All right. What are your favorite genres in gaming? Please don't say Fuda.
Uh,
Don't. We're not about this. Like this is listen. This is a PG friendly channel, so keep that on Alex's channel. Don't do that here. We don't do nipples here. There's no nipples
no,
here.
so, I play mostly like the spectrum is fighting games to RPGs,
Okay.
and the
Spectrum. Okay.
middle ground is like Souls games.
Oh, you like
So,
Souls type games?
oh, bro, I fucking love Dark Souls.
Okay. Which is your favorite? Dark Souls? That's your favorite out of all of them? Like to include Bloodborne. I don't know if you play Bloodborne. You have a PS4, so I'm assuming you play
Yeah. I
Bloodborne,
got
right?
Bloodborne,
Okay.
and like,
So
yeah,
all the
Bloodborne's
Souls types
definite.
games, like Sekiro, all the Souls type games, which is your favorite out of all the Souls games that's been made?
So like,
And it doesn't have to
it's
be
a
from
hard.
software.
Yeah.
It could be
It
anybody.
like
Anybody.
it's a hard question because there is what I think is the better game, and then the one that like my heart goes to. Like Dark Souls 1 is home for me. Technically, it is a lesser game than some of the later entries in the Souls series. Something about it is so nostalgic. Something about its charm, its simplicity, the fact that everything is so interconnected. It is so fucking charming that it
All
like,
right.
it gets me every time.
Okay. All right. So Dark Souls. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So to wrap up, Josh edits. So like is that like something you do for various YouTubers and content creators? Is that like a side
What?
gig or is that your job? Like
So like, uh, I had another like fun fact. Like
you had
Alex,
okay.
when like my shit started blowing up, it was
Okay.
like my personal shit and not the channel I had been making videos for like years. So like
Okay.
my old shit, I would make fun of like movies,
Okay.
occasionally games, and then like video game movies. Those like
Okay.
in between shits. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So like I'm deciding what to come up with the name. I don't want to name myself
That's fine.
Josh the Gamer or Josh the movie guy because I want to talk about everything. And most people just know me for my editing, so
Okay.
it's just simple. Josh the
So Josh,
editor.
Josh, yeah, okay. So how did you link up with Alex? Did he reach out for you or something? Like, did you like he find you in the yellow
Oh no,
pages?
no, totally. Like I
Half the
was
people in the chat
in
don't know what a yellow page is. They're like, "What the fuck is that?"
uh long story short, like I was like I had a lot of free time. I was
Okay.
working from home just basically. And I needed something in the background. At the time, the ABK deal was going on, and I was
Oh,
wanting to
here we go.
follow like yeah, the
Baby K deal.
trial was going on. I was wanting to follow daily coverage of the Activision trial.
Okay.
So that's where I found Alex and Fritz. Not
On the
long, like a
ABK
month or
deal?
two. Yeah, I would found their channels through their
Okay.
coverage of it.
All right.
Like a month, maybe a month and a half later, I'm just hanging out in Alex's chat. He talks a little shit, I talk a little shit back.
Okay.
The following week, in between streams, I had made a video where I like dunked on him and made it like super funny in a video.
Wait, you came off? Here we go. Here we go. So we internet.
Like I showed
Oh,
up like a week later, uh, with a video where I made fun of him for like talking shit or whatever, and and he recognized talent when he could see it. Always seal the deal. You know
okay.
what I mean?
All right.
So
Okay.
it's Alex can take a joke. I make fun of
Oh
fanboys and
yeah.
Alex. I don't know why like nobody can take a joke. If like people talk shit, you should see the shit I do to Alex, bro.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All
I
right. Cool.
clown
So all
his
right.
goofy ass.
All right.
Alex
so
has
cool.
got some dumb takes. Alex calls
Oh, yeah.
Bloodborne mid, bro.
Oh, he deserves to get flamed for that one. He deserves all
He
the hate in the
deserves,
world.
bro.
He deserves
Mid,
all the hate.
get fucked.
All right. All right. So okay. But that's Alex. Okay. It's Alex. It is. He wears a banana suit. All right. So what can you do? All right. All right. So now we're gonna get to I'm gonna say we're gonna start the sidebar topics, right? And then we're gonna debate because you have some questions and I think we could go through them quick. The first sidebar topic you ask, are you satisfied with the current state of PlayStation? So that's right? That's one of the questions you want to know from me?
Yes. Are you
Overall,
happy with where they are and where they're
overall,
going?
yes. Overall, yes. Now I'm not sure where they're going. I think I'm gonna say this. Overall, yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. Overall, yes, right? The main first party studios are strong. Only problem is this live service strategy that got adopted kind of delayed, messed up some of the studios. Like Sony Bend, kind of hurt them, right? So they have to start a new project. They have to start over. Blue Point, right? That God of War live service bullshit that they canceled, so they have to start new things and stuff like that. But overall, I'm very satisfied. In fact, I think this is probably one of the stronger gens in the first 5 years of PlayStation. I'm gonna explain why, right? I think like some of the games like Returnal, Demon Souls remake, Spider-Man 2, amazing stuff like that, right? I like some of the first party. I like their China Hero initiative, like Stellar Blade. Absolutely amazing game, my opinion. But I absolutely love it. I'm looking forward to Lost on the Side. That's coming out in August, right? I love the relationship with Kojima with Death Stranding 2. In fact, this comes out this month, so I can't wait. So overall, I do like it. I also think this is also has been Sony's strongest in terms of hardware. Um, their weakest hardware that they came out, and what I mean by weakest is the one that's like the most niche, would be VR. But then again, VR and consoles are very niche fan base, right? But when you look at overall compared to their previous things like the Move controller, the 3D TV, and the PlayStation 9. They were very weak products that wasn't good. While this gen, the DualSense Edge controller, amazing. DualSense technology, amazing. The Portal, I was not a fan of Portal, right? Or, if you see my channel, I had doubts about the Portal. I actually said I thought it was stupid. I even clowned it when they actually first unveiled it. I'm like, all they did was took a samurai sword, split the controller, and put a screen in the middle. That's so fucking stupid, right?
Yeah.
Right?
So like, unless somebody can correct me, I want to say like the Portal when it fucking came out, it was fucking kind of sort of like a little bit bad. Like
No, I
you
can
can
say this is a bit
argue,
bad.
and I think
Listen,
it's redeemed itself in a little.
well,
Like the implementation of like Wi-Fi, it's like like updated itself since then, right?
oh no, the only main update it did was now if you have PlayStation Premium, PlayStation Plus Premium, whatever, you could now cloud stream. So now you have
Okay, so you have
who-
to pay to. That's kind of fucked up.
well, don't like what to cloud stream? Don't you have to pay
Well, I
to
mean,
cloud stream
like
anyway?
handheld
On everything
like
else? Like Game Pass cloud
a
stream ain't
hand.
free.
Yeah, but you can use it on any device.
What the cloud
So
stream?
you have to buy the hardware and the privilege to use cloud.
No, I'm not too familiar. No, because you go to cloud stream on your console. Um, I'm not really too familiar because I don't really cloud stream. I don't, so I don't have PlayStation Premium.
I have before, and I
Okay,
have just to
I
see
never
how
really
it
cared for cloud
works.
stream. Like
I
I
just
just use
wanted to
it.
see how it works.
I just use it for the remote capability, right? I'll be honest, I didn't actually buy this. My wife bought it for me, right? Because again, I'm not really so much of a handheld game. I mean, and I even say, looking at it, this looks stupid. It does. Just splitting the controller in half and putting the screen in the middle, I'm like, what the fuck? So from the looks of it, it just looks stupid. But when you actually
Yeah.
hold it, it's fucking amazing. It feels like you're still on your TV holding a controller, which has been my biggest complaint of any mobile device. I didn't
Is there a
like it
whole
because
lot of input delay?
no, actually, listen, I was playing Armored Core. So my first trial test, obviously, besides turning on here, to update the software, I took it with me to New York. I live in California. I took it to New York and I played it in my sister-in-law's house on her Wi-Fi. And I was playing Armored Core Fires of Rubicon. So it's like in the middle, right? It's not a slow single player game, but it's not as fast as Call of Duty. It's somewhere in the middle, right? You still have to move. It's a third person, Armored Core. I don't know if you ever played Armored Core. So you still have to react, find, shoot. Right? So there's still a little bit of, like delays would really hamper the experience. And I didn't bro, I was shocked. I'll be honest. This changed my mind about the potential of cloud streaming if done right. Because I was not a fan.
See,
I didn't give cloud streaming not even a prayer of a chance. I wrote that thing off like you can't convince me that will ever work until I played this, and I'm thinking, damn, maybe cloud streaming might work one day if done right. Because I was shocked at how well this game played. I was shocked. I'm like, holy shit, this is fucking feels good.
And here, we'll probably get into it, and like a lot of my takes, I'm brutally honest. I piss everyone off with how honest I am, especially like I know like when it comes to like Xbox, everybody calls me an Xbox guy. Like I am going to be brutally honest. Like what Xbox did, like let's start. Hold on. I got some shit prepared. Hold on. Everybody fucking hated Xbox. Hold on. I'm
just in case on the chat, the debate hasn't started yet. Right now, this is just while you're looking for it. There's 4 things that Josh asked me that was originally part of the debate topics, but these aren't really debate topics. The 4 things he asked me was, are you satisfied with the current state of PlayStation? Number 2, why that Xbox hate? Number 3, why do I game on PlayStation? And number 4, what do I play? So we're just knocking those out real quick. So that's really what we're doing right now. Okay. Because he made those debate topics, but they're not really debate topics. They're just general knowledge. So, but while you're looking for that, that's so really ultimately, I am satisfied with PlayStation. I think this has been a great gen. Could it be better? Primarily the live service strategy, if they would have done something different and not do it the way they did it. But to me, that's just like, one glaring issue doesn't detract from the overall experience. Overall, I think it's been a great gen for PlayStation. I'm hoping they re-strategize their live service strategy into something a bit more simpler.
I'm going to be brutally honest. I think at best.
Oh, you cut out. You cut out. Hey, Josh. Hello.
Like,
hey, you cut out. You cut
Nintendo,
out.
maybe.
Hey,
like,
you cut out. You said at best. You cut out at best.
Oh, at best you could call it mid. At worst, like it's been a massive disappointment.
Let me ask you
overall, like console gaming.
Okay, let me ask you this. You don't have a PS5, you play on PC. So why are you calling the PS5 mid?
It's not even that the console itself is mid. It's what PlayStation is doing is the games coming from PlayStation is mid. Like you're relying on console, like at this point, on third-party shit. It's just not exciting as it used to be. Like, and I think there's a lot of factors that go into that. It's not just a one-topic thing.
Okay. So like so far, so let's say like so far, is it the games that they have planned that's coming out, or the fact that it hasn't come out yet? Like for example,
so with
this year, Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotai, Lost Soul Aside.
Yes, I think that is probably like that. I'm leaning to believe we are seeing like a decrease in those types of games from PlayStation. You were going to see less of those things you are now currently looking forward to we are going to see less of in the future because
why do you say that? Why do you say that?
Because their priorities seem to be on multiplayer live service bullshit. They are about to become complacent. Because I think, like, whether I have some, like, opinions on I was about to, a lot of my opinions on Xbox are piss a lot of Xbox people off. But whether or not you agree with me.
So let me stop you, because I think you're going to dive into topic number 5 is PlayStation in trouble. I have a feeling we're going to, I think you're going to, well, I think, you know what, am I right? Because I think this is going to be part of that topic.
A lot of this, a lot of my shit will bleed into each other.
Yeah, so I think. So, all right. So, we'll just move on. We'll pause that. And I don't want to disrespect the chat, but I think he's going to get into that topic. So, we might as well save it for that topic. So, anyway, sidebar topic. I just answered your question. Am I satisfied with PlayStation? Yes. But that doesn't mean I 100% agree with their stuff. I've been the biggest critic of their live service strategy. In fact, one of the debate is, does PlayStation need multiplayer? And you already know I said no. So that clearly tells you I'm not aligned with the corporate strategy. Like, nope. So you see what I'm saying? But overall, I am satisfied. Number 2, why the Xbox hate? I guess that's a question everybody has answered. And the answer is, I don't hate Xbox. I don't, right? In fact, I tell people one of my favorite consoles is the OG Xbox. One of my favorite consoles, period. I don't like what Xbox has become.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I show people. I love the OG Xbox. In fact, some of these Xbox fanboys never played on the OG Xbox. OG Xbox only sold like 22, 23 million. So there's not a lot of people. Most Xbox gamers started on the 360. I started on the OG Xbox. Loved it.
Me too.
Absolutely loved the OG. Fucking loved that console. Absolutely loved it. 360 was great too.
I feel the same way towards PlayStation. I don't hate PlayStation. I just hate what they've become.
Mm-hmm. Now, I ain't gonna say I hate why Xbox goes up, because I don't really hate it. I just don't like it, and it's completely different. But to me, when somebody says why I hate Xbox, I'm thinking, granted, I talk a little shit, right? I console war, but am I known to make up shit about Xbox? Have I ever lied about Xbox? Make up bullshit about Xbox that is absolutely not true.
I'm gonna, like, off the top of my head, I can't recall. Also, like, I don't really care about Xbox. I like the games that Xbox is currently making. Like Xbox is overall, like, currently, like, if in terms of whatever I liked the original Xbox. I really liked the 360. Everybody thought the fucking Xbox One was a goddamn train wreck and a disaster.
It was. It's dog shit. And I had that. Like, I had the Halo edition of that dog shit console. I did. Hello?
Oh shit.
Okay. Yeah, I did. People. I had the Xbox One Halo edition.
So I have an Xbox One. Yeah. But for the longest time, I was like just whatever about Xbox. It wasn't until fucking Starfield. So, like, I like RPGs. I like Bethesda. Talk all the shit you want. The games are whatever. Bethesda games are my jam. I thought Fallout 4, from a narrative perspective, was dog shit. I throw mods on Fallout 4 and I have a fucking blast. I just don't play the story. I can differentiate the two, right? So me and my cousin were both looking forward to Starfield. We share a P.
Oh, you cut out again. Testing. Hey, you cut out, brother. Hey, chat, when he cuts out, do you still hear me, or do we both cut out? I need to know. Or is it just him? Hello, chat. Let me know. We still hear you. Just him. Okay. He's cutting out. It's just him. All right. Hey, you cut out a lot. You cut out for like a good 2 minutes. Hello? Are you on Wi-Fi? Oh man, how you PC Master Race on Boost Mobile? Oh man. Hey yo, hey, I think he's out for good. Yo, Josh, you okay? Oh man, my man's on the Wi-Fi. Oh shit. Testing, is he still in the room? He's hey yo, Josh. Hello.
We here? We back?
Okay, you hear me? All right, you good? We
Yeah,
good?
we back?
All right,
We
we're
back?
back. We're back. All right, all right, all right,
Alright,
all right, all
alright,
right. Okay, okay, let's go.
alright.
Spin it for
So
the
we're
top.
Starfield launch, right?
All right.
Uh I was hype as a Bethesda fan. My cousin,
Okay.
I had like the previous like couple of months building up towards Starfield. He had been playing through like Fallout, like Elder Scrolls, like playing Bethesda games because he had never really played them, right? So, but Starfield launches. We both share a PC. First, like 2 or 3 hours, I'm just watching him play because I'm generous.
Right.
Like he's smaller than me. He's like I kind of took like he looks up.
Oh, you cut out again. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, snap. Oh, damn. And he's probably talking right now. Yo. Yo. Oh, my man. Yo, listen. So Doc, yo. Hey Josh. Everything yo, are you talking through your phone? Oh man. Hey, yo, Josh. I can't hear you. Like, can't hear you. Oh, snap. Yo, he spent all his money on the GPU and he got like his
The
Ethernet. He's
connection
Ethernet. Hey,
already.
hey, bro, your thing was out for like 3 minutes. Are you okay? Is the internet connection okay? Oh, snap. He still got it? Yo, how you spend money on a 3090, but your Ethernet card is from 1992? Hello? Hello? Are you on Wi-Fi?
Am I back?
No,
Holy shit!
are you on Wi-Fi?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. All right.
it's that
Well,
bad. It's that bad.
yeah. Oh, snap. Yeah, your Wi-Fi is killing you. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Okay. So
So
Starfield.
I'm watching my cousin play whatever, and I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm looking for other ways so that we can both play at the same.
Right. You're trying to play a game right now? Oh shit! The disrespect.
No.
Okay. Are you trying to play a game right now while you're on the debate? 'Cause doesn't sound like your internet can handle the load. Are you gaming also?
Hold on, let me restart my fucking. Maybe I
PC?
should restart my Discord.
Okay, try that. Yeah, restart the Discord, cause
It'll-
maybe, and then hop back in. Yeah, you'll be able to hop back in the live. You could just jump right into the room. You don't have to go to the waiting room. There you go. He said, "Don't blame the Discord." Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, let me see what we got here. Uh, let me see. Let me do some super chats we got over here, bro. All right. Hey, we're gonna push this along. Get into the debate topic. I'm not trying to prolong this. Um, let's see. Let's see. We got okay. The next one, Jimmy Harrison, Lost Soul aside, and Death Stranding 2 cannot wait. Absolutely, Jimmy. The must-haves. Glassdoor Gamer, PS5 is acting like your own personal server blade, which is better than native cloud streaming. That's why the latency is so good on the portal. Yeah. It's incredible. You know, it made me a believer. The brain, is Josh hammered? If so, he has the right picture. Hey man, you know, if the man's, you know, on the bottle, let the man drink, man. Let the man enjoy some beverage. It's okay. You know, King Thrash, do what you do. He says he's saying so he's saying PC is mid because all their games are third party. It's fully depending on third party. PC offers nothing other than incomplete games. Yeah, just I mean, listen, man. Something. Listen, I just gotta let them keep talking. You know, sometimes you know you just gotta let them give. You gotta let them have the rope. You know what I'm saying? You'd be surprised how some people talk on Twitter and they try to talk live in the same way and on Twitter, and that shit don't match. But you gotta let them talk. I just sit here and just come on, let it all out. Shout out to King. And we gotta go to P23. This boy needs to get a better connection, or we'll never make it through this. This boy must be at McDonald's or something. All right, we're gonna try our best, man. Hey, we're trying our best. Listen, I'm glad it's not me for the first time. The mic's right, the internet connection's right, everything's right. You know, the guy with the 3090, he's the one that messed up. I'm running a 3050, all right, on a dog shit laptop. All right, he's back. All right. But anyway, he's back. Hopefully he got his stuff right. Hit the like button. Thank you. Yeah, right. Hit the like button. And he's back. How's it going, my brother?
God damn.
All right.
God damn. All right. So
Okay.
anyway, back to the story.
All right.
Long story short, I found out that you can fucking cloud like, even though they're like current like Xbox games or whatever the fuck, you can fucking totally cloud stream current modern Xbox games through the Xbox One.
It has a cloud streaming app on the Xbox One, right?
Yeah, or it's just a feature. It's Game Pass, but it just allows, like, you can't like down. I don't know if you can download. I don't remember. But yeah, you just stream it.
Yeah, so like you can stream Starfield on your Xbox One. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's when I fully I fully appreciated cloud. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, this like old piece of hardware is being used and shit. And like now the PS4 gets used less because like we only play a few games and Netflix. Xbox One gets used more occasionally because me and my cousin want a game at the same time. And I can cloud stream.
So you're PC, you're PC Xbox gamers. You play.
No, we share like he borrows the Xbox One. Sometimes I borrow the PS4. It depends on who wants to play what. We don't care. You know what I mean?
But when you play together, it's like on your gamer tags, right? On your Xbox gamer tags.
No, like we use primarily his Steam account on PC.
Okay.
Because I don't really give a shit. I don't have like a PS4 account. Like I just so happen to have like the fucking same Xbox One or Xbox 360 account I've had since the beginning. Just so like by the grace of God, I have never really fucking cared about like achievements, trophies, and shit like that. I have a Steam account. It doesn't get used all that. I haven't bought a game in like a year since we got the PC. He buys the game.
Like, what's your platform? What's your primary platform?
But I play on his Steam account.
Okay, but you play on PC?
Account. Yeah, it's in the living room.
Okay, so that's what you primarily play on.
Like a community kind of thing.
Okay, yeah. But you mostly play on PC. That's where you enjoy. How come you don't have a Steam account? It's free.
I have one. It just barely gets used because he is buying games.
Oh,
I'm a cheapskate. Why would I buy a game if he's going to buy it, bro?
Okay.
Let's just be honest. Like between me and you,
listen. I completely understand because me and my brother-in-law, We did the same thing during the 360 PS3 era. I didn't buy the 360 only because he bought it, and I bought that expensive ass PS3 for $600. And at the time, I'm in the military. My rank, I wasn't making that
Yeah.
much money. So he had the 360, I had the PS3, and we were both living we were both living in the same house. I had my house, and he was living with us.
And it's
So
like
I get
he
it. I get
doesn't
it.
have a
We just
he
we
doesn't
get
have a
it.
Game Pass. My Game Pass is renewed like monthly, so it's
Okay.
like when Game Pass is used, it's with my shit. When
Okay, so you
Steam
got
is
Game
used,
Pass.
it's usually
Okay,
with his
so
shit.
you play Steam
We
games and he
do,
plays your games through Game Pass. Yeah, okay, I get it.
yeah.
I get
And
it.
then like I have been like emulating some of the older like the PS2 Mortal Kombat games. I've been
Okay,
playing
all
through
right.
some like Deadly Alliance, Deception, Armageddon, because those are games that he was a kid. Like I
Okay.
introduced him to, and we're
Oh, okay.
like going through them and playing through them and walking down memory lane and shit.
All right. So now, all right. So just to get back to the original question, why the Xbox hate? All right. Again, I don't lie about Xbox. Now everybody says, but you're always mentioning something bad about Xbox. Now I'm gonna tell you why. I'll explain why. Because I always felt going back to the Xbox One, something was gonna happen to the brand in a major way. And then over time, and I've been saying this is last gen, myself and even King Thrash, shout out to King Thrash, we both been saying it, a few of us. I was like, Xbox gonna end up going third party. Because if they don't, because I personally, the stuff I reported, the stuff that I talked about, I never saw the moves Microsoft made that would make the console better and get people to buy the console. In fact, I saw little by little the opposite. Like I always felt Microsoft's making moves that just and the way they talk, the advertisements is almost as if they're trying to get you away from the console, right? So that's the stuff I said, but people didn't like that. But when you think about it, right? You listen to me, let's say in 2020, 2021, right? You listen to one
Mhm.
content creator and they're telling you, oh man, Xbox Series S, it's the cheapest entry. Everybody's going to buy it. Xbox coming in the mind share, right? And then you listen to
Mhm.
me, right? You listen to me, I'm like, that's not going to work because they're not putting games, they're talking about playing better versions of Xbox One games. They're not really saying stuff that's going to lead to that, right? And then I also tell you the way Microsoft's talking, listen to this CFO. He's talking about that PlayStation is no longer a competitor. And I'm telling you, Microsoft's going third party, while another content creator is like, no, Puertorock's wrong. He's stupid. He's a fanboy. It's only 4 games, not even 4 games. There's like, nope, it's only COD and nothing else. Who ended up being right?
You cut out for a second there.
Oh, all right. Long story short, you had Xbox content creators talking about that Xbox is all about the exclusives. Only COD is going to PlayStation. While I'm saying
Mhm.
Microsoft's literally saying that their game's going to PlayStation. That PlayStation is no longer a competitor. Xbox content creators are saying because Series S is $300 is going to sell the most. I was saying it's not because they're not launching with any games. They're just talking about backwards compatibility, improving games. Backwards compatibility don't sell consoles. Who ended up being right?
Well, you know what? I have a strong feeling the PS6 will
No,
be
no, no.
very
But
similar.
I get it. No, who ended up being right? But we'll get to that because I think that's part. Who and me? The
I,
information I
I,
spread was correct. So if you were an Xbox console owner and you listened to me today, you would be like, "Oh shit, Puerto was right." As much as you hate me, as much as people could say I talk shit, what I talked about was right. The shit the Xbox content creators were talking about was wrong. Like these dudes were saying PS5 was gonna have trouble doing 1080p 30 on Resident Evil 8. And everybody lapped that shit up, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here. There's no way we're gonna let this shit. You see what I'm saying? So when people
yeah,
say
see,
Xbox hate, it's not so much hate. I didn't say anything that I lied about Xbox. And if you look at my channel and all the information I said, right, and just listen to the info I said, you'll be like, holy shit. Because I'll give you another example. Before the consoles even launch, and they were talking about Xbox Series X power, I told people, right, number one, they have to consider, right, who's going to be the highest selling platform, because third party industry always kind of lean towards the highest selling platform. which hurts the more powerful platform because it's not the highest selling. So then they won't be going all out. So even if the Series X was definitively the most powerful, they're not gonna put in the extra energy to make sure it is because it's not the highest selling console. I told people that before the console's launch. So I even told people that. I said, hey, even if it is, let's say it absolutely is, you still might not get the power in the real world because we've seen generations where the more popular console becomes the lead platform games, and even more powerful consoles, third party don't really go all out. They just make sure that it's generally a good game across the board, and boom. People didn't understand that. People thought I was hating. Oh, you're just a pony. You're just jealous. You're just scared. And I'm like, bro, I'm just telling you shit that happens in gaming. I'm not making it up. It happens. And guess what? That's exactly what ended up happening. No one really cares to take the most power, even if the Series X is technically could be the most powerful compared to the regular PS5, right? Third party's not gonna put in the extra energy to do it because it's not the highest selling console. So why? Why would they put all that extra work? They're not. You see what I'm saying? And this is the shit I told you. And people look at me and be like, "Oh, you're a fanboy," and I'm like, "Bro, I'm trying to help you guys out."
And that's kind of honestly sort of similar to how I feel about exclusive games on the Xbox platform. It doesn't matter how many fucking Magic games Microsoft comes up with. No amount of Magic games are going to ever like put them back in that 360 era. Never put them back on in number 2, let alone number 1. So like their strategy to do like what every fanboy wants them to do will not work because like it's a different environment now. Magic games aren't going to change that for Microsoft. Their cards are sealed. They're like the best scenario 3 situations. Microsoft leans completely into PC, which is what I think they're about to do. Microsoft completely goes Sega and just exits out of the game, or
oh, you cut out. Cut out, cut out, cut out, cut out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, man. Oh, boy. Hey, yo. I hope he's looking. All right. Hey, quick question.
oh god damn it! Did I drop
Yeah,
out again?
yeah. Hey, are you looking at the stream?
No, we're down to minimum power. We've dropped everything down.
Okay.
Only
All right.
Discord's running in
All
my
right.
notes.
All right.
Fuck
All
it
right.
all.
Cool. All right. All right. So,
I'm in my back office, not near my gaming PC. Like the
okay.
gaming PC is like near the best, like strongest connection, so that we can game.
Okay.
My like
Nice.
office off in this like room with my editing shit set up is completely. This whole room is set up for content creation, more or less.
Okay.
And editing.
But are you furthest away from the router?
Yes, because this was more. I set this whole thing up for content creation, more or less.
Okay.
I never think I'd be getting in debates with other streamers, man.
Okay.
When I set all of this shit up,
okay.
You know what I mean?
Do you don't have a repeater? Like one of those? I would recommend that, a repeater.
What is it?
So that way, it's like we'll talk offline. But it's a repeater.
Okay.
What it does is it repeats the signal from the main Wi-Fi router and strengthens the signals. So it kind of like an extender, Wi-Fi extender. I think that's the more common term, Wi-Fi extender. Like if the signal's too weak by the time it reaches your room, a Wi-Fi extender halfway between where the Wi-Fi is at and your room will boost that up. But anyway, could you go into? I think you were capping off what you think the future of Xbox will be.
Oh, so like there's 3 different scenarios.
All right.
Mostly. Xbox goes full PC which is what I think. Xbox goes completely Sega and they just no longer exist. Or Xbox tries to do what everybody wants them to do again for a third time and fail again and wind up in third place.
Okay.
The whole exclusives and the console war shit will just result in the same thing that happened with the Xbox One and the Xbox Series X.
Mhm.
There is now a status quo. And like no amount of magic games will change said status quo.
I agree. I agree with that. But
So
I agree with
like,
that. I agree with you
yeah.
with the status quo. I think it's too late. But here's what I would interject. I think it's too late because Microsoft didn't do the strategy early enough. In my opinion, when Xbox One started and it had, 2014, 2015, it was getting that negativity. That was the time Phil Spencer should have focused on the games first instead of Game Pass and putting on PC. This is why I
Bro,
said
I
that
think
a lot of
that
a
shit
lot
was
of the
cooked well before then.
no
Don
no it was
Mattrick did a number.
no he did a number on it, right? And Phil Spencer took over, that problem child. But
Mhm.
his first steps towards Xbox was, if you remember, he brought up Game Pass, and then he brought up, hey, we're putting games on PC. Those things don't make the console better. What makes the console better and get back into fighting shape, like get back into the fight, is exclusives, second party deals, and third party deals. And the reason why I say that works is because that's what PlayStation did. Remember, PlayStation 3 was in a bad spot the first 2-3 years because Sony tried to push Blu ray, sell processor, PlayStation Home, freaking folding at home, all this other shit, right? All this multimedia
Mhm.
shit. And everybody's like, bro, where's the games? That's what we're buying PlayStation for. And Sony's like, you know what? We fucked up. We're gonna make the console cheaper, and we're just gonna throw games exclusives. We're gonna go after exclusives, and that's when you saw that huge rush of exclusives that was just coming out PlayStation 3. And what that did was it brought back the mind share. It ended the gen with PlayStation's like, yes, PlayStation's back on that train with games. So when the PlayStation 4 kicked off, it pretty much ignited the PlayStation 4 gen into a great gen. Phil didn't do that. He didn't make Xbox One about the games. In fact, he actually made decisions that were stupid. Spider-Man, for example. Marvel didn't go to Sony with the idea of making games AAA. They went to Microsoft. Phil said no.
I
And Marvel said they could have any IP. And he said no.
yeah. Hey,
Spider-Man,
Microsoft takes
yes. They
mad
said
fucking
no.
L's, bro.
But you see what I'm saying? You know why he
Yeah.
said no? Because he wasn't thinking games. He wasn't thinking like, oh shit, I could get Marvel IPs and figure out a way, maybe get one of my studios, or maybe he could have bought Insomniac. Because remember, what's that game called? That's pretty much the
Sunset
engine for
Overdrive.
Spider-Man. Sunset, that was an Xbox game. He could have been like, you know
I
what?
forget that game exists. Every time I
Yeah.
say the Xbox One didn't have games, people are like,
Hmm.
Sunset Overdrive.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, I
That's
forget
all
that
right.
shit even existed, bro.
But remember, he could have been like, wait a minute, Insomniac got Sunset Overdrive, so they're in that traversal. He could have been the one. Hey, yo, Insomniac, I need you to make Spider-Man. Imagine if Insomniac was an Xbox studio right now.
You want me to tell you what
You see what I'm
like
saying?
is an equal like dumb decision as that? Having fucking Blue Point come off the back of Demon Souls
Oh,
work
absolutely.
on a live
Absolutely.
service.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now you see why I hate the live service games. Absolutely. I will slap the shit out of the dude who came out with the idea. They're lucky I don't work with Sony because I would have punched them in the face. I would have punched that dude in the
That's
face. I
the
would have got
dumbest
fired.
goddamn thing.
I agree. I would have punched the dude in the face. Hey, I want to make a guy live service. I'd be like, oh, the fuck, you not? Oh, you're not? Yeah, it's your mind. I will punch you in your face if you ever say those words again. All right. But
Yeah,
anyway, I think, yeah,
it's the same
so,
issues with like
I agree.
Microsoft is
But
having with Halo. They just don't
yeah,
know what the fuck to do, and they
yeah,
aren't listening to fans.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
PlayStation
But
needs multiplayer,
yeah,
but they're doing the wrong shit.
yeah. So to go back and finish off this comment, so we could move on with the brevity. you're right. I think it's too late for Microsoft for Magic Games, but that's only because they waited way too long. They can't implement that strategy, and they did too much already. They put their games PC on day one. They're talking about PlayStation more than they talk about their own console. There's a Call of Duty bundle for PlayStation, so
Yeah.
their way it's too late. It's too
Yeah,
late.
so,
You're right. You can't go back to
I
that.
have some hot takes with Xbox. I think they're about to go full. That's why
They're
we're
going full
seeing the
third
games
party.
go over to
Yeah,
PlayStation.
they're going full third party.
Because
That's
they're
it.
about to be the last traditional console.
Yeah.
I think no, this is what pisses off the PlayStation guys. The Switch has the edge over the PlayStation because
Switch
of that
one.
mobility in general. The Switch 1 outsold the PlayStation 5 not because it is more powerful, but because it doubles as a handheld. My brother is like,
I agree.
this is what fantastic.
I agree.
Get to
No,
talk
I agree. I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree with that. Okay.
My family is like what I consider basic common consumers. I get to talk about them because they're dumb and they'll never hear this shit. But my brother like told me like he has a he'll defend $80 Mario Kart till he's blue in the goddamn face. And it doesn't matter if you put Mario Kart on PlayStation or Xbox. He doesn't give a shit. He'll defend whatever Nintendo because he likes the Switch that hard. He likes the games that hard. So he takes the Switch on planes. He takes it to his hotel. That double feature separates it from the PlayStation.
Absolutely.
And we're currently about to enter a next gen into a circumstance where like Xbox is either going to be third place again, they're fully integrated into the PC market, which is different, or they just no longer exist.
Okay.
All three of those situations is like Nintendo and PlayStation.
Yeah. For consoles, yes. But Xbox is going to be the biggest third-party provider, right? Now, the thing is, when
they will make hardware, but it will be in line with like a Steam Deck and not like.
Well, they already sidelined their handheld.
Well, that was supposed to be a first-party handheld. Not they didn't cancel the Asus. That's what I'm saying.
No. So they're just going to worry about software. Devices, other people.
Well, they'll have probably third-party hardware and team-ups like the Asus. I think they've got that PC console hybrid that they're working on, and we have no fucking idea about that. And it doesn't matter if that works out or not. You're still looking at a two console market. Whether Microsoft fully integrates into PC and is successful is a different conversation.
Yeah,
it's about to be a two console market.
Yeah, I see it as Microsoft, like Asus does the hardware. All I see is Microsoft optimizing their OS for handheld gaming, which ultimately will not just be exclusive to Asus. It's going to be on any PC hand, like MSI Claw, right, or Lenovo Legion Go. They're going to benefit from that software too. It's not going to be exclusive to Asus.
Well, I think the closest thing, and this is like tinfoil hat type shit, and I can show you like some shit that kind of lines up with what I'm saying, but you would have to take it with a grain of salt as I did. But the closest thing we would see from a console from them would be a non-handheld like PC that's like a Steam Deck and may or may not be sold and distributed like a Steam Deck. It won't be, like, don't expect it to see it at your local Best Buy. Don't expect it to see it at your local Walmart. If it's it's probably a piece of hardware that you'll have to order from Microsoft specifically and won't even be sold worldwide.
I'm going to be honest. In my opinion, I think they're just going to get with third-party hardware manufacturers like Acer or Asus, Dell, whatever. And it's just going to be a pre-built PC that's not upgradable.
Well, I mean, whatever
and then
their future is.
And they just slap the word Xbox on it. Microsoft provides the
whatever
software.
it is, they'll slap
I think it's
the
a PC.
Xbox label. They're going full PC regardless. That's why they're talking to like Steam, Epic Game Store. They're talking to all these like third-party like hardware developers. They're about to exit stage left from the traditional console market.
I agree.
Right. And now it's time to stop being like less critical of like just worry about like Microsoft games. Like if the games are good.
To be fair, you play on PC. The reason why this is a big thing is there's people who enjoy consoles for the simplicity, and it's the most bang for the buck in terms of performance. Like, you know,
and
maybe
that's
not now
why
because
things are about to get so much fucking worse because there's about to be a 2-console market. They can charge you whatever the fuck they want, and you just have to pay it.
Well, we could talk about that, but I think at the end of it, I think it's like this: everybody has a price point, and if people, you know,
there is a breaking.
I'll give you one example. I'll give you one example. Nintendo fucked around and found out about that. Nintendo DS was technically to this day their highest selling platform, like 160 million or something like that, right? Then they released the 3DS, which was huge, right? That was supposed to be the big thing, but they launched it at 270. And the sales was flopping. And after 6 months, Nintendo dropped the price down to 170. Well, it was like 230 or 240, and they dropped the price down to 170 because it wasn't selling. So I think everyone has a price point. It's just whether that company reached it. Sony experienced it with the $600 PS3. People weren't feeling with that. There just wasn't. So I think, you know, console providers will always have to really gauge the audience. Like they can't go, oh, we're the only one on the block, so you're gonna play whatever. Okay, fuck around and find out. See how fast.
We're about to find out with the Switch too.
Well,
and I think the Switch too. Here's the thing with the Switch. The Switch is the Switch. If some correct me if I'm wrong, that may be like one of the, if not the highest selling console fucking ever made. So like the 3DS was a handheld device along with the Wii or Wii U. What was going on at the time?
The Wii.
The Switch is their main handheld.
Their main device. Period.
Yeah, main device. Period. So like what you're talking about, I think the Switch 2, like their pricing is too much, and it will affect sales. But I'm so cynical, even though I want it to crash and burn. I think as cynical as I am, that thing minimum sells like 80 million. That's still more than the PlayStation.
More than which PlayStation?
Like a PS5. And possibly what is it, 75 million?
PlayStation, but PlayStation 5 is easily gonna reach 100 million.
You think?
Absolutely, easily.
If that's what you think, and they're currently at 75 million, then
what do you think? You think they only got 5 million? They're gonna sell 5 million. They're gonna sell like 4 or 5 million over the holidays alone this year, let alone the rest of the year. Easily.
So where do you think the PS5 caps before the PS6 launches? Where do you think that caps?
It's going to be like what, like 115.
115? You think that?
And also it's easily going to pass 100 million. PlayStation 5 is going to easily pass 100 million. Easily.
I don't think.
Easy.
I think it caps at like 90.
No, not even. I'm telling you, I don't know why people not even. And what's crazy is it's still selling at $500. That's what's. And keep in mind, Grand Theft Auto 6 not even out yet. Jesus.
And that's part of the problem, dude.
It's
like people will buy whatever. It doesn't matter.
I'm telling you, Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. I promise you. You best believe you're gonna see PlayStation 5, PlayStation 5 Pro, and Grand Theft Auto 6 is on the box. It's a wrap.
And that will solidify the gaming.
100 million easy. I'm telling you. You know, I'm just letting you know, bro. If you think it's gonna cap a 90, you know, we'll see. But I'm telling you, it's gonna blow the.
Like I can lean towards like 100. I don't think it reaches 115. Maybe 100. Maybe. I don't
No,
think it
it's going to
reaches
easy
150.
pass. Hell yeah, it's going to reach 150. In fact, in my opinion, I think this generation is going to be extended. I don't see this. I don't see PlayStation 6 coming out in 2027. I don't see it. I could be wrong,
Well, I mean,
but I
even
think
at
it's too
that,
fast.
like, when did the
But
PS5 launch? 2020?
2020.
Even at that,
Let me put it
the
this way.
Switch 2 is about to launch,
Yeah.
right?
Let me put it this way. PS5 is only a million behind PS4, and that's including COVID, which screwed everything up for everybody. Because they couldn't
thing, you
produce
gotta worry
consoles.
about Switch.
Not
You
really,
gotta worry about
no. You want to know why? People who buy Switch, they buy it for Nintendo. They're not buying Switch for Madden, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto. That's not the platform. That's the one thing people gotta understand. Nintendo's strength is their own first party. It's not really the platform for third party.
We'll get into
It's not.
exclusivity, and that will
Okay,
play
we'll talk
into
about that.
it, dude.
Yeah, but
Because
let me put it
PlayStation
this
will
way, then.
eventually see the long term.
Yeah. Okay, but let me put it this way: a person's not gonna say, "Oh, I'm not buying a PlayStation because I want to play Zelda." They weren't gonna buy a PlayStation anyway because PlayStation never had Zelda. You see what I'm saying? So that's why, like, I don't see the two audiences cross each other. Like, PlayStation, Nintendo, even though they're consoles, whatever, they are distinctly different. You're gonna get a totally different experience. Nintendo, you get their first party, which PlayStation never had in terms of Nintendo first party. So if you love Mario, Donkey Kong, Zelda, Pokemon, you were always a Nintendo dude. Like, PlayStation never offered those type of games, right? If you love PlayStation first party, I'm not saying it's more important than Nintendo first party, but there is a fan base for PlayStation first party. You're not going to get that, especially if you want more mature games. You're not going to get that from the Nintendo side. I mean, and then the big one
early days,
is the third party.
They tried to do the Nintendo shit with like Crash Bandicoot and Spyro, but eventually they started to become the edgier.
Bad word. That bad word. That's I didn't say they grew up. They changed, and
they became more edgier as time went on. Yeah.
Right. So let me move on to topics, all right? Because I know the audience is getting restless. So the last two topics, number 3, why you game on PlayStation? That's an easy question. Number 1, they have overall, since the PlayStation 1, great first party, generally great hardware. I think the PS3 was the one where they really kind of oofed, right? But generally good hardware. What I really love about them is the relationships with third party and second party, right? And I'm not talking about just getting multiplats, but sometimes they get with second and third party to create great exclusives or great titles that wouldn't be made, right? Like, for example, Spider-Man. Look what they did with Spider-Man, right? And it's not like they're new to making Spider-Man games, right? People made Spider-Man's game before. It was Activision. Activision had the rights to it, but Activision didn't treat it like a AAA.
Old Spider-Man games.
Those are from Activision.
Like Tobey Maguire games.
Yeah, right? So those were Activision. But Marvel was kind of tired that they just treated it as cash grabs. They wanted somebody to really make it a big AAA, like put some respect on it, right? And when Sony took over, Sony did that. And that's what I like about Sony. Like Stellar Blade, soon we're going to get Lost Soul Aside, Kojima. They helped them get his studio up in 3 years with Death Stranding. So, those things, Sony knows how to work with partners and get games going.
Here's the thing. Everything you've been describing, PlayStation will eventually, they'll understand we now have a tool console. We don't have to put in that much effort, and they aren't going to go anywhere.
We'll talk about that.
Look at Xbox.
We'll get into that.
We can
that's
just
the PlayStation
discount
trouble.
Xbox.
Yeah, that's the PlayStation trouble
Xbox
debate.
altogether.
Yeah,
they'll start to realize and become more cynical. And they'll understand how many cards, because there's a market for console. You can only, you can't go anywhere.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
They will try to get away with as much as they can until they are pushed back.
All right.
And that goes for both PlayStation and Nintendo. Look at Nintendo trying to get away with $80 fucking Mario. We all know that shit didn't cost $400 million to make.
That
cost
I said it myself.
A sandwich and 15 cents to make, and it's going to sell 50 million copies because there is no justice in the world.
No,
and that will begin
They'll get in the $80 games.
normalizing
They'll
80.
get in the $80
Yeah.
games combo. Okay, and then finally, so PlayStation. That's why I game on it. The overall to me in terms of consoles, the combination of first party support, relationships with third party, and relationships with second party, and get exclusives and get games built off the ground. I don't think any brand does it better than them. Not Xbox, not Nintendo. Nintendo, you could argue the best first party, absolutely, right? If you're into those games, but I understand the first party, but their third party relationship and second party sucks. It fucking sucks.
In a two-party console market where one console is less like capable hardware-wise, the fuck does third-party exclusives matter?
I know, exactly.
It didn't change shit for the Switch. You know what I mean?
You know? And I think Xbox, as a console, they completely abandoned it. Like they make commercials that says no console required. So it's like, the fuck is you talking about, Microsoft?
My PC shit. Like, if the Steam Deck, for example, was projected to sell 3 million, it ended up selling 6.
Okay.
And that's why they consider it a huge W. Because it sold twice as many as projected.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. 6 million is not a lot to really brag about.
Well, they didn't advertise it, bro. They didn't have
I agree. I'm not saying how or why, but I'm just saying when I learned Steam is like around 5-6 million in the 3-year period because it launched in 2022, I'm like, listen, I'm not trying to say it failed, but at the same time, that number is not something to brag about.
That should give you grand context to where, at least personally, I think, like, at best, even if, like, the Xbox makes a non-handheld PC kind of device and it is sold and distributed similar to the Steam Deck, we're looking at best 15 million. A complete downstep from where they are currently.
Let me put it this way.
It's about to get worse.
All right, but let me put it this way. Vita sold 11 million 4 years, and that was considered a failure. You see what I'm saying? So how is 6 million 3 years a success? I'm not saying it's a success or not a success. All I'm saying is that number is not significant to really even really say that there's this. Hold up, it's not really 6 million is not enough to say that there's this huge market for PC handheld. It's not 6 million globally. That's not a big number to actually say that there's this big market for PC handheld. It's just not. That's not a big number. You gotta at least start pushing in 3 years 20 million to really say there's a big global market. That's why I think
they're trying to do the non-handheld thing.
Mm-hmm. All right.
That's why whether or not that works out or not is a different story. That's why I think they're trying to do the non-handheld shit. But regardless, they understand, like, PlayStation and Nintendo are going to be the remaining whether or not their shit works out, their like golden parachute is going ahead and porting games to PlayStation now while they can. I think once they understood, like, this is all recent type shit. Like, I think this really kind of took place like around 2022 and currently, but they're like trying to figure out their like next step.
Okay. All right. So I think I answered why I game on PlayStation, and then finally, what do I play? I think it's easier to tell you what I don't play. Number one, the chat could tell you what I don't play. Chat, let them know why I absolutely do not play. I want to see if these guys pay attention. What's the one genre that you won't catch me dead playing? There you go. Racers.
I'm back.
I don't play racers. I don't play racers. I can't stand racing games. Shout out to the chat. I love you guys. I love you guys. My man said I'm the #1 fan of Gran Turismo. Lies. Listen. If I'm ever in trouble and I'd be like, hey, yo, guys, I'm out here playing Gran Turismo, my favorite game, and you see me blink, call the police. All right? Call the police.
I haven't played
I'm being held hostage. I don't like racing games.
I haven't played like a serious racing game since like Need for Speed Most Wanted. The original Need for Speed Most Wanted.
Yeah. I feel like vomiting. So it's making me nauseous now talking about racing, right? I don't like racing. I don't play puzzle games, like pure puzzles. I'm not really into pure puzzles. RTS, real-time strategies, and strategy games. Not saying they're bad, I'm just not really into that.
The one my go-to, and I
So
use
those are
this for a lot
everything
of
else I
things.
enjoy to a certain extent. I love action adventure, love fighting games. Even though I haven't been playing a lot of fighting games this gen, for some reason. But fighting games, well, sports games. Even though I haven't been playing a lot of sports games this gen either. But RPGs, love RPGs, Japanese RPGs, Western RPGs, Souls games. I do love Souls games. Um, action adventure, comic book games. I do love a lot of that stuff. So I have a pretty wide palette. But that's why open world. But multiplayer, I'm not into multiplayer as much anymore. I used to be hard into multiplayer. Now, not so much. At least competitive multiplayer, like third-person shooters and first-person shooters. Maybe PVE, but even then, I try Helldivers, good game. But after a little, maybe about after a week or two, I kind of stopped. So, but for the most part, that's what I'm into. Right.
My go-to, I do not like Animal Crossing.
Yeah, I
But
don't play that
also,
shit.
that's one of my go-to examples. Like when the argument is like we have to make it for a wider audience type shit. Like you don't see me go over to the Animal Crossing series as a fighting game like Souls RPG kind of guy. And I'm like, look, I see what you got going on over here. Make it towards me. Make Animal Crossing a Soulsborne. Stop making shit for the wrong. You know what I mean? Like,
Make
stop
Animal
making
Crossing
shit.
a Souls game. Listen, good luck with that one. But I'm gonna let the Nintendo fanboys tackle that one. That's I got no say on that one. But so
But it's like the
we're
same.
gonna
Stop making shit for a wider demographic. Shit.
all right. But we're gonna all right. So now, chat. Let me read the super chats, and now we're gonna get into the debate topics. This is what everybody's been waiting for. But let me catch up on the super chats. Let's see who we got here. We got Gordo P23 saying this boy needs to get a better connection. We'll never make it through this. This boy must be the McDonald's connection or something. They're just
Real
busting your
shit.
balls. Glassdoor
Yeah, I don't
Gamer,
give a shit.
PlayStation. Yeah, PlayStation makes the most money. In gaming, yeah, that's true. Glassdoor, Microsoft going PC is still third party. All right. We got C Dub with the $20 super chat. C Dub says every time P Rock brings someone up here and he asks them a straight up question, they switch it up with a response that doesn't make sense. Laugh out loud. Happened with King David, D Batch, and now this guy. They don't want the smoke. Oh man, come on, be nice, guys. We haven't even started the debate yet. Be nice. Be nice. Shout out to C Dub.
What did I dodge?
They're busting your balls. They're busting your balls.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I know I got a shitty connection. Shut up.
Glassdoor Gamer. Tool console industry is in better quality ports. That might be a thing, right? There might be some. I mean, we'll figure it out. It's coming, right? There's no stopping the train. Liquidator. All right, shout out 35-month member, my boy. Says PS5 is going to fly off the shelves when GTA 6 release. Absolutely. I mean, have you noticed an uptick in people getting the Pro? Yeah, there's like a little uptick. People are like, they're caving in. It's only a matter of time. Gabriel R with the $5 super chat. Why can't Steam get away? Why can't Steam get away with doing nothing, but PS can't have a low year? Oh, you want to answer that? Now, keep in mind, Steam has Valve, right? Valve is the owner of Steam, right?
Yes.
And they're a game
And
publisher.
you know what?
Valve doesn't make
games anymore. Valve doesn't.
Yeah.
It's going to be PlayStation the console.
So why you guys don't give Valve the smoke?
I think we should. Honestly, I'm one of the people that feel like we
everybody
should.
wants Half-Life 3 for like the last 15 years.
We're becoming 3, goddammit.
But you ain't giving them the smoke. Give them the smoke. I need to see some content. Give them
but they don't
edit some shit. You Josh, the editor, edit some shit. We want Half-Life 3. You know, Valve's like, man, we making money with just Our 30% cut. Fuck making games. Nah, Gabe, get your bitch ass back in the lab. We want Half-Life 3.
And that's about to be the same environment for fucking PlayStation.
We're gonna talk about that, and I'm definitely gonna
We'll get
debate
to
that.
it. We'll get to
we'll
it.
get to it. All right. So good question. Good super chat, Gabriel. You don't see these PC gamers giving Bob the smoke, even though they stopped making games, which is bullshit. They need to make gay games again. In fact, if anything, they have more money now to make games, right? Because Valve
Exactly.
is, yeah. So they have no excuse not to make games. But you know, in fact, there's rumors of them bringing back the Steam machine, the Steam console, right?
And I think there's also rumors that they may be working Half-Life 3, but I don't fucking believe it, dude.
Yeah. But think about it. They want to, if rumors are true, when they release a Steam console, they want to release a Steam console, but they don't want to make games for the Steam console. That's bullshit.
But
am I right? Would that be bullshit? What? Let me ask you this. If Valve did release the new Steam console, but they still don't make games, would you call them out?
Well, I mean, it's just that that's what Xbox is doing. They're trying to release hardware and not, like, make exclusives.
But for Steam, let's say they released the Steam console, but they still no exclusives, no Steam game, no games from Valve. Would you call them out and be like, "That's bullshit"? How are you gonna make a console and not actually make games for your own console? Or you think that?
No, I
think
exclusives are detrimental.
Oh,
I think that's another hot take I have. I think at the end of the day, exclusives hurt two things: the consumer and the game.
Okay. Oh,
because
that's gonna be a good debate. That's gonna be probably the best debate. Oh yeah, that's probably gonna be the best debate out of all of them. But all right, okay. Oh, that's gonna be a great debate. Ooh, it's gonna be great. That one's great. I already see that one. That one's gonna be the hot one. All right, out of all of them. All right.
I guess
so. We're gonna start.
I guess
that's
dynamite.
All right. This is it. We're doing the Miyagi. Rubbing the hands.
Let's do it.
We're gonna get this. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you in the fight, Daniel-san. Here you go. All right. This is
ready.
We're gonna start,
sir.
Here we go. The first topic. Now, we may have the same opinion on this, but we'll see. $80 games. What exactly do you want to debate about? That you want me to debate you with when it comes to $80 games?
Because I feel like the wind is blowing in the direction of like the inevitability. It's only a matter of time before PlayStation starts charging $80, and not only that, Xbox starts charging for $80 for their ports.
Already said they are
of $80. Huh?
Xbox already said that future Xbox game is going to be $80. They said it already.
So like, are we like?
Call of Duty.
Is this where we draw the line?
Call of Duty is going to be $80. I'm telling you, that's going to be the first game.
Absolutely, it is.
Watch. I know. They said it already. They officially said it.
And officially,
now, am I cool with it? No.
They have to do is do the sports games in COD.
Yeah. So this is why I think I said we may not have disagreed, because I'm not cool with it. But I will say this. Any company can do what they want. It comes down to the consumer and how we respond. And in my opinion, only certain games will survive at $80. I think some games is going to flop. To me, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto 6, Madden, 2K, they'll survive $80. Absolutely. Maybe Nintendo games, Mario Kart, that might survive $80. But other games, certain games won't.
So, like, full disclosure, I'm going to make a lot of comparisons to, like, the film industry, fighting games, and just, like, kind of just, like, Capcom. But, like, if that's what's going to happen, and that's what I'm afraid that's going to happen because I'm a cynical fucking asshole, we're going to see, like, an increase, like, in AAA laziness. Reliance on like brand recognition. There is no more like you guys like those like Horizon. That didn't like Shuhei has come out and said that did not sell the way PlayStation had hoped. So you're going to see less Horizon and more just
that's not what he said. No.
Hold on, I got a picture of that.
So Well, at least there's context to that, right? When they released the game for free a year later, that hindered the sales of the game. So remember the context in that conversation. He talked about how releasing as a free game a year later hurt the game because Horizon is one of those games where it has a long tail, but they clip that tail by putting it as a PlayStation Plus monthly game, and they won't do that again. That was a full context of the conversation. So when a year later, when they put it as a PlayStation Plus monthly, it cut that tail, which normally Horizon would have a longer tail to that. So it was a full. We gotta have the full context of the conversation. It has a full conversation.
You know what that sounds similar to?
What?
How like during COVID, HBO handled their movies because they had a bunch of movies planned to line up and drop. And then COVID happened, and they had no fucking idea what to do with them. So they released movies in theaters and on HBO Max
at the same time.
And it damaged a lot of shit. Like a lot of movies did not.
It cut the tail of going to the movies. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right. But that's exactly so. When we say there's a difference between saying Horizon didn't sell or Forbidden West. And if you stop there, that creates a totally different conversation. Yoshida was talking about the expectations the sales of Horizon was lower, but he said because they made the decision to put it for free.
And look at where Warner Brothers is currently.
Yeah, but
Warner Brothers is in bad shape.
Oh yeah,
that was like it was a domino effect.
Yeah, but fuck them.
Fuck them, but like you can make the comparison.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say.
With that franchise.
But we have to make sure the context.
Matter, like, whatever you think, like factors that cut that shit like the legs out from under it, and PlayStation isn't going to risk that shit again.
No, but
they're going to rely on brand recognition.
Yeah. But what that means is there's a difference between saying a game didn't sell to expectations, which could mean they're not going to make that game again, and versus saying because they put the game for free a year later, it cut the tail for it to sell more. That all that means is the next Horizon, which they're already making, you're not going to see that game for free. Yeah, Horizon. They're making Horizon 3. They're in the process of making it. That's not going to be a free monthly game a year later. That's what that means. They're not doing that no more. You're not going to see it a year later. That's not happening because they understood that Horizon, that type of game, keeps selling for the long haul. But when they put it for free, or not really free, but when they put it for their monthly games. Why would you buy it then when you already have it as part of your library? It literally cut the tails of that game. That game has a long tail to sell. That's why Horizon Zero Dawn sold 20 million, but it wasn't 20 million like the first year. It just kept selling month after month. It just kept selling until it reached 20 million. With Forbidden West, after a year when they put it as a monthly game, whap, they chopped that shit, and they're like, they didn't realize the impact of putting the game on monthly, the free monthly games that you get. So that's not going to happen with Horizons, the next Horizon.
Warner Brothers realized their mistake. It didn't change their cards. They're still currently in the situation that they're in.
Cool.
Like Warner Brothers. Like releasing
Why are we talking about Warner Brothers though? That's a movie.
I know, but like just recognizing that like you fucked up and bungled shit doesn't change the fact that you are in the current where like you are risking more money and less sales.
Yeah, but that was only Horizon that happened to, right? If you notice since then, they haven't put like their new, like for example, Spider-Man 2, this is still not a free monthly game on PlayStation. They're like, not happening. You see what I'm saying? So
because that's the last thing they have. Because Concord in possibly Marathon is about to flop hard.
Possibly.
Concord will go down in history as like the biggest gaming like this. What went wrong? That will be taught in gaming, like game development classes, is what not to do with your game.
Okay. We're going to talk about that. We'll talk about that with the multiplayer side. But for $80 games, I don't think that's a big debate topic, right? I think we both agree that I think the industry is going to try their best to head into that direction. I think we both agree with that. And whether it's
And I think
successful or
like
not, that's on the gamer.
and
That's on the
and I
gamer.
think it will be successful because I'm an asshole, a cynical asshole, as much as I don't want it to. And I think that's about to
You
like
think so?
more studios closing down.
Yeah. I think only certain games will get the $80 price tag. Other games, they're going to stick with $70, $60 because they're going to realize, yeah, that's what I think. I think certain games, the bigger ones, like Grand Theft Auto 6, I would be shocked if it wasn't $80. I'll be honest. I will be
I think
shocked
we're gonna see
if the
like
base Grand Theft Auto 6 game is not $80. Not that saying I want it to be $80, but I will be shocked if Rockstar
bare
don't launch that
minimum
game
it's gonna be
$80.
80.
Yeah,
Bare
I'll be
minimum.
shocked. All
I
right.
think we're about to see an increase in like 50 and just $80 games. We're gonna see a decrease in 70.
All right. Let me hit up some super chat. Number one, we got Sirius Shabazz. Why is this XP thing? I need that XP. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. Sirius Shabazz, I need to win, Rock. Win what? I wanted to win, but listening to this dude isn't worth it. I'm out. What? I want to. Yo, my man. Yo, serious, man. You did three. You did three super chats. Stick around. We're gonna get to the next topic. Now we're gonna go into topic number 2, exclusivity. And I think this is gonna be
This
a
is a
good debate
spicy
topic.
one, bro.
This is a spicy one. So go ahead. What's your debate? What's your view on exclusivity?
I think it is about to very much become apparent. Like it's already an outdated industry practice that is about to only hurt the consumer and hurt the games overall. I think that is exclusivity is the reason PlayStation put Bluepoint on a fucking live service game instead of a Bloodborne remake. Because Demon Souls remake only sold like roughly 2 million.
So just to clarify, you're saying exclusivity is the reason why they want their Bloodborne, meaning because Demon Souls had low sales, that caused the studio to go live service?
No, like
I'm trying to understand.
Like exclusivity
Yeah.
will lead to, because you can only put so much money into and I think they are overspending. They're not stopping on spending. They can't stop spending on these games. There is a market cap for these games. There's a market cap for console gaming. And if a game, look at Ubisoft, for instance. Let's say Ubisoft, for whatever fucking reason, was a PlayStation-owned studio. Ubisoft failed as a multi-plat. Imagine if they were limited in a market. It only takes 3 fucking games to underperform before you're gone. If you put too much money into that shit.
All right. So I think multi-plat or exclusive, the success ultimately relies on, did you make a great game? Because look at Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog's one of the top studios in the industry. And primarily their game's been exclusive to one platform. I know recently with the PC strategy, whatever, but since PlayStation 2, Naughty Dog has been a hugely successful studio generation after generation, and they've been pretty much exclusive to the platform, right? Meanwhile, let's use Remedy. Remedy over the last couple of years has been multi-plat. And like I think maybe a couple of months ago, Alan Wake finally sold like what, 1 million copies or 2 million copies across PS5, Xbox Series consoles, and PC. You see what I'm saying?
Remind me who Remedy is. I don't
Remedy
know
is Alan
like
Wake. Alan Wake 2.
Oh, Alan Wake has a bunch of
2.
fucking. They got a whole
2.
bunch of bad.
But you see,
when it comes to PC, they're like,
Yeah.
fucking Epic Games exclusive, so PC like is kind of capped off with their market, and that's what I'm saying. Like
let me give you another example. Horizon Zero Dawn exclusive. It was at the time when it was exclusive for PS4, 18 million. The exclusivity didn't hurt that game at all. 18 million on just the PS4.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
saying? PS4 was a different environment.
It's the same environment. It's the same.
We're talking about modern gaming.
What's so different between this gen and last gen?
Because Xbox is about to exit the market.
Yeah, but what does?
And even if they stay, the
conversation is exclusivity though. What's the difference? Look at Spider-Man 2. The first 3 months, 11 million on just the PS5, and it's still selling to this day. PlayStation, like if you see the NPD charts, and it came out in 2023, Spider-Man 2 is still selling.
That speaks, you see what I'm saying? For the that game didn't get hurt. That speaks for the developers less than the fucking than PlayStation. Like if
but that's what I'm saying is
go ahead. Just because the game is exclusive doesn't mean it'll.
Wait, cut out. You cut out. Go back.
Just because the game is exclusive doesn't mean it'll sell.
Oh, I agree. But just the game is multiplayer doesn't mean it'll sell as well.
But a game will sell more as a multiplayer. It
comes down to is it a quality game? Quality games that people want to play sell. Whether it's on one platform or multi-platform, it will sell. Now, I'm going to say this. This is the reason why I think exclusives are important. And it has nothing to do with denying gamers games. That's not what it is. It's not like, haha, I get to play Spider-Man 2. You can't, fuck off, Xbox fanboy. No, absolutely none of that. A lot of people think, oh, yeah, you guys just want to brag about your console. Not even that. It has nothing to do with that. This is the reason why I think, and not just PlayStation, if you have a console, if you're a platform provider, if you make a console, if a company makes a console, Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, I even throw in Steam, they need to make exclusives. And I'm going to tell you why. Okay? I got a PlayStation 5 and I got a PlayStation 5 Pro now, right? Who is responsible to make sure that the capabilities of the PlayStation 5, PlayStation 5 Pro, right, performs at its best? That anything that the console is able to do in terms of technology, how the games run, how the games look, who's responsible to show the industry, look what this console can do? Look at the games. Look how it runs. Look how great it is. Who's responsible for that?
Bro, but we're looking at a 2-console market.
No, I got it, but
your competition is a console that doubles as a handheld.
I don't care about the Switch. Switch has nothing to do
with it. So you're the default console. Who gives a shit?
Care. No, I give a shit. If I bought the PS5, who is responsible to show what the PS5 is capable of doing? Who has that responsibility?
Obviously the console maker, but it doesn't exclusive doesn't matter shit.
Listen.
The GTA 6 will do more for the PS5 than fucking Demon Souls, bro.
But listen to what I'm saying though. Right? If Sony, because I gave Sony money for that PlayStation 5. Sony, here's $500. Sony's like, yep, we made this console, here you go, right? It's on them with their developers to figure out and provide me the best experience and let the industry know, look what you can do with this console. That's why Sony, right, their developers, primarily Insomniac, they were the first ones to show, oh, look, we could take this game and using VRR and high frame rate, we can now improve quality mode. You get an extra 10 frames. We can even unlock it and you get above 60 frames. Oh, look, you can actually play ray tracing at 60 frames. All these extra bells and whistles, right, that now the PlayStation is capable of doing because Sony demonstrated that. They're developers, right? And the reason why they could do that is because they're focused on just making the game for their PlayStation. When you do multi-plat, sure, you could say everybody gets to play the games and it's, it gives consumers the options for more choices of platform. I'm not arguing that. You are absolutely correct. But me as a PlayStation 5 consumer who paid money for the PS5, that goes against them providing the best experience for the console I paid for. Right? They need to maximize what I bought from them. If they're into this multi-player strategy, any complementary strategy, then don't even make a console. Right? Don't do it then. Don't create a console.
Well, at the same time, listen, there is a console.
What I'm saying is, don't make a console and then you don't do nothing with it other than, all right, we're going to develop a game on it, but we're also going to develop a game on another platform at the same time, which means you have to make concessions. Because when you make multi-platform games, you have to balance the development so that way the game runs well on all the platforms you're making a game on. You're not going to make a multi-plat and say, well, I'm going to strictly focus on the PS5 and the other platforms, oh, well. You're not going to do that. You're going to focus on every platform that you make a game on, and they're generally going to run well on all platforms. That is fine for third party. Rockstar, Ubisoft, EA, Capcom, Konami, the list goes CD Projekt Red, because they don't own a console. It's not their responsibility to bring the best out of the PlayStation 5 or bring the best out of Series X. That's not their responsibility. It's not their console. They're going to make a game. That's why some people are pissed off that these developers, the Series X owners, in their opinion, these developers are not maximizing the Series X because they're balancing out multi-platform simply because the PS5 is the market leader. But what do you expect?
Well, I mean,
multi-platform developers aren't responsible to max out the Series X. So if they don't max out the Series X, oh well, it's not their console. It's Microsoft's responsibility. Xbox needs to max out their own console.
Why are we focusing on what Xbox is doing if they're about to pivot into PC? We're about to focus on a two-console market.
No, the topic is exclusivity. I'm giving you the reasons why I think exclusives is important. Exclusives, right, has developers focus on that hardware to maximize and bring out the best for the people that bought that console. I'll give you a perfect example.
Is that why
Nintendo, I'll give you an example.
Was put on a Bloodborne remake instead of God of live service? Like if Demon's Souls had just sold a little bit more, if it had been a multi-plat, it would have sent signals to PlayStation's bottom line, their bank account, what matters overall. The Bluepoint and FromSoft makes sense, but because that game sold less than 2 million, it sent the wrong signals. Because your console, especially if you're entering a two-console market, if you cap out at fucking 2 million and you are in a two-console market, bro. You're at 75 million currently. Imagine a console market and you're only selling 2 million.
So I think your first mistake is you're making the assumption that Bloodborne sales led to the decision that Bluepoint is to make God of War. The reality is Bluepoint wanted to make a live service game based off God of War. It wasn't Sony that forced. Sony doesn't work that way. So the first step is Sony doesn't force their studios oh, you fucked this up, so now you're going to do this. That's not how PlayStation works. They don't work that way. They don't go, you fucked up, you will do this. That's not how they are. That's not how they are there now. Let me put it this way. If Sony was like that, Naughty Dog would be forced to release factions.
If Sony was like that, they wouldn't have Bungie calling all the shots, greenlit on what doesn't.
What do you mean they're calling shots? So, all right, so let me ask you this.
They're delegating shit.
Okay, Bungie, literally, when they acquired them, the whole point of Sony acquiring them was because they relied on Bungie's decision-making. They literally said this. They said they're relying on Bungie's expertise. Sony themselves don't have the expertise for live service games. That's part of the
Bungie's
purchase.
expertise was to steal other people's shit.
Cool. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is Sony is a very artist friendly company. They let developers push their vision. That's what I'm trying to say. So you're trying to make the argument that Bluepoint was forced to make live service. I don't think that's true. Sony's not that company to do that. They never really been to that company. They haven't. They're not that company
So
to be
why
like,
were
you screwed up,
12
you
live
will do
service
this.
games?
What?
Why were 12 live service games put into development by Jim Ryan?
Okay. Because as a company, they saw the opportunity to adopt a strategy that they thought could potentially make more money, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's no different than why did Sony get into VR? Same shit. They saw another market, right? And they thought that's why, if you notice, most of the developers, I mean, even though they canceled the games, a lot of them were new. Haven Studios, Firewalk Studios, and stuff like that. They saw a market, we're like, oh, wait a minute. There's potential to make a lot of money off of live service games. They added that strategy onto their portfolio. It's no different than when they added VR to their portfolio. They're a company, they saw an area of that could potentially make them more money, and they adopted that strategy. There's nothing wrong with that. I think I just don't like the way they did it, but you can't knock any company from thinking, oh, look at this market, there's potential. Let's try to adopt it and see what we could do with it.
Here is the thing. I am completely against permanent console exclusivity. That shit has not helped anything in the past. Like Bloodborne, like has not like sold more or less PS4s or PS5s. Like it's just been basically stagnant since it peaked. It went over a little bit, but not much in the grand scheme of things. If console exclusivity sold consoles, people would not be emulating fucking Bloodborne on PC. They would just be buying a PS5. They wouldn't even be bothered.
So here's the thing. Let me add to
Let me go ahead and just say this. Let me go ahead.
Okay.
I think I am pro timed exclusivity, and I am pro ecosystem.
So you switched up a bit.
There are like
so you like a little bit of exclusivity. Now
it's permanent console exclusivity that is fucking shit, and I have countless examples of like games being locked to old hardware, and we have to go seek out that old hardware to play said game.
So I think that's a different topic, but I can understand what you're saying, right? So like Bloodborne, that's not selling consoles now. The game came out in 2015. It's 10 years old.
Exactly.
So you're right. It's not going to sell consoles. So Bloodborne on PC, I get it. You know, I could understand that, right? Like a 10-year-old game, who cares if it goes to PC now, right? And I think Sony says that they don't see PC as a competitor. So you're gonna get more games on.
And
so I think that's what he said.
Like, it's like printing money porting to PC.
They are, because it's ports.
So just do it.
So ports, them port sales. Like let me put it this way. Other than Helldivers, right? Helldivers was very hugely successful on PC. But most of the single player games that they ported to PC sell around 1 million, 1.5 million. They're not like 10 million
because
sellers.
They're not day and date.
Yeah, but
that
keep in mind,
shit.
I agree, but that 1 million, 1.5 million is money because it's port. It doesn't cost a lot to port a game to PC, so they're printing money off that. They have very little investment in terms of how much money they need to make a port on PC. Not a lot. 1 million, 2 million, lots of money for the port. So they're whatever, right? But the main thing I want to say is this: you PC guys probably have the hardest understanding, because again, the point I'm trying to make to you is when a person buys a console, right? They're paying that console provider $500, $600, whatever. That's a direct relationship with the console provider. For you who play on PC, your only relationship with Sony is just the game that you buy, nothing else. They're not responsible to make sure your 3090 is maxed out across all games, or that all the firmware updates on your PC. Like, they have no responsibility whatsoever to your PC. The relationship between you and Sony is strictly what game got bought. If you bought Helldivers, that's it. It's just Helldivers. If you bought Spider-Man 2 on PC, well, boom, Spider-Man 2 on PC. Your relationship with Sony is a game-by-game basis. My relationship with Sony is literally they have to make my console the best experience possible because no one else is going to do it. Maybe Rockstar. Rockstar does real good job on maximizing hardware. They do. But they come out with one game every 10 years, right? EA's not going to do it.
We're looking at like a 2-console market.
Yeah,
like
but
they don't have
anything.
to compete with Nintendo.
It's
with
irrelevant.
graphics. We all know they beat Nintendo with graphics.
I don't care about Nintendo.
If we're depending that argument, we're just holding back these games.
No, that has nothing to do. Listen, I don't care about Nintendo. Nintendo could go away too, and PlayStation could be the only console ever. They better still give me the best experience possible. Like, it has nothing to do with competing with Nintendo, Sega, none of that. I don't care. What I care about is what I own. I have a PlayStation 5. Sony is responsible to give me the best experience with the PlayStation 5. Not in comparison to the Switch, not in comparison to Xbox, not even comparison to PC. Whatever this console can do, they're responsible to bring it out and show the industry, hey, you guys don't got to do it, right? Like, for example, they could be like, hey, Rockstar, you ain't got to do it, but we can show you how to get 60 FPS in your games doing this, this, and this. Now, whether Rockstar wants to do it or not, hey, Rockstar could be like, nah, we're not doing that. We're going to stick to lock 30 and that's it. But Sony is the one that's showing the industry, look at these extra modes. Look what we did with VR and high frame rate. Look what we did with SSD. Look what we did with the update. Now with the PS5 Pro, they're the ones responsible to show the industry how to use PSSR properly.
Because they're trying with VR, they're trying to differentiate themselves from Nintendo.
No, like with what?
Differentiate with hardware.
No, the hardware's already differentiating that. Like PlayStation and Nintendo is already two separate. It's leagues apart. They're not even in the same realm.
So now we're just capping the software market.
Yeah, but let me put it this way: I bought a PS5 Pro. Who is responsible to show what PSSR can do?
It doesn't have to be Sony.
What do you mean it doesn't have to be? It does.
They'll start to realize this. Like, look,
it has to be them. It has to be them. It's their shit. No one else is gonna do it. It has to be. It has to be them. Now, if you want to argue they're gonna get lazy, that's a different conversation. But what I'm trying to say is, Sony, it's on Sony, and every PlayStation fan needs to hold Sony accountable to ensure they show the industry how to use PSSR. That's their technology. It belongs to them.
You're trying to sell consoles, bro, not games. We're talking about exclusivity games and how that hurts games.
It doesn't hurt games. It doesn't hurt games. It doesn't.
In a 2-console market, it does.
No, it don't.
Because it is locking games between a 50-50 shit.
Spider-Man didn't get hurt. Horizon didn't get hurt.
That was in
The Last of Us didn't get hurt.
Scenario.
It doesn't matter. It's only on one console. When last gen, when we had the Switch, Wii U, or whatever, Last of Us wasn't on any other platform. So it doesn't matter what other consoles exist. It's still on only one platform. And it didn't hurt The Last of Us. It didn't hurt.
You're thinking in the past where there was a console market. What Xbox is about to do is like PC centric, or you can argue maybe even non-existent. Whatever. We're about to enter like console market terms of, sold at Best Buy, a 2-console market.
Okay, in the 2-console market, Sony makes The Last of Us 3, and it's only available on the PS5. How does The Last of Us 3 get hurt?
Because it's locked to just one platform.
That doesn't mean that you're just describing the scenario. You're not defining how does it hurt. For example, let's say the PlayStation 6 comes out. There's only the PlayStation 6 and the Switch. Microsoft officially announces, hey, we sidelined the console. We're not even doing a PC hybrid. We're done. Nothing. No hardware. So it's only Nintendo.
Because
and it's only
expectations become high, bro.
What?
If there's only 2 competitors and your console caps at 115 fucking million, and
Okay.
you are still selling goddamn 10 million copies of a game, you're not going, like, you know what I mean? You're capping your market. You're only hurting the game.
What?
Or,
Yeah, but
or let's
understand
say it's successful. Let's say it is successful. Look at Nintendo. Pokemon is successful and they got fucking lazy with it, bro.
I don't know how to play Pokemon. Here's what I think. If you're talking about the success of the game, right? And everything needs to be game focused, then Sony can't be selling consoles. You can't have both. You can't sell a console and make multiplats. That doesn't make sense. This is why the Xbox console looks like shit, because that's exactly what Microsoft did.
Like, why you're worrying about, like, trying to differentiate, like, a PlayStation 5 and a current Switch. Those are 2 different appeals, bro.
I know.
Exactly.
We're talking about exclusives here.
So why, so making it multiplat makes no difference, because those are 2 different, like, appeals on the console, only hurting the game by limiting it by the hardware.
You keep saying you're hurting the game, but I already gave you examples of exclusives that didn't get hurt.
Best case scenario,
the Last of Us, Uncharted 4, even Bloodborne didn't get hurt. Bloodborne didn't get hurt at all. It was successful.
Bro, but like, fucking best case scenario, you're looking at somebody that the average consumer that will buy the other console in addition to the console they already own.
Huh.
If nothing is gained or lost, what is the point? Because I promise you, no matter how many Magic games the PlayStation 6 has, it will not outsell the Switch 2. No way in hell.
It doesn't have to.
It has to if it is a 2 console.
No, it does not. It does not. I'm going to tell you why. Regardless, Switch could sell 200 million. Because Switch 2 could sell 200 million. The problem is Nintendo didn't create a device that caters for third party. It doesn't. So Sony does not have to worry about any gamer saying, oh, I'm not going to play Madden on PS5 because I could get a Switch 2 now. That's never going to happen. Oh, I don't have to play Grand Theft Auto 6 on PS5 or PlayStation 6. I could just get on Switch. Not going to happen. You think people are going to pick a Switch 2 to play The Witcher 4 over the PlayStation 5? Nintendo don't make devices that caters to the third-party industry. They simply don't. They never have.
If that's the case, then fucking exclusives matter. You're going to buy the fucking console.
No, listen. It matters, right, for the PlayStation gamer, right?
You're asking for extra incentive.
Listen.
On top of the thing you were already going to buy.
Damn right. That's literally the point of me buying a console. Why wouldn't I want an extra incentive with the console I bought? Why wouldn't I want that? Why?
Because why would they fucking risk it if they're the only game in town?
Okay, listen, number one, I don't care about their risk. That's not my problem. Because I paid money that I work for their console. If Sony is only want to worry about software, then don't make a console. Go third party.
Why would you not if fucking Nintendo is doing some wacky shit?
No, that Nintendo is irrelevant. I'm talking about, I'm not, because we're talking about Nintendo.
Because there is a market for just a traditional console.
Let me put it this way. Do you see me asking GTA 6 to be exclusive? I'm not arguing for GTA 6 to be exclusive, because that's Rockstar. They're a software provider. They don't make consoles. But let's say Rockstar Take-Two did make a console, and they want a console market. GTA 6 better be exclusive to that console and not be made on PlayStation. So what's the point of Rockstar making a console then? Don't make a console. Just stick with software.
It is impossible for a like another console to make it in this market.
I know,
It doesn't
but listen
matter
to
how
what I'm
many
saying.
fucking Magic games you buy. If
but-
Amazon were to like come into the console market tomorrow and they fucking
make exclusives.
take two, it doesn't matter. It won't bring them into like any significant relevance to the fucking console market. They will just be they will just be last. Whatever console there is, they'll be last.
Okay. Listen, you can't if people want a market that competes with PlayStation, you have to do it with exclusives. Because again, that company that releases
you have to do it with
hardware,
a console, not
listen. I don't think you're not getting the point, right? It's about the company that makes the hardware. They have to make that hardware the best it's going to be. You're not going to do that with multiplats because you're also focusing on another device that's not your hardware. And that's a problem.
You're arguing
if you're
what
a console.
Like, are they going to make exclusives? Probably yes, inevitable. Like, obviously. Do they have to? No.
Yes.
No, they don't. They really don't.
Because
the appeal of the Switch and the PlayStation are two different things. One focuses on like high fidelity, like graphics. The other one focuses on the quote unquote on the go experience. So if you're just holding back game sales.
Let me ask you this. If Nintendo say, hey, we're going to put all our first-party Nintendo games day one on PlayStation, you're telling me that's not going to impact the sales of the Switch 2?
No.
If all
they will still outsell the PlayStation. They will just probably sell less consoles.
No, they will not. No, they will not.
Yes, they will.
They absolutely will not. The main reason for the Switch, if you look at the games that sell, is literally the first party. People ain't really buying the Switch for third party.
But if you ask the common consumer their appeal of the Switch, it's the mobility factor. That's why I asked my brother. My brother don't give a shit if you can play Mario Kart on your PlayStation. If he cares, he can take it on a plane.
Okay. If that's the case, then why are PC handhelds selling so low? Because the third party
PC is a different market.
No, the third party mobility games that's on consoles, like The Witcher, Cyberpunk, and all these third party games, the mobility is on the PC handhelds. So if that was the case, you have the opportunity to play third party, even Madden. You could play Madden, you can play 2K, you could play Fortnite, you could play all these some of the most selling highest games on PlayStation, you could play it on Asus because they're third party. So how come
you can play less on the fucking Switch, and it is a first party device, and it is PlayStation, bro.
Okay, what happened?
You can play less third party games on the fucking Switch, and it is still outselling PlayStation.
Okay, but what are they playing on the Switch? Didn't you say your brother? Let me ask you something. Didn't you say your brother's gonna buy Mario Kart for $80 and he don't give a fuck? Didn't you say that earlier?
It's because it's Mario
first party. It's Nintendo first party.
But it being third party has nothing to do. Like it being multiplat has nothing to do with his.
It's not multiplat.
But if
if it was multiplat, it would impact because people could be like, I don't need to buy a Switch 2 when I could play Mario Kart on the console I already own.
That's what you guys are saying about the fucking PlayStation with the Xbox, bro. Like,
what are you talking about?
Why would I buy an Xbox when the games are coming to me?
That's exactly my point. Xbox are going to exclusives, so now less people are not going to buy Xboxes. Even the Xbox guys are asking that question now. They're like, fuck, if the games are going to PlayStation and none of the PlayStation games are coming to Xbox, then what the fuck's the point of the Xbox? Exclusives.
And why is that? Is that?
Because the
landscape is changing, bro.
No,
the landscape overall.
What changed? What changed? Explain this change to me. Explain the change to me.
I'm glad you fucking asked. It wasn't overnight. It wasn't overnight. Hold on. I'm having mouse connection issues. I got a wireless mouse. God damn it. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so it wasn't overnight. It was several factors. All right.
Okay.
Like one, the PS4 like just dominating the Xbox One. Right?
Okay.
Then fucking just doubling down on it with the PS5, Xbox Series X, right?
Okay.
Fuck. All right, here we go. Hold on.
So I'm gonna write down because
let's look at.
Let me look at your. So your first point: PS4 dominating Xbox One.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There's now an established status quo.
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate? This is point number 2. The status quo.
It's like no matter how many fucking magical games Xbox has, it won't outsell a PlayStation. It doesn't matter how many fucking games PlayStation has, they will not outsell the Nintendo Switch because like that mobility factor outweighs everything. Because if exclusives truly mattered, the fucking Wii U would have been successful. Like the Switch has the advantage because it doubles down as a fucking a portable device. It gives it that edge over PlayStation. If your only options are like a device that doubles down as a portable device and sacrifices like graphic fidelity and shit like that, or something more traditional, what is the point of exclusivity?
Are you done with the points or?
Like,
because I don't want to interrupt your train of thought.
I got several examples.
Okay, can I address your first 2 points? Because you know, if you release 10 points, we're gonna be like, oh, I forgot what your first point was. So your first point, PS4 dominating Xbox One. I'm not sure why you're trying to ensue, but let me ask you this: didn't PS2 dominate the hell out of the OG Xbox? It did, right?
Yeah, because they were new to the market.
Okay,
like,
but
that's the same thing. That's the same argument with like a new console maker coming into. They would sell less.
Okay, but got it. But they did. Like PS2 just no, that's not true. Because didn't PS1 dominate N64? In fact, what was the first console to sell 100 million? Do you know? Hello?
Oh, you cut out.
You heard me?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you heard me? So going back.
Go ahead.
You're saying, because you said it's a new console, it'll sell less. What was the first console to sell 100 million?
What was the first console?
To sell 100 million.
This is the thing, though, bro.
Just answer the question.
It's a dying industry practice.
Listen, okay,
this
just answer the question.
I have no idea, but
the PlayStation 1, which was a brand new console, and it killed the N64.
Which undersold everything.
Listen. What undersold everything?
The PlayStation, like they came out with the famous 2.
The what?
And they all undercut Sega and Nintendo, I think.
No, yeah, but listen to what I'm saying.
Definitely Sega.
Listen, your argument of, new consoles sell less, that's not necessarily true. PlayStation 1 was a new console, and it was the first to actually sell 100 million, and it beat the brakes out of the N64 and the Sega Saturn, which were the more well-known consoles. So you could be successful dominating out the gate.
You have more faith in the industry than I have.
Okay, that's
because
fine.
I don't think a new console maker comes into this market.
I'm not.
and tries to quote unquote price cut the competition.
Yeah, but I'm not arguing that. What I'm trying to say is, what I'm trying to address is your first point of PS4 dominating Xbox One. What I'm trying to say is, Xbox was in a position where they got dominated by PlayStation. The PlayStation 2 dominated the OG Xbox. And yet, the following gen, Xbox 360 did phenomenal. It went from...
Because that was a different landscape.
No, not a different landscape. They stuck to a tried and true formula. Listen, they stuck to a tried and true formula. Listen, they stuck to a tried and true formula. They release a console and they push exclusives that made people be like, man, look at all these titles, right? Man, look at these exclusives.
And how
look
many
at Gears of War,
fucking
look at Halo.
streaming apps for movies were available?
Who cares?
Only Netflix.
Who cares? That has nothing to do with that.
No, I'm going to make a lot of comparisons to the movie industry and just Capcom in general. Because, I think, everybody makes food analogies, everybody makes fucking car analogies. I think the most apt analogy is with the movie industry and or maybe Capcom in general.
All right.
Because everything, here's the thing. Japan has always wanted to appeal to the West. They really have.
Okay.
At the end of the, we would explain DMC Devil May Cry.
Okay.
Explain it. That was an appeal to the West.
Okay.
Because the West has more money, bro.
You lost me now. What are we talking about here? I'm trying to what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to show you that just because you got dominated in a generation doesn't mean you can't fix and course correct quickly and get back in the game. And by that, I'm going to give you two examples. PlayStation 2 dominated OG Xbox, yet the following gen, Xbox 360 was a very competitive.
About a 3-console.
Listen, doesn't matter. What I'm talking about is you have hardware, Xbox 360, and they did a phenomenal job. Not only did they were more competitive, they actually took away exclusives from PlayStation. Remember, Devil May Cry was exclusive to PlayStation 2. That was day and date on Xbox 360. Final Fantasy 13 became day and date on 360. Grand Theft Auto 4, day and date on 360, right? So just because the previous gen, Xbox got crushed, doesn't mean that they weren't able to get back in the fight and be a more competitive platform. So that gen, they got a lot of money.
Why are you talking about Xbox when we're two gens?
Because you made a comparison that PS4 dominating Xbox has something to do with changing the landscape. And what I'm trying to say is it happened before. PlayStation dominating Xbox is not a new thing. So it's not a new scenario. It happened before. And Xbox did fine.
It was a
coming back into the fight.
Effect. It is a snowball effect. And now we're entering a two-console market. So in a two-console market where there is only a traditional console and a console that acts as a fucking hybrid handheld, keeping games locked between those two separate pieces of hardware will only hurt the games overall.
It doesn't matter how many console market. If a game's exclusive, it's only going to be on one platform. So how many other platforms are out there is irrelevant. It's like Mario, like Mario Kart. Mario Kart's only going to be on Switch too. It doesn't matter if there's an Xbox, PlayStation. It doesn't matter if Sega comes back with another console. It doesn't matter if Samsung creates a new console. They could be 30 consoles. It doesn't matter. Mario Kart will always only be playing on one device. So I don't understand how this two-console market changes that.
All right, I'm sure you've seen.
What I'm saying is this. Let me make sure my point clear. What I'm saying is this. Nintendo has the responsibility to bring the best out of the Switch 2. And them making their game exclusive for the Switch 2 helps because they don't have to have the developers focus on any other hardware. They don't need developers that are familiar with DirectX or PlayStation, which I think is called Orbis OS, I think it's called, something like that. Nintendo developers don't have to worry about the multiple configurations of PC. They don't have to worry about what AMD does. No, the only thing they're worried about is the specific hardware they got from Nvidia, the specific CPU they got for their Switch, exactly how the Switch 2 is built. That's it. That's all they got to worry about. They don't have to worry about well, this gamer plays on the 2060, but this gamer you play on the 3090. Well, this player plays on AMD, which is totally different. This one has 16 gigs of RAM. This one has 24. They don't give a shit what you play on. Their number one job, a gamer bought a Switch 2. We're going to develop the best possible game for the Switch 2, which generally is the reason why generally Nintendo does the best on their own hardware. Meanwhile, Cyberpunk 2077 runs at 19 FPS. And it is what it is. You're just going to have to deal with it. You see what I'm saying? That's,
So
if
you're
I'm
saying,
on the Switch, listen, think about it.
you're
If I'm on the Switch and I'm playing a game at 19 FPS because the company doesn't really give a fuck because it's a multi-plat company, that wouldn't be fair to me as a Switch owner. I'd be like, that's not fair. That's not right.
Let me ask you this. Do you think in a two console market, right? There's only Switch 2 and the PS6, right? And Xbox is technically classified as like a PC or whatever.
Third party. Let's just call them third party. Completely remove
whatever.
Them out of the equation.
Just whatever. We don't even need
just two consoles. Switch, PlayStation.
All right.
Let's go with that.
So you're saying in a two console market, oh fuck, I lost my train of thought.
Let me ask you this: why are you so fixated on the specific environment or two console market? It doesn't matter if it's a 2, 3, or 10
because
console market.
Because it only hurts the consumers and the games.
It never really hurt the consumer and the games. The majority of gaming has been.
If it didn't hurt the consumer, Mario Kart.
Let me ask you something.
And if it didn't hurt the game, fucking Demon's Souls would have sold.
Not necessarily. Listen. Rift Apart didn't sell like 10 million because they put it on PC. I think it only gained like an extra. It only gained like an extra 800K or 500K sales on PC.
Let me go ahead. Let me say this.
So Rift Apart didn't blow up the moment it went on PC. Then I could maybe understand what you're saying. Let me put it this way: Mario Kart, the new Mario Kart, right? Mario Kart World, I think that's what it's called, right? The new one that's going to come on Switch 2.
Yeah.
Explain to me how Mario Kart World is going to hurt your brother when he buys it and plays on Switch 2. How does it hurt him? He's going to buy the Switch 2, right?
Explain to me how God of War being on fucking Switch 2 hurt you.
God of War 2 is not on Switch 2.
Or whatever.
But let's say that. But I'll give it to you. But I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Let's say if Sony says, you know what, we're gonna make games on Switch 2. Let's say they do that, day and date, right? Day and date. Let's say Sony does that.
Let's say they go day and date with Switch 2 and PC.
Yeah. Everything.
Are you not gonna buy a fucking PlayStation?
No. What's gonna happen is my console is not gonna be. They're not gonna develop to the specific strength of the console. That means, let's say The Last of Us 3, brand new, built from the ground up, day and date on Nintendo, day and date on PC, day and date on PlayStation. That means the weakest link is the Switch, because they have to cater to that platform. So I'm like, so fuck it. Don't even make the PlayStation then. I'm just going to play on PC and just get a GPU boosted up. But here's the thing,
you're now capping the market and you're hurting the sales. And at the end of the day, the sales money is what matters.
Sony's responsibility. Listen, Sony's responsibility is to cater to me. I bought their console. If Sony wants to cater to every gamer as a software developer, all I'm saying is don't make the console then. Just stop making consoles. So if
The Last of Us 3 was a timed exclusive, you had a year, let's say 2 years, with Last of Us 3, and then it got ported to fucking Switch 2. Does that devalue your experience?
I don't think it would get a port to the Switch 2.
Let's just say it does.
I think it'll get a port to let me put it this way, and I didn't even make the point
What
about devalue.
in a
Like for me,
two-console
I'll give it to
market?
I'll give it to you, right? As long as Sony takes their developers and say, hey, we are focusing on your console that you bought, we're gonna make the best experience for you. We're not worrying about Switch. We're not worried about PC. We're not worried about any of these platforms. We're going to come up with the technologies. We're going to improve PSSR 2.0, 2.5, 3.0. We're going to go with the bells and whistles because we built the hardware. We owe that to you as the person who bought the hardware. What they do 2-3 years later, I don't care. It doesn't.
So, like,
all I care about.
How well did
I
the
don't care about that.
PS VR2 sell? What's the point? What's the point in differentiating yourself when you are the only
What?
game in town? Like the Switch 2 is a different market. Like the Switch 2 and the PlayStation are a different experience. You
I
no
agree.
longer have to differentiate yourself from Switch.
I don't care about PlayStation differential to Switch. I care that if you create a console, you are trying to make it the best for the consumer who bought it.
Okay, so like if that game later gets to Switch 2, does that fuck you up?
I don't care at that point. I don't care about ports
Okay,
later
so
on.
the exclusives don't matter.
Okay, no, because there's a
Time
difference between
exclusives are different.
Listen, that's fine. That's fine. What I'm talking about is you're arguing no exclusives. When I hear people saying exclusives don't matter, that means everything's a multi-plat. Everything's
Eventually.
a multi-plat. Then at that point, don't make a console. If you're gonna go multi-plat,
there's a console market.
No, okay. No, because you're jipping the strength of the console. If you make a console, but then the first party studio is making concessions between multiple pieces of hardware, that's bullshit for me. Or anybody
Why
owns
are they
that console.
still making vinyl and vinyl players and fucking Blu-ray players? Because there is a market for people that like physical. They killed physical games. You think they will not try to kill physical consoles or the necessity of one?
You're not hearing me. Let me put it this way. Let me make myself probably. We'll use a real world example. We'll use a real example. There's a lot of Xbox gamers that were console gamers. They left the Xbox console. It still exists. They left their Series X and said, "I'm playing on the PC now."
You keep bringing up Xbox, but we are quickly moving into a two-console market.
No, listen, I'm trying to show you. The reason why they made that decision is because the multi-plat strategy, day and date, between the console of Xbox and PC cheapened the hardware. They weren't getting the support, the dedicated support on the console they bought.
You mean like putting DRM on disc like the fucking Switch 2?
No, you're not understanding. Even Microsoft was no longer pushing the technologies of the Series X. So when you own a Series X, they're like, Microsoft is not doing their best to bring out the very best of the Series X because they're also making the game on PC at the same time. When you do multi-platform development, you can't bring out the best on one individual product. You have to balance the whole workload and just simply release a good game.
A timed exclusive is fine.
Yeah.
Permanent exclusive only hurts the game and the consumer in the long run.
I'll be like, listen, to me that's a different topic. The timed exclusive.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
No, you talking about exclusives, period.
I'm talking about permanent console exclusives.
Okay. If your new argument is games that were exclusive to consoles should be ported to other platforms later on, I'm not really going to argue that. I'm not going to really argue that.
That's what I'm saying. So what is it? It is a dying practice.
My main thing, but here's the thing. Sony already made that decision, though. So I don't think, like, if your argument is, let's say Sony should port their games later on to PC, they already told you they're doing that. So that decision's already done.
So what? So why not do it to the Switch? And why shouldn't the Switch do it to PlayStation?
I can answer that because Switch 2.
Can I just say this really quick?
I can answer that question.
I don't know why I'm considered the bad guy. I want to put Mario Kart on all platforms, dude. Why is that such a bad thing?
I'm gonna say this. Like, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna say this for Nintendo. I'm not a Nintendo fanboy, but I am going to tell you, if Nintendo puts their first party on PlayStation, that console's toast. It's console toast. I mean, think about it. You got Zelda on a more powerful hardware on console and third party. Oh my god. Oh boy. I'm telling you, that's oh like you better like
But
mobility
you
that
will
bad.
make up for it in game sales.
Okay, but here's the problem.
You minus
So
hardware sales
where
and make up for it.
where now we're gonna get into the good conversation now for that. You know, here's the thing. When you're a console provider, the actual market is to get the gamers into your console ecosystem. So that way they buy everything through
So
your
once you
store.
got them in,
They're there. And they buy everything through there.
so like
That's why Nintendo, let me put it this way. Nintendo is able to keep their games at $60 for 4 years because you don't have a choice. There's nowhere else to get that.
and now they're about to do $80 because you have no.
All right. So now Nintendo, from their perspective, this is just how it is for them. They keep their stuff locked onto the Switch. So you have to come to the Switch to get everything. Now, maybe for you who plays on PC, that's a problem. Maybe for me who primarily plays on PlayStation is a problem. But you know who's not a problem for? Your brother. Because your brother's getting a Switch too, and he's not going to care if you get to play Mario Kart or not. It's not his problem. He bought the hardware. He is Nintendo's customer fan base. So people who buy the Nintendo Switch 2, that's Nintendo's consumer base. Nintendo is supposed to cater to them. They're not supposed to cater to me. I have no say when it's. I mean, I could talk shit.
At that point, keeping Mario exclusive only hurts Mario.
No, I don't.
Because
Absolutely
you're like, you're only going to further, like, you're talking like incentive to buy a fucking Switch 2 in addition to your PlayStation 6.
Let me tell you what hurts a game, regardless if it's multi-plat or exclusive. What hurts a game is you have a budget. It costs you X amount of dollars to make the game. If the game doesn't sell, where you're make the money back and then you sell over to make profit, the game gets hurt. It doesn't matter if it's exclusive or profitable.
And if you cap the market into a specific thing,
okay.
Let me give you an example. I'll give you a perfect example of timed exclusivity working and console permanent exclusivity working like as a detriment. Oblivion. Oblivion was a timed exclusive for the Xbox 360 for 1 year. And it didn't matter that it was coming
also on PC too. It was also on PC.
It didn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it was coming
to platforms.
But PC's a different market. Console. Okay. We're talking about consoles.
Okay,
dog.
console. Okay, console. Okay, that's fine. Okay,
it doesn't matter that it was.
I just want to make sure. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, so just strictly console. Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming from. Like PC and console are a different market. All right, so like it doesn't matter that it's coming to the PlayStation 3 eventually. It got a fire under PlayStation's ass. Like it was selling Xboxes regardless of it like coming to PlayStation inevitably or not. So they like tapped FromSoft to make a Oblivion Light. Long story short, they did not, but it led to Demon's Souls on PlayStation 3. And because Demon's Souls did not sell well on the PlayStation 3, like Sony wasn't going to greenlight any like a Demon's Souls 2. It took Bandai Namco to step in and realize there is a third, like if we make this shit multiplat, like the formula, not the IP, as a multiplat, there is a market for it. So like Oblivion as a timed exclusive worked, but Demon's Souls as a permanent console exclusive hasn't, because it's still fucking locked at the PS3, bro.
All right. So let me give you, well, you're still arguing time, but let's go back to Oblivion. When Oblivion released on 360, in that time era, there was no leaks or like developers or publishers. When they made time exclusive deals, they were not allowed to say this is also coming to PlayStation. That's how things were back then. So nobody
Again,
knew.
we're
Listen,
changing markets.
no, I'm going with your scenario. You brought it up, so I'm just
But you
expounding and
want
putting
to
some
play
context.
like that, like the old context,
No,
like when it's
no.
in your favor. But we're going to a 2-console market.
But it doesn't know what I'm saying. You keep repeating 2-console market. It doesn't mean anything. Like number one, regardless, like I said, PlayStation could be the only console in the market. Sony still has the responsibility to provide the best console experience to the people who bought the console. People pay
Tell
money
that
for
to
the console.
Pokemon fans, bro. Tell that to
Well,
Pokemon fans.
so then the fans need to rip Nintendo a new asshole.
But they are not, bro. But
So
they are.
so that's a
fucking
that's a
playing on the
different
cross.
that's a different convo. I can't tell you if they don't want to do that. Like, for example, if the PlayStation 6 comes out and all the games are locked 30, I'm going to be like, fuck you. You can't do that. I'm not going to sit there and be like, oh, yeah, I'm going to make excuses. I'm a Sony
But
pony.
you'll
Fuck
have
no.
to put up with it because you'll.
No, I
What are you
no, I
gonna
don't.
do?
I'll leave and I'll go to PC.
In a 2-console market, you're going to main the.
I'm going to PC. If
But
PlayStation
PC
6,
is a different market. PC's a different market.
And guess what? I'm jumping the train. If let's say PlayStation 6 was a lock 30 console because they got lazy. Oh, let's say Nintendo disappeared. God forbid. But let's say Nintendo disappeared. And PlayStation's like, hold the fuck up. It's just us? Ah, fuck that shit. We're just going to do whatever the fuck we
We're
want.
talking about the console version of like the Xbox One /DR. Like, I sent you a DM. I say, it's just a meme. What everybody laughed at the Xbox One for is now going to succeed for the Switch 2.
Where you sent the DM?
In Discord.
Discord? Oh shit, I suck at that.
Like everybody's seen this meme. You can share it. Can you send
it to me a message on Twitter? Because I'll be honest, I'm dog shit at the Discord.
Oh yeah, I got you, dog.
I'll be honest, I suck at Discord. I don't even know where to look. People say, "Yo, I sent you a message." I'll be like, I don't know where to fucking look.
I got you.
Okay.
I'm sure you've seen this meme.
I'm gonna say this.
But
I heard Pokemon, that was a bad port, right? Then you gotta they have to speak up, and if they didn't, I that's a different conversation.
It's not a bad port. Is they knew it is.
That's a different conversation.
It's the next Pokemon.
Yeah, I'm saying, but that's a different conversation. If Nintendo fan base accepted a bad port, I'm saying the company is responsible to bring out the best for that device. The gamers need to hold them to that standard. It doesn't matter. So why aren't you holding
PlayStation to that standard, like their first party shit? Because the amount of like going from like PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4 to now PlayStation 5, their focus on like first party shit has reduced, and the focus has become.
If you pay attention to my show, that's probably one of my biggest complaints. My biggest complaint, so like I said, just because I generally enjoy PlayStation 5 doesn't mean I didn't critique his fault. I said one of the biggest mistakes Sony did was invest so much money into the live service strategy and put very little money into growing their first-party studios that are known for making great single-player games, because games are taking 5 to 6 years to make. I literally say all the time, the math doesn't math when you have a console generation that's 7 years, but it takes 5 to 6 years to make a game. That means a developer's only going to make one game per generation? No fucking way. Sony has to figure that out. So I say that all the time. All the time.
If that's what they're doing, and if that's what they're doing, regardless of what we think they should do, that is what they're doing. Regardless of what they think they should do. If that's the case, if they're dropping like 5 games every so often, what is the point of keeping those games locked in hardware when there is a 2-console market? You're only hurting the games.
Well, let me say this. If your argument is they should port to the Switch too, I'm going to tell you again, Nintendo does not cater to third party. So I don't think that if Sony does put games, it's the Lego Horizon, the Patapon, little indie games. But Wolverine, Last of Us, they're not going to put that on Switch because Nintendo doesn't make the hardware for that. Nintendo doesn't care
So you know
to
what
provide
that
the hardware
means?
for that.
In a two
So they don't give a
console,
shit.
that means the budgets get bigger and the expectations become higher. And when the games don't meet
But let me ask you this:
expectations,
why? No, let me ask you this: why would Sony care how many consoles are out there? It doesn't help them. It's not like they made
why do you care how many
multi-platform.
consoles are out there, bro?
I don't.
So
Except for listen, except for competition, like actual competition against PlayStation. Good, like me, I hope Apple would come out with an actual AAA console. I can't wait to see if Steam actually comes out with a AAA console, right?
all right,
Because with
like both of those examples
let me tell you something.
cater both of those examples cater to a P.
No, let me put it this way. I hope Steam comes out with their Steam machine and they make Half-Life 3 exclusive for that Steam machine. Obviously on PC,
That's
right? They're going to keep it on
move.
PC, but don't put it on PlayStation. Don't put
So
that shit on PlayStation.
hold on. You
Keep
want
that shit exclusive.
you
Get
want
back in the game.
Steam to make Half-Life 3 available on a Steam piece of hardware, but not available on Steam, which is the bigger platform.
No. I didn't say that. I said not on PlayStation.
No. So like hardware permanent console exclusive.
Listen, Steam makes Steam OS, right? That's their OS. That's their OS, right?
I mean, yeah, I don't.
Okay, so who's responsible to ensure Steam OS could possibly be the best gaming OS in the industry? Who's responsible to ensure that happens?
Steam.
Yeah, Valve. That's literally what I'm saying. So who better than them to show?
So do you think? Hold on. Using that train of thought, do you think using Half-Life 3 will help in the long term help sales for Half-Life 3, or like between the Steam player base and the Steam, like look at the Steam Deck from the Steam player base. Do you think a piece of hardware locking it like a fucking game to that device will put a drop in the bucket? At best, it sells like a slight bit more, but it doesn't move the overall needle. We're talking about moving the status quo.
But then Steam should not be making a Steam console. Then there's no point.
So why are you talking about Steam making?
No, because I'm giving you an example of how I feel about exclusivity. If Steam is not going to make exclusives for that Steam console, don't release it. It's pointless.
So
you're literally going to think about it.
Making exclusives if they're not going to release it in a two-console market. So
what happens?
Why is PlayStation making it in a two-console market?
PlayStation making exclusives on a two-console market. They are.
So like it's only hurting the game.
PlayStation is not hurting the game. You keep saying you have yet to define why a game gets hurt. We already have games that were exclusive to the console and they were successful.
Previously,
you know, it's still gonna be successful. It's still gonna Intergalactic comes out. It's gonna be successful.
Say that again.
Intergalactic Heretic Prophet, that's gonna be successful, and it's only launching.
That's another topic.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Death Stranding comes out this month. It's not coming out on any other platform, and that game's going to be successful. Now, granted,
okay, so if Death Stranding later got ported to Switch 2.
I don't know about Switch 2, but when the port for Death Stranding goes to PC, it's going to have more sales. I'm not arguing that. Now, is Death Stranding 2 going to be ported to Switch 2? Probably not. Because, again, Nintendo doesn't accommodate hardware. That's one thing you have to accommodate.
Bro,
also.
like best case scenario, we're looking at like Mortal Kombat 1 on the Switch 1. Where like it may get a port, but it's a quote unquote port.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what I'm saying? But here's the thing, Mortal Kombat 1, but here's the thing. That's fine because who makes Mortal Kombat 1? A third-party studio. So I'm not holding third-party studios to the standard. Put your games anywhere you want. They're not responsible for the hardware. This is why I keep repeating myself. If your concern is putting games everywhere, then don't make hardware. Because you're not going to live up to the responsibility.
Because there is a market for hardware.
Yeah,
They're not going to. We're hold on. Let me. We're like rapidly. I truly believe we've got one, maybe two, if we're lucky, significant console like war, like generations / wars that truly fucking matter before the big leap into digital and shit becomes like Blu-ray players, where it doesn't matter if you have a Blu-ray player or not. You can still access a movie or show. Everything is digital. They're trying to kill like physical games, the importance of physical games. Why do you think they won't kill the importance of physical consoles? It costs less for them in the long term. They want to spend less and make more in the long term.
So unless the app acts as a storefront and they could do everything the console can do, I could maybe see your point. But here's the thing.
I'm fine consoles, with ecosystem exclusive.
Here's the thing. How come that only people, when they say, oh, everything's going to be an app, and then I say, okay, so gaming PC is going to die too, because gaming PC is hardware. All of a sudden, oh no, PC gaming is here forever. So what the fuck?
So that's what I'm talking about. If every Thanos snap finger became multiplat, the console market isn't going to crash because there is a market for console gaming.
But what I'm saying is, though, those consoles, right, get watered down because you're no longer getting the best out of the developer to produce. That's literally what happened to Xbox. We literally witnessed it. That's why the people who bought Xbox Series X, some of the hardcore gamers who love gaming, they left the Series X.
Xbox,
listen to what I'm saying. They left the Series X because Microsoft no longer focused on it. So now it's like, well, why the hell am I going to stay on this box that you're not putting attention to? I'll just go to PC.
You know what they also laughed at? You know what they also laughed at? The fucking Xbox One.
But did you understand?
Consumers laughed at it. Corporations did not.
But Josh, do you understand what I am telling you? Because Microsoft, when they ended on PC, they stopped putting the focus to make Series X the best possible experience for consoles. Microsoft stopped.
They also put the focus on DRM, and it put the less.
That's Xbox One. I'm talking about Series X. The console they released this gen.
We're talking about the same thing. We're talking about the console equivalent. What happened with this? We're talking about the death of physical media.
I'm talking about the experience a consumer expects when they buy a console. That's what I'm talking about.
So, like,
you don't see it that way because you listen. What I'm saying, you don't see it that way because you're not buying the console. You're on PC, so you don't understand when you buy a PlayStation 5 what we expect from the 5. Because we gave Sony $500, or for those who bought the Pro, $700. You didn't. You didn't give Sony $700 for hardware.
So if they put Horizon and God of War,
okay.
So if they put, like, let's say lesser ports, God of War, Horizon, maybe even Astro, but lesser ports. We'll be generous onto Switch tomorrow. Does that change things for you?
Depending on how they handled it. Because Extreme or people who told me about PC gave me the same question. They said, hey, if a PlayStation game is made on PlayStation and gets ported to PC a year later, are you concerned about that? And I said yes. And they're like, why? It's a year later. I'm like, it's a year later. But understand this. To make a game on PlayStation, AAA game, it takes 5 to 6 years. If you're a developer, let's say you, Josh, are a developer, and I'm your boss, right? Let's say I have the Puertorock console, and you're my first-party developer.
The
You make
Soulja
game for my
Boy console.
Yeah, right? So we got the Puertorock console. You're my top developer. And I tell you, hey, make a game for my Puertorock console. But also, once it released, that game needs to be on PC a year after it releases on my console. You, being a smart developer, are going to be like, okay, since I know this game is going to be on PC anyway, as I develop this game over the next 5 to 6 years, I'm also already going to put PC into the consideration. You're not going to fully focus.
We're talking about a theoretical new console maker. Not Sony.
You just
like Sony has an established.
Even a new console maker, it doesn't matter. Okay, so new console maker, it's the same thing, right? You as a developer, if you are told make the new console, make a game for the new console, but you already know a year later you have to worry about the port. You, over the course of 5 years, you're going to be smart in how you develop this game, and you're going to balance the game already for PC because you know you have to put it on PC anyway. So you're going to be smart and develop the game with PC in mind because it's coming. What you're not going to do as a developer is completely ignore PC and just focus on the console for 5 years, and then at the end of the 5 years, oh shit, I got a year to port this to PC, and I did none of the legwork. You're not going to do that to yourself. If your boss tells you, hey, this game got to go to PC a year later, you are already, through your work ethics, already tailoring the game to also accommodate PC because it's hard work. It's not easy. You're not going to just make the game strictly, right?
So like Xbox.
Xbox does day and date, so they have to consider PC all the time. Every game has to have PC consideration. So in a
two-console market, why wouldn't PlayStation take advantage of the PC market and use that edge over Nintendo?
No, but they are. They are porting games later on to PC. They're already doing it.
Okay, so why would porting those games then to Nintendo affect?
Well, I will say this.
Hardware.
Let me put it this
way.
You
gotta paint me a scenario.
Let me tell you. Didn't PlayStation? Isn't Lego Horizon on Switch?
Yeah.
Okay.
That game flopped.
Did you not? Yeah, it's fine, but it doesn't matter. Did you not see Patapon? Like Patapon, that little indie game, that's going to Switch too. So Sony is putting some of their IPs, the lesser ones, onto the Switch. Now, why is it the lesser ones, not the big ones?
Because they're testing just 4 games, bro. They're testing just 4 games.
Listen, Patapon is not a good game to test the market. It's not that game. Patapon is not that game. Okay, if you're gonna start small, you will start with Spider-Man from PS4.
No, you don't start small with Spider-Man.
Why not?
Bro.
Why not? What better way to test the market than Spider-Man from the PS4 version?
Let me tell you what you test the market with the fucking PS1 version of Twisted Metal.
Let me tell you this. Which will sell more? Which you think will sell more? Patapon or Spider-Man on Switch 2?
Let me tell you what would affect hardware more if Nintendo kept their hardware exclusive, or if they fucking put their shit on PC day and date along with PlayStation.
They'd really be in trouble.
Then they would be killing.
No, they
just like they are doing with this.
Their hardware is dead.
Because they want to kill physical. That's their end goal, bro.
Yeah, but you can still be all digital and still have hardware. Look at the PlayStation 5 all digital. You can't play physical on that one.
Blu-rays are still made. Blu-ray players are still made.
But I'm saying you can still have a console and be all digital. Look at
you can still have a console and not have it.
No, being all digital and exclusive, that's 2 different things. That's just the medium. That's just the format of where you're able to play the game. That's not a conversation of exclusive or not exclusive.
This is like if Netflix and Amazon and HBO locked their shows to fucking hardware. It doesn't
help. The same. No, it's not the same. Not the same at all. It's not the same. I don't know why people bring that up. It's not the same. It isn't.
Explain to me
Netflix,
how.
Netflix, because Netflix, right? The business of Netflix isn't hardware and try to create a marketplace to get you into. It's not. It's not.
And the movie
business,
industry
listen, the business of
used
Netflix
to be about theaters.
Yeah. No. So here's the thing, right? The theater plays all types of movies. So it wasn't like you only had a Sony exclusive theater and the only movie shown in this theater was Sony movies. That never existed. All theaters played every movie. All of them did. So there was never a theater. Let me once again, because in this case, the company creates the hardware. They are responsible to whoever buys that hardware to get the best experience from that hardware. They owe it to that specific consumer who goes and be like, hey, I want to buy a Nintendo. Hey, I want to buy an Xbox. Hey, I want to buy at one point, a Sega Genesis or a Dreamcast. Whatever hardware you bought from that company owes an obligation to that consumer for the best experience possible. That is the relationship that's established between the company
they don't owe you shit as a consumer. Yes, they owe to their fucking stockholders.
Yes, but guess what? If they create a shitty product, right, that says, hey, your console sucks, I'm not buying it, then guess what happens?
It doesn't matter if it's a shitty product or not. It's the only product that caters to you, what you want. Because the Switch does not cater to what you want.
No. It doesn't cater to what I want, but it's catering to what the people who buy the Switch want. That's the thing, and I think that's the point you don't get. You and I are not the Switch consumer, so our opinion doesn't matter. We have no say in that conversation. You know who has a say? The people who bought the Switch. 140 million. They get the last say. Me and you, our opinion, this debate doesn't mean a damn thing. Nintendo has an obligation to those people who bought the Switch. If you didn't buy the Switch, I'll put it this way. Do you own a Steam Deck?
No, but I want to.
Okay.
That's my next step.
Okay, good. I don't own a Steam Deck either. So guess what? Valve doesn't owe us an obligation. We're not Steam Deck owners. So Valve doesn't give shit about us. They owe an obligation.
So why would PlayStation owe you an obligation?
Because I'm an actual PS5 owner. I actually gave Sony money for their product, so they better make my console the best experience possible.
That's what Xbox guys said.
Listen, what?
That's what Xbox guys said.
Yeah, and guess what? Some of them left because Xbox wasn't doing it. They left. They went to PC, a totally different market.
Console market that is trying to actively kill things. The idea of a console will soon become the idea of a Blu-ray.
I'm gonna say, listen, I don't care if PlayStation's the only console. That does not excuse them from not giving me the best experience on the console. If their experience is half-assed, I'm leaving. And I'm going to PC. Why would I stay on a half-assed console? It makes no sense. That does nothing for me.
Because there's a fucking console market.
I'm sure.
Where are you going to go?
No, I'm saying that doesn't mean I have to
stay. Are you going
to
go to the Switch?
No, I'm going to the PC.
So that's a different market.
I don't care, but it's a market that would be better than a half-assed console market.
Okay, so the console market shrinks and PC grows like it has been.
So fuck them. So let it grow. If Sony decides to get lazy,
they still sell second to Nintendo.
Okay, so they sell second to Nintendo.
The status quo continues.
I don't care. All I care about is them providing the best experience for the console. If they stop doing that, I'm out. I'm out. And listen, that's what we seen with Xbox. Some Xbox console gamers that bought the Series X, they said, this shit's half-assed. Microsoft's no longer giving me the best experience in console, so I'm leaving. You know what I'm saying? And it's not just like the technology. When they see shit like, oh shit, Death Stranding's on PC Game Pass and not on console Game Pass. When they go on stage and be like, hey, we got Aria, they want a Game Pass, but it's exclusive to PC. Or when they saw Gears of War, Gears Tactics 2, It launched on PC first and not on their own console? Xbox gamers like, fuck this shit. Fuck you.
So if experience matters, why is the Switch still outselling the PS5?
Because the people who bought the Switch preferred the experience of playing Zelda, Metroid, Donkey Kong than playing what Sony has to offer.
So, like,
I don't know what to tell you. Listen, some of the gamers who play on Switch, their favorite game is Breath of the Wild. That's not on PlayStation. So why would they buy a PlayStation if they love Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom? Mario Kart sold like 60 million. 60 million. Mario Kart, 60 million, bro. PlayStation doesn't have Mario Kart. So why would they buy a PlayStation? Half, like 90% of the Switch gamers play Mario Kart. That's why Nintendo's gonna sell Mario Kart World for $80, because they know that's the biggest game on the platform. And your brother,
Switch will
guess what?
outsell,
Guess what? He's
Switch
gonna
will
buy Mario
outsell
Kart.
PlayStation regardless of
But
Mario.
Listen, that's fine. But here's the thing: the reason why I'm not concerned about Switch outselling
That's
PlayStation.
fine. Then exclusives don't matter.
No, listen, it matters to me because I play on PlayStation. I really don't care about the Switch. That's the point I'm trying to say. I'm worried about the experience on PlayStation. Switch has no impact on that. Switch has zero impact. Has zero impact on the PlayStation. No impact. None. I'm not worried about at any point in time, a big third party firm like for example, like let's say, EA saying, hey, we're only going to make Madden exclusive to Switch 2. That's never going to happen. You're never going to see that. You're never going to see Rockstar say, yeah, we're only going to release, Red Dead 3. If they say they make a Red Dead Redemption 3 and it's exclusive to Switch. They're not doing that. Nintendo doesn't have that pull, no matter how well they sell. And the main reason why is they don't make hardware to cater to third-party industry. So I know for a fact when I buy a PlayStation, all the third party is going to be there. All of it's going to be there. I don't have to worry about Nintendo taking anything away from me.
When it comes to hardware,
I don't have to worry about that.
I sent you the meme on Twitter. Everybody laughed at Xbox for doing this shit. Nintendo will get away with this shit because they're Nintendo. Because of the three companies, they are still the most Eastern. Everything is becoming westernized.
I'm gonna say this. I'm hearing a lot of talk about Nintendo. I guess the Switch 2 doesn't work.
Let me tell you this.
The Switch 2, hold up, like Switch 2 doesn't work unless you get a day one patch or some shit. You know what I'm saying? I haven't really looked into that. Like I said, I'm not a Nintendo fanboy, right? Or whatever. So I'm gonna look into it, right? But I'm gonna say this. Xbox One, sometimes, and this is the truth, you're too early to the punch on certain things. Because at the timing, it's not necessary, right?
Exactly.
When Don Matrick tried to make DRM on the console for Xbox One, that was unnecessary. We were not nowhere near in that period. We were not near time. Now remember, if you're gonna and I think people are, because you see the meme, so people are giving Nintendo flack on that one. But it's 2025. What we're talking about was a decision Microsoft tried to do back in 2013, 12 years ago. Different time period. Now, I still believe DRM consoles is a bad practice. I still think that's trash. I think that's absolutely trash. I don't know what Nintendo's doing. They're crazy for doing that, right? So I'm glad that there's memes and people going out there and saying boom, 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 whatever. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever.
And it doesn't matter whether or not you bad practice, it will still outsell the PlayStation because it has that mobility factor.
Yeah, Switch 2 outsold PS4 separately, right? But it didn't impact the PlayStation 4. Because why? Switch 2 really primarily, if you're thinking about the Switch, you're primarily thinking of Nintendo. That's why when you look at the games, like if you look at the top selling games on the Switch, it's all Nintendo. If you look at PlayStation, it's a mixture of third party and first party. You see what I'm saying? That's two different expectations.
It leads to fucking the Switch 2, where they overcharge and they hurt the consumer because where are you going to go? Where are you going to go in order to get Mario?
So let me ask you this. So that's where we're going to find out how the market responds to Nintendo's practices. We'll find out. We're gonna find out.
We're gonna find out a lot,
That's
but I guarantee you,
I'm find out. But I'm gonna tell you
whatever
this.
happens, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna tell you this, right? I'm not paying $80 for Nintendo games, so that's not my problem. Not my problem.
I promise you,
Not my
like, it
problem.
doesn't matter how much we still made money. It
So
doesn't
they'll
matter
make
how
money.
much we on the fucking Switch 2 for its anti-consumer practices. The modern consumer, the average consumer, I'm too cynical to believe otherwise, will just fucking just whatever.
Yeah. So let me put it this way: if the people who enjoy Switch don't care, then that's on them. That's why I said a while ago, I'm not gonna. I mean, I troll and I talk shit, but I'm not gonna have a heart attack over Nintendo
But
Switch
it's
games being
whatever. But
$80.
where are they gonna
I'm
go?
not. No, that's
Where
on
else
them.
can they go to get Mario?
You know what I'm saying? Let me put it this way: if
So
they want to play
exclusives
Mario,
are hurting the game.
no, it's not. It's not hurting the game. It could be.
Because where are they gonna go? Nintendo fans are getting price gouged.
Let me put it this way: if the Nintendo fan says, "Yeah, $80 games is too expensive. We're not buying it," the sales will reflect, and Nintendo will change course. Nintendo's not going to stay selling $80 games and they don't sell. They're not going to do that. They have to change. And the reason why is because they did that already. They did that with the 3DS. They tried to sell the 3DS at $230. Within 6 months, they dropped the price down to $170.
But $80 games doesn't change the nickel and diming they have set up for everything else with two. $80 games is just one factor.
Okay. I mean, look at some other things. Didn't gamers used to complain with loot boxes? Now that's normal.
No, they're getting sued for fucking loot boxes.
Gamers are still buying it. Gamers are buying the. I remember
and
when
companies are being sued.
Listen, I remember Oblivion. You remember Horse Armor?
Yes.
When they sold Horse Armor, everybody clowned that. Now we're buying that. Now gamers are buying dance moves. Thousands of dollars in Fortnite in dance moves and colors and T-shirts.
It's almost like
when Horse Armor,
everything is becoming westernized.
You know what I'm saying? So the main thing I'm trying to say is the consumer's going to dictate the market. If these Nintendo fans don't care that Nintendo game costs $80, they don't care that the Switch costs $400, $450. I'm not buying it. There's nothing that could be done of that. I think that's a whole different conversation. That's on them. I'm not buying. Let me put it this way: I got Metroid Prime Dread, right? It launched $60. I said I'm not buying this for $60. I'm not doing it because it's a 2D side scroller, no different than a lot of indie games for $30. I'm not paying $60 for this, and I didn't. I got it for $29.
It doesn't matter if you do. The mass majority will. You know,
right, yeah,
look at sports games, bro.
But listen, I can't help what other people do. There's nothing that's on them. I can't control other people's pockets. We can't control other people's pockets. That's not something we can do. There's nothing we can do about that. You know, the majority will dictate what's acceptable. That's it. If the majority
in the
of
long
Nintendo
term,
fans,
we're talking about hurting software.
Listen, well, here's the thing: you're saying hurting software. Let me put it this way: if Mario Kart sells 60 million again at $80, the software didn't get hurt.
So didn't get hurt. If the software didn't, then exclusives don't matter. Like Mario could, let's say Nintendo in general, everybody memes on them. So let's just say for meme's sake, they copy the digital like PC version of everybody's favorite thing to clown on, which is Google Stadia. Google Stadia, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Do you hear me? Testing. Hey. Hello. Hello. I think you went out. Hello. Hey. Hello. Hello, hello. Holy shit, we got all these super chats. Let me read these super chats. Hey, Aaron, Josh, testing. Josh, Josh. Hello? Oh shit. Hey, I'm not messing with him.
Yo,
I'm
yo,
not
yo,
messing
yo,
with him.
yo,
All
I'm
right.
here.
Hey, let me do some
I'm
super
here.
chats. Let me do some super chats to get the audience. Let's see. I want to make sure I get everybody in. Right? I apologize for not reading super chat. Glassdoor Gamer. Thank you for the super chat. Says exclusivity isn't just a gaming concept. Restaurants have exclusives. They trademark. Streaming services are looking for exclusive content. Right? It's funny. That's a good point. Like, why is Stranger? What is it? Stranger Things exclusive to Netflix. Why isn't it on Disney Plus or why did Disney Plus take away Daredevil from Netflix? Because
So why are they
Daredevil,
porting their shit to like? Why are they like making physical
no,
copies? If you could all watch Stranger Things on Netflix, why is Stranger Things purchasable on Blu-ray, on
but
physical?
no, because Blu-ray is not a competitor to Netflix, but Disney Plus and
Exactly like PC and console.
no, that's different. That's different because if you could get a game on PC, then you don't need to buy the PS5. You got to look at it from this perspective. Netflix, right, is in competition with products that people can say, I don't need to subscribe to Netflix when I could get the content on this subscription services, right? So Netflix is not a competition to Blu-ray because Blu-ray is not really gonna stop, especially when what you call it, the disc comes out like years later, whatever. It's not really the big competition, right? In fact, some people buy
So
on Blu-ray because it's better, right? The real competition is
that's
why
why
don't they put
like
why don't they put why
PlayStation.
don't like
Oh,
why
go
don't they
ahead.
why don't they put Stranger Things on Disney Plus or HBO Max? Because if they did that,
Then we are
then I don't need to
talking
subscribe
about
Netflix.
we're then talking about ecosystem exclusivity because you can also buy Stranger Things later down the line physical on Blu-ray, which is the equivalent of like PC.
Mm.
Everybody can access that shit.
But let me ask you this: if PlayStation games comes to PC, is PC gonna buy a PS5? No, there's no point in buying a PS5. And what happens now, even though, let me put it, because not really PC, because PC, Sony said that PC is not in competition. So, and I don't know why you keep bringing up PC because Sony already decided to put the games on PC. So, like, that decision is already done. So, we don't need to argue about Sony porting games to PC. That's already done. That's already a decision they've done. I think the better decision, a better conversation would be should Sony port their games to Xbox, which we know they're not doing that.
But why
They're
would
not.
they do that if they're like why Xbox is about to pivot
Yeah, I
into a
agree to that.
PC
But you see what I'm
market?
saying? But I think,
So
but
like if we're talking console, that's the next logical conclusion would be just downport
yeah, but why do I want Sony to? For me
to
personally, why would I want
Switch or
Sony to put
so
energy? Why
why
would I want?
wouldn't they
If anything,
downport?
if PlayStation is going to go Switch, Nintendo needs to step up. I don't want Sony to worry about weaker hardware to get their games to work. Fuck that. Nintendo wants these
Because
PlayStation
they're
games. You better step your up.
then why
Have you
is
seen The Witcher on the
PlayStation?
Switch?
Because there is a fucking console cap. And if
You
there wasn't, what
know,
PlayStation is shifting to like monthly active users because like fucking month like just monthly like just cash in pocket outweighs everything else. You do nothing and you just get basically outweighs everything else. You mean we didn't have to make a game and we just earned money? That that's all
so
we need to do. That's
no,
why everybody says Steam is like always winning because Gabe does nothing and
yeah,
wins.
but
All
here's the
in
thing.
a two console market, all PlayStation has to do is do nothing and like still stay in second.
No, but the only problem is, once again, if that was the case, they would get rid of their first party studios. Though Sony's not gonna pay first party studios and they don't produce nothing. That doesn't make sense.
No, but like, no, you can still also have first parties and still maximize profit. And that's what matters at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what you want as a consumer. In the fucking like PlayStation, Sony will want more money at the end of the day. So like, why would they fucking care about you if they can charge you like Horizon 3 and sell you on a lie that it is a exclusive, and then later port it to like the Switch 2 or 3 because they want to maximize profit.
Yeah, the problem is I don't think like it would make the argument of Switch 2 have, and I get what you're trying to say, but the problem is Nintendo didn't create a platform that goes with like Sony's like is the first console that created AI upscaling. So Sony's about pushing technology forward. Nintendo's not.
And fucking Xbox is the first platform to make, bro.
No,
like
Xbox doesn't have Xbox doesn't have AI upscaling.
Here's the thing.
Is
at the end of the day, PlayStation or Xbox, neither of them have fucking in that. That's all that matters.
They don't have what?
Mario.
Oh yeah, I agree.
And that's why that's why Nintendo holds all.
But that's
in
fine.
the console market.
But let me put it this way: what if Mario was day and date on PlayStation? You think Switch 2 was
Mario was? What if? All right, so everybody memes on, right? But the Switch 2 got revealed, and everybody's the Switch 2 being the new Xbox One, right? Like this Google Stadia was a joke. If fucking Nintendo did that same model on PC, they would get away with it. They would sell less hardware, but they would still be successful.
Maybe. I don't know. Let me put it this way. I can't imagine the impact if Nintendo's first-party games were all day and date on PlayStation. I think they would seriously hurt the console sales by a lot.
They'll go to PC before they go to PlayStation. I'll tell you.
Let me put it this way: if they went to PC day and date, that will also hurt them. And the reason why is because
it'll hurt them like fucking Xbox because they're all trying to.
So then, exclusive does hurt.
No.
You just said that it would hurt them like Xbox.
Well, hold on.
That's what you just said.
Repeat that back.
Like I said, if Nintendo puts all their exclusives, they end up on PC. I'm saying that shit will hurt Nintendo by a lot.
No. It'll hurt their hardware.
Absolutely.
But there's a cap on hardware, regardless.
So let me ask you this.
It's the same thing with physical discs, dude. Like,
let me ask you this. When a company focuses on hardware, what do you think they're trying to capitalize on? You think they're trying to capitalize on their own first-party sales?
No. It is because they want to spend less and make more. That's all that matters. But
what do you think they're trying to do? Like, what is the business? Like PlayStation, we'll use PlayStation. PlayStation, and they even repeated this, their primary gaming business is the console. Why? What is it about the PlayStation console when they sell it? How are they making their money? Like, what is the major focus? That's their money revenue generator. That brings in the most bucks to them. What is it? What is it about the console business?
It's the only thing basically on the market. Like, if you discount Xbox altogether, is the basic bitch of the console market.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
The Switch 2 is a lesser high-fidelity graphical experience at the cost of the mobility factor.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like, for example, I'll give you a hint. Nintendo Switch, 100 and what, 40 something million, 150 million, right? PlayStation 5 is like a 77 million, whatever. PlayStation reported $31 billion. They are the first gaming company to ever reach that much money. How come Nintendo's not making that much money? How come Nintendo didn't generate $31 billion, even though their product is everywhere? They have games that sell 60 million, bro. They have multiple games that are over the 40 million threshold. Mario Kart, Breath of the Wild. They selling a shit ton of games, more than PlayStation first party. Nintendo's first party versus PlayStation first party is not even close. Mario Kart alone outsells the top 3 PlayStation first party titles, right? There's no question. So more console sales, much more first party sales, but they're nowhere near making the money of PlayStation. So what is it that PlayStation is actually generating its money from? What is it? What is it about PlayStation? Think about it this way. PlayStation doesn't have, for the most part, the games every year that sell the most. Take Two with NBA 2K and Grand Theft Auto Online. You got EA. They release Madden, college football, football club, right? And they got Apex Legend, which is one of the top played live service game. Every single year, top seller, right? You got those games, right? Epic. They literally got the most played game, period, Fortnite. Yet none of those companies make $31 billion. So how is PlayStation making $31 billion? How did they set the record for that? What is it that Sony's truly making money off of? Can you tell me?
Being the de facto console. But why are they not outselling?
That doesn't answer the question.
Because console sales don't matter in the grand scheme of...
I understand, but why are they making $31 billion? What is it that's generating that revenue? They don't have every year. They don't have every year. Their first party is not producing the top selling games every year. The only time Sony is able to compete is when they release a God of War or a Spider-Man or a Naughty Dog game, which they don't do every single year. So it isn't their first party that's producing $31 billion. So what is it? What is it about PlayStation?
The Switch, like, suffer. So, like,
you're cutting out. You cut out. You cut out. You cut out. You're cutting out. You cut out. You cut out. You cut out. I need you to answer the question. What? You cut out. You cut out. You cut out. You cut out. Cut out. Cut out. Cut out. You cut out. You cut out. Hello. 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 You cut out. You cut out. Oh boy. His cricket. You cut out. You cut out.
Cut out.
Yeah. Answer the question. What is it? Do you know? If you don't know, I could tell you. I'll give you a hint.
Say it again.
Okay. What is it about PlayStation that generates so much revenue when they don't produce every year the highest selling games from their first party? The only time they could compete with top selling games is when they do release like a Naughty Dog game, Spider-Man, God of War, Horizon, Gran Turismo, but they don't release those games every single year. So what is it about PlayStation that, like, this year they said, and here's the crazy part, Concord flopped. They canceled like 4 or 5 games.
So if that's the case,
no, but listen,
then you're saying the console, exclusives aren't...
No, answer the question. Answer the question. What is it that generates so much money on PlayStation?
Because it offers a different experience.
No, that's not what it is. Exactly. In fact, the answer, you could get the same experience on the Xbox. That's my clue. I'll give you that as a clue. The same thing is on the Xbox. The same exact thing. The same exact thing. You could get it on Xbox Series X. The answer, you could get on Xbox Series X. The same exact thing. No different. So what is it? I'll give you another hint. Valve figured it out. Gabe Newell figured it out, which is why he's making more money than when he was making games. So that's another hint. What is it?
And is why he is not making physical quote-unquote games just focusing on software.
Yeah, but he doesn't have really development to it. But again, answer the question. What is it about PlayStation that just generates so much damn money? I'm gonna give you the
It
answer.
isn't Magic Games, bro.
No. I'm gonna give you the answer. The answer is Sony curated the largest marketplace storefront in console gaming. It's even bigger than Nintendo.
Yes.
Despite this, okay,
So
but
the
listen,
console war is over.
Okay, yeah, but listen, you got to understand because they curated the largest market, the most successful market for console, right? They have to be careful with that market because that's their business. That's the reason why they make PlayStation consoles because they want a console market storefront. They want the storefront. When you buy a PlayStation, you are buying a storefront. This is the same reason Nintendo will not put their exclusives on PlayStation because for Nintendo, their console is their storefront. They want people to buy everything on the Switch. Don't buy on PlayStation. Don't buy on PC. Nintendo's even hard. At least Sony's kind of lightened up with PC. Nintendo's not. Nintendo sees any device, right, between PC and consoles as a competitor, right? They see every device as a competitor. So the way they see it, if you can play their games on another device, that just means you're not going to play everything on their device, which could lead to you won't buy the peripherals, you won't sign up for the subscriptions. Some of the multi-plats that they do sell, you won't play it there. That it's a whole economy behind that, right? That's the PlayStation. That's the reason why PlayStation makes so much money because they curated the most successful storefront in console gaming. That means, if you're a console gamer and you play Fortnite, you're probably playing it on PlayStation. Or you play Call of Duty, you're probably playing it on PlayStation. Or you like Madden, yeah, you're probably playing on PlayStation. Oh, you're about to buy Grand Theft Auto 6, chances are you're going to buy it on PlayStation. All of that is where PlayStation makes its money, right? All of that. Now, in order to get to that point, in order to get people to that point of, I'm going to buy all these games on PlayStation, Sony has to convince the user base this is the best place to play. And the number one way to show that, the number one way to show gamers, right, physically, hey, look how great this console is through their exclusives. Look how great this game looks. Look how well it runs. Look how well it takes advantage of all its features and all that stuff. That's what I'm talking about. And that's how Sony established its reputation, right? Like, this is the best place to play. Take a little example. Even Microsoft. There's a reason why Microsoft said that Sony's first-party studios are just simply ahead of their own studios, especially Naughty Dog, right? Because that's what Sony wants to make sure gamers understand. When you play a PlayStation first party, you're like, yo, this games are like on the level of Rockstar or some of the best in the industry. And then when they look at Xbox, people be like, what the fuck is Xbox doing?
But then you're talking about the quality of games, the software, not the hardware. And so, like, later on, a year or two down the line, they downgrade to, like, let's say the Switch or the Switch 2. How does that affect fucking Sony?
But let me ask you this. What if they can downgrade it? What if the technology is so far ahead, they're like, hey, there's only so much you can downgrade.
Why is Warner Brothers downgrading Mortal Kombat? Because there's
but Mortal Kombat. Have you seen Mortal Mortal Kombat looks really bad, but number two, Mortal Kombat. Would you say Mortal Kombat? Would you say Mortal Kombat is on a technical level of, let's say, what you would call it? Let's say like even The Last of Us 2.
No, I wouldn't. So why would?
But now
you feel threatened by The Last of Us going to the Switch.
I don't feel threatened. I just think it's just not going to be possible. The Switch didn't cater.
You're arguing like your preferred platform making games first party for your platform, but not later than catering to other devices.
Yeah, because no, I don't really care if it caters to other devices, but I am telling you, I don't think.
So let's say like, don't matter.
It does matter. But let me tell you something. I don't think they can put Intergalactic on the Switch. You're making that assumption that it can be done. I don't think it can. I think they pushed the technology too far ahead, and Nintendo clearly, like Cyberpunk, the PS4 version runs at 19 FPS, and that's the PS4 version.
So you're looking at like, all right, first of all, Switch.
On the Switch too.
No.
The Switch
Definitely
2.
not. Switch 2.
No,
the
Cyberpunk.
base,
Cyberpunk
like worse, whatever.
Cyberpunk 2, right? I mean, not Cyberpunk 2. Cyberpunk, the PS4 version, is pretty much on the Switch 2, and it runs like shit, and it looks like ass. Like, I'll be honest. Why are you even arguing this?
So it's
I'll
like
be honest.
being ported to the Switch 1.
Yeah, and it looks like. Let me put it this way. I don't think even if you do port these games and you dumb it down to the lowest level, you're gonna get much success because they look like shit. They look like shit. So how many gamers really gonna want to buy these games on the Switch 2?
Exclusives don't matter. It's the port and the hardware.
What do you mean the exclusives don't matter?
Like, exclusives don't matter.
It does matter.
It's you
didn't make an argument that exclusives don't matter. I gave you multiple reasons why exclusives matter. One, it's a responsibility. It's the responsibility of the hard. It's the responsibility of whoever makes the hardware to give the best experience for that hardware. Sony has a response. Sony, Nintendo, even Microsoft cannot half-ass their hardware. It doesn't make sense to sell somebody $500 and then I screw you over, not give you the best experience on that. That's dumb.
But then you were talking about what is currently going on Switch and Pokemon, where Pokemon is fucking just in dog shit shape.
So don't complain to me. Talk to Nintendo guys on why they didn't say something. I know I would say something. If Sony releases Intergalactic Heretic Path for Naughty Dog and they don't provide a performance mode and the game's stuck at 30 FPS, I won't buy it. Because Sony already established that they have performance, or at a minimum, where you can play the games at 60 FPS. They already set that standard. If they go away from that standard, nah, fuck that. You ain't getting my money.
That's so if they start porting everywhere, because they have that standard, quote unquote, they start porting in.
But here's the, you keep deporting down. Who says they can? Who says they can port down? No, there's at a certain point, hardware's too weak to get games. That's why certain games aren't on the Switch, because you just can't.
So permanent console exclusivity hurts us, the gamers, consumers, and like it only benefits the corporations.
I'm gonna put it this way. Let me put it this way: is Star Citizen coming to consoles? No.
Is the original?
Well, no, but listen,
Star
Citizen is not coming to consoles because the way they made that game, you need an incredibly powerful PC. So why aren't you guys going after the developer, destroying them? You guys ain't going after the Star Citizen developer, destroying them. You guys are spending thousands of dollars. You guys buy $1,200 ships.
I am personally, and you can argue that I am like a drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things, just like I can argue against you in the grand scheme of things in console.
Yeah, but you see my point? Star Citizen is exclusive to PC, and everybody's fine with it. No one's feeling sorry for console gamers.
And if fucking Sony decides later,
that's fine.
If Sony decides to later port their shit, downgrade their shit to Switch 2, everybody will be just like that.
But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think that's going to downgrade. I think Sony's technology is too far ahead. You know, Intergalactic, all their games, they're not going to stress out about that. They're not going to stress out for that. There's only so much. There's only so much just right there. Right? Listen, you got to understand, Nintendo doesn't create hardware to cater to other developers. That's why some developers don't make games for the Switch. Some do. If they feel they can downgrade it, others didn't. Right? That's why, perfect example, The Witcher 3 is on the Switch. But Cyberpunk is not on Switch 1. It's on Switch 2. Why are they not porting Cyberpunk on the Switch 1 that has 140 million gamers? Because they can't. The lowest they can go is the Switch 2. Right? Why isn't Cyberpunk 2077 on the $140 million selling Switch? Why did CD Projekt Red only limited Cyberpunk to the Switch 2 and not put on the Switch 1, which already has 140 million gamers? Why? You tell me.
So let me just say, by that logic, in a two-console market,
Cyberpunk answer the question.
Isn't it?
Answer the question. Switch has 140 million gamers. Switch 2 is not even out yet. So why didn't they make Cyberpunk for the Switch 1? With 140 million gamers. Why is it limited to the Nintendo product that's not even out yet? How come CD Projekt Red didn't downport it to the Switch 1? They downported Witcher 3. Why not Cyberpunk?
Because they're limited by hardware. There is a cap for hardware, bro. Like, there is a difference. Then why is this Switch still outselling? Why is the Switch still outselling the PS5? Let's look up current sales numbers. Everybody in chat, look up numbers.
All right, I'm back.
So if the hardware don't, then the software.
Oh, listen. My man. We really running around circles. You literally answered you literally dictated the scenario I was trying to tell you. You keep talking about downpointing to Switch, and I just keep saying I don't think these big AAA games from Sony are going to be able to be downported on Switch because the technology is not there for it, right?
So at the same time, you were talking about then hurting gamers and the consumer, because at that point, Sony can then overcharge. They can then charge 100.
That doesn't mean you have to buy it. There's sales, there's rental services, game sharing. Let me put it this way. If Sony sold games at $150, I ain't buying it. Get the fuck out of here. And when they see those game sales drops, they're going to readjust. Remember, hey, let me help you out. We already seen arrogant Sony. They tried to sell a $600 PS3. How well did that work out? I don't know if you hear me. Testing.
Hello? You keep cutting in and out.
No, it's you. You keep going out. The chat hears me. It's you that keep coming out. But we seen a Sony. They tried to overcharge us with the PS3, $600. They even had the nerve to tell gamers you'll work 2 jobs. How did that work out? Gamers didn't work 2 jobs.
Did the PS3 beat the 360?
So
did the PS
testing? You cut out. You cut out.
At the end of the day.
Yeah. At what price? At what price? What price did the PS3 started selling?
Because it had to bend to the will of the consumer.
No. What price did the PS3 started selling? What was the price? What was the price?
Because it had to bend to the will of the consumer.
There you go. If any company steps out of bounds, it was $299.
Magic Games.
Yes, it
wasn't Magic Games.
It absolutely was Magic Games. You are out your mind if you're going to argue that it wasn't Magic Games. What was it then on the PS3? You're telling me Uncharted 2, God of War 3, The Last of Us? It wasn't those games that helped?
We can go tit for tat on the 360,
Are you kidding me?
Bro?
Are you kidding me?
We can go tit for tat on that on the 3.
Listen, in the beginning, 360 was whooping PlayStation 3's ass. $600 to play Resistance and freaking MotorStorm? Hell no. People didn't care about that. They didn't care about that shit. You're out your mind. The PS3 at $600, right? And weak exclusives selling terrible.
So the exclusives didn't fucking matter.
No, because they didn't have good exclusives for $600. People were not going to pay $600 for Resistance. They're not going to pay. The exclusives wasn't good enough at that price point. The exclusives was not good enough at $600. $600 Resistance. Or you could pay $400 and get Gears of War. It was a no-brainer for most gamers. $400, Halo, Mass Effect, Gears of War, Oblivion.
So exclusives didn't sell the console.
What? It had weak exclusives. You need good exclusives.
Games didn't sell the console.
You need good exclusives. And once PlayStation 3 started getting good exclusives and a cheaper price point, the sales went up. It went up. Uncharted 2, Metal Gear Solid 4, The Last of Us, God of War 3, Infamous. What are we talking about here?
In a two-console market, I wouldn't compare The Last of Us to Mario Kart.
Listen, in a two-console market, you want to play Mario, what are you getting? In a two-console market, you want to play Mario, what are you getting?
It's the difference between PlayStation and Nintendo.
In a two-console market, you want to play Zelda. What are you buying? What are you buying? In a two-console market, what are you buying?
See, what you're arguing is in favoration. You're saying they have you by the ball. Just because a corporation can get away with something doesn't mean they should.
Brother, man, you act like gaming's unique. Like industries across media. If I want to watch The Last of Us TV show, what do I need to watch that show?
You do not.
If I want to watch The Last of Us TV show, what do I need to watch it?
You got 3 options. You ready?
All right.
HBO. Pirate.
I'm not gonna. I mean,
and your third option is to wait for they inevitably port it to physical.
Yeah, but I don't
because all of these shows get ported to physical. They get ported to Blu-ray.
Let me put it this way. So the pirate stuff, right? The pirate stuff, you could technically pirate Nintendo games. Hell, some of the games are like day one on PC. So I get it. You know, stuff like that, right? But most people, the average consumer, is not going to do that. That's more like a hardcore enthusiast that knows about that stuff. Most people, they see the show, they want to watch the show, they're going to go after the service or the device or whatever that offers it. So it's not exclusive to just gaming. It's all over, you know, consumer industry. So if people want to watch Stranger Things, you're going to have a Netflix account. If you want to watch The Last of Us TV show, you're going to have that.
Issue.
Okay. Yeah, but the problem is they have those exclusives to differentiate each other. There's a reason why Disney took Daredevil off of Netflix and put it on their Disney Plus, because they don't want you to watch it on Netflix. They want you to watch Daredevil on their subscription service. But you can still purchase
Daredevil on physical.
Okay. Well, years later, if you want to wait, but guess what? You know, you can still watch, you can still play. Again, PlayStation's doing the ports on PC, so that's not even a point. Your point is on Switch too. What I'm telling you is Nintendo doesn't cater to technology. So some of these games may not be downported. So I think it's a moot point.
But then we're talking hardware to software. Like if Astrobot is locked to PlayStation hardware and let's say theoretically like a PlayStation app like the Xbox launcher or Game Pass, some shit. It's on a PlayStation ecosystem on PC, but hardware. That's different. A permanent hardware exclusive.
But you're not going to get that. You're going to get Astrobot eventually on PC, so you'll be fine.
So, like, that's what I'm saying. Permanent hardware exclusives are detrimental. Timed exclusives are different. I get the incentive. Timed exclusives ecosystem are different. Permanent hardware exclusives are a dying practice, and it only hurts us as the gamers.
Well, at least between PlayStation PC, yeah, it's timed exclusives. And it depends on the game, too, because some games, they're not going to bother with PC. Like Gran Turismo, that got canceled. So they're not putting that game on PC. And I could imagine...
even in a two-console market, like, the likelihood of something flopping and code getting lost at time... Look at...
But here's the thing: in the two console market,
Fucking
who says
Silent
putting the
Hill
game?
2.
Who says putting the game on
Silent
Nintendo?
Hill.
Let me ask you this: Mortal Kombat is on Switch, right? Because you keep mentioning that. How did it help much? Did people give a shit? Because I did not see
Is the
any
Switch
sales data.
still is the Switch still outselling the PS5?
Yeah, but did it help Mortal Kombat 1? Did putting the
Yes,
game
because
on
it was
how much?
still as embarrassing as it was.
How much did it
As
sell?
embarrassing as it was, it's still like $1 is more than zero.
That's not porn. No, that's terrible. It costs more than $1 to port the game. And if people didn't really buy it, then what's the point?
Downporting. We're talking downporting.
I understand, but if the game didn't sell, then what was the point? Just to say they did it?
Because
That's
it's the same thing with the PC. It's the same thing with it's like printing money. Even if
no, but here's the thing: you put it on PC. No, but here's the thing: put it on PC. At least you can say you'll get the better version of the game depending on the hardware you got. So I could see the advantage. You could be like, "Oh shit! Now I could play this game at full fidelity, 100 frames, which you can't do on consoles. On Switch, yo, bro, let me show you something. On Switch, you take a let's say because you mentioned Mortal Kombat on Switch, right? Right?
Yeah,
they downport it, right? They downport
let's say God of War and
let's say they downport it.
Let's say God of War and Horizon got the Mortal Kombat treatment.
Let's see, you downport it, right? And you get this shit. Let me show you something. What the like who? Why are you even arguing this? Look at this shit. What the fuck? Like who gives a fuck? Look at this shit. You really want to play God of War Ragnarok looking like this? You really want that? This shit right
Why
here?
is the Switch?
Look at this shit.
Then why is the Switch outselling the PS5, bro?
Because of this, man. I keep repeating, so I'm just gonna show you. I'm gonna show you better than I can tell you. I'm gonna show you why. Because of this. This is why. Because I said it multiple times, and you keep asking me the same question. So I'm just gonna show you.
Because I keep getting cut out. Sorry.
I know, but I'm just gonna show you. This is why. This is why. This is why. You ready? I'm gonna show you. Give me a second. The reason why Switch is outselling the PlayStation 2 is because of this. This is what they care about. You see? That. They want that. Nintendo gamers don't want this. They want this. They want Mario Kart. This is what Switch is about. Not this. No one cares to playing this on an airplane. This shit gets people nauseous. You need a barf bag if you're playing this shit on the Switch. People want this, not this.
Yeah, so
when you buy a Switch, this is what you want, not this.
But then you're arguing hardware.
So like the point is, why would you even care about God of War going on the Switch when at best you're gonna see some nasty ass shit? Like you're gonna throw up.
So why would exclusives matter?
Because that's what I want from the Switch. Listen, if I'm going to buy the Switch, it isn't to play God of War. I want Metroid exclusive. And Metroid is going to run well. That's right. Let me ask you this. I'll give you another thing. How come they don't make? I don't think they make Madden on the Switch. How come EA doesn't put Madden on the Switch? How come EA? Here's another thing. How come by hardware?
So why are they still outselling, bro? Why are they still outselling PS5?
Because sells a fuck ton, bro. How many times am I gonna have to repeat it to you?
Then why didn't the Wii U sell?
What? Because people didn't want those Wii U games. They didn't want those Wii U games. I don't know what to tell you.
Those Wii U games sell millions on the Switch.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? I'm just telling you. Let me put it this way. Let me show you Switch.
Look at the sales number of
Let me show you something. Where's it at? All right. This is from Nintendo's website. This is Nintendo's list of best-selling games on the Switch. You hear me?
Yeah, I'm seeing.
Okay. Look how many games published by Nintendo. 1, 2. Like, look at the first one. 68 million. 47 million Nintendo. 36 million Nintendo. 32 million Nintendo, 29 million Nintendo, 26 million Nintendo, 26 million Nintendo, 21 million Nintendo, 21 million Nintendo, 18 million Nintendo, 16 million Nintendo, 60 Nintendo. Nintendo. No, listen. Do you see your trend here? Nintendo. The first third-party game that's on the list is Capcom at 8 million. It's clear what people are buying the Switch for.
And not buying the PlayStation 4.
Okay. Because all these games are in PlayStation, bro. How is PlayStation going to sell to somebody that wants to play Mario Kart? I don't understand how you don't get this. Nintendo is outselling PlayStation because look at the games people want to play. These games are not on PlayStation. They're not on PlayStation.
So you're
none of these games.
You're
none
saying.
Of these games.
You're
none of these
saying.
Games. None of these games are on PlayStation. None of them.
You're saying the Switch, like the Switch 2. You're saying the Switch 2 would suddenly, like, drastically fall behind the fucking PlayStation or PlayStation 6 or whatever the fuck because they suddenly become multi-plat.
If all these games are on PlayStation, day and day,
Went to PlayStation.
Fuck yeah. You know how many people, you are out your mind. You know how many people would love to see Zelda on PlayStation hardware? Fuck.
You know how many people would love to play Mortal Kombat 1 on a plane?
Not many people. Like 2? Like 2?
That's what I'm saying, bro. You're talking like it's...
Brother, man. Listen. Oh my God, you're bugging out. Let me put it this way. Again, let me go back to Mortal Kombat. This is what happens.
No, I'm fine. I'm just being eccentric.
No. But look what happens when you put Mortal Kombat on the Switch. You get this shit. Ain't nobody really.
I know.
Nobody cares, right? So nobody really cares about playing this on the plane. Like, they don't really care about that. They're not playing. If you see somebody playing Switch on a plane, they're playing a Nintendo game. They're not playing this. But if you can get Zelda on a PlayStation 5, much better hardware, especially on a Pro, and it's Pro enhanced. Oh, please. It's no question.
So can I play that PlayStation on a fucking...
Can you what?
No! Because that was what is giving the fucking Switch the advantage of PlayStation.
Can you what?
The portability, the mobility.
No, what you say? Can you say what?
Can you play a fucking PlayStation on a plane?
A PlayStation on a plane?
Because that is what is giving the fucking advantage over the Switch.
Listen, you don't see like half the plane switches on a plane. I fly all the time. Okay? In fact, if you talk to Switch gamers, a lot of them, they play, even though they don't play in dock mode, they're still playing most of the time at home. They're not actually leaving. Like, you don't see a full legion of people on the streets with the Switch, like the commercials. Most of them play the Switch at home, on the bed, on the couch, but they're at home. They're not all on the go. Majority of them don't even take their Switch out the house. They play the Switch at the house, right? So it's not really the huge mobility. The main thing about it is all the big Nintendo first-party IPs that you get to play on the Switch. If all those IPs were day and date on PlayStation, it's a wrap for Nintendo. It's an absolute wrap. Because you get to play all those IPs on PlayStation. And then not only that, you get the Nintendo exclusives, Xbox first party, and the PlayStation's own first party. All on the PlayStation? Shit. It's over.
But
Zelda,
why?
Gears,
But
and
why?
Last of Us on one platform. Shit. Stop playing. Stop playing.
But
Halo,
why?
Gears, Ghost of Yote, Zelda, Gran Turismo, Mario Kart, Forza on PlayStation? Oh shit! You listen. Not only would more people just buy the PlayStation, you couldn't stop me on YouTube. I would be a menace on these YouTube streets.
But why?
What
is
do you
the
mean,
fucking why is Nintendo feeling so balls as to charge $80 for the next fucking Mario Kart?
Why
because exclusives hurt the consumer or the game.
So let me ask you this: Xbox is doing it, and they're not exclusive. Xbox said future Xbox games will be $80, and their games are not exclusive. They're going to support PC, they're going to support PlayStation, they're going to support Switch too, and they still said $80 games are coming.
Here's the
explain
thing.
That one. So explain that one.
Because there's a 2-console market. They're trying to force the shift in their favor. In a 2-console market, just one charging games, bro.
Wait a minute. But Xbox is multi-plat. They're a multi-plat provider. So you're going to get their games on any platform that you want. So why are they raising their prices to $80?
Because they're on all platforms and all platforms $80.
Okay, so if you're exclusive, you're $80. If you're multiplayer, you're $80. What? And why are we worried about the third-party industry?
Call of fucking Duty, bro.
Yeah, it's everywhere, and they're gonna raise it to $80. If you don't
call it,
you know what I'm saying?
Here's the thing: Randy Pitchford thinks he has the balls to think he can charge $80 for Borderlands,
and that game is not exclusive. It's not exclusive yet. They think they could sell $80.
But they'll piggyback off of
and
that
it's not
fucking.
And keep in mind, we're not in a 2-console market yet. Technically, we are still in a 3-console market and PC.
We're shifting.
So yeah. But right now, Borderlands, Randy Pitchford said, $80, right? You can get, the game on PC. You could get it on Xbox. You could get it on PlayStation. Yet they're still toying with this $80 theory, and it's not an exclusive. So simply saying, well, exclusive, they're gonna squeeze you to $80. That's not necessarily true.
Let me just address some of the people in the chat. They keep calling me cheap. It's not that I'm cheap. It's that honestly, I used to sell weed, and as someone that used to sell weed, years, whatever, bro. This was
man. Man, now you're gonna get DEA. You're gonna get the Drug Enforcement Agency on my ass. What the hell what did you just do, bro? Listen,
you want to rip people off as much as you can. Me thinking about how a company can rip somebody off is different than what we deserve as a consumer.
Oh man, this guy, bro, I'm an active duty Marine, bro. You can't be saying that shit live on. Oh shit, bro. Oh man, let me do some super chats. Oh shit.
Do some super chats.
Let me do some super chats. Oh lord. Okay. We got Glinzer. Xbox started off with exclusives. They went full Sega because Xbox kept losing. Donnell Brown. This is sickness, bro. Needs help. Donnell Brown. This dude is crazy. PC dudes don't even buy a lot of games. They are too busy playing free games. Stop this cap. Gabriel with super chat. Thank you so much. Says just bring out the Ace. Exclusives are better quality. All right. Liquid Data. So he's saying Burger King should sell Big Macs. Good point, because McDonald's sold Big Macs.
No.
Burger King sells Whoppers.
Let's break that down as an analogy.
Okay.
That at the end of the day, they are both hamburgers. They are both, let's say they're games, they are both fucking using Unreal assets. or
Okay.
some shit. They are both fucking.
Well, I hello, 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 hello. You cut out, you cut out, you cut out, you cut out. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, you cut out.
Oh, how much would Coca-Cola sell as a soda if it was only sold as a McDonald's?
Okay. That's a good point. But let me put it to you this way. Coca-Cola, here's a draw. And in fact, we're going to use the burger industry analogy. And hopefully you're hearing what I'm saying. Coca-Cola
Everyone
would be
wants to use a fast food
no,
analogy.
I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. And it's a great example. In the fast food realm, Coca-Cola would be third-party games. Burger King, I mean Whopper and Big Mac would be first-party games. Yes, they're both burgers, just like Mario and God of War are games, but they're unique and exclusive to their platform. Just like Big Mac's a burger, but it's a unique burger exclusive to McDonald's. Whopper is a burger, but it's a unique burger exclusive to Burger King. And they both got Coca-Cola third-party games. Now the question is, who's providing the most Coca-Cola, getting the most sales from Coca-Cola? McDonald's or Burger King?
So then what we are talking about...
Hold on. The answer is McDonald's. Because more people prefer the Big Mac than the Whopper. So everybody...
So what we are then talking about technically, if we're talking about the arrangements of the ingredients on a fucking burger between a Big Mac and a fucking Whopper or whatever...
You just admit they both taste different.
We are talking about like hardware specific like features. Hardware specific features are different from game exclusivity.
No, because the burger is the software. That's literally the app. That's literally the meal.
The burger is the no, because you can last longer. You can last longer without fucking water. Water matters more.
No, the burger is the software. The hardware would be the kitchen. Like look at Xbox. Look at Xbox. Look at Xbox, right? Look at Xbox and PlayStation. They both have similar hardware, right? Clearly, Spider-Man would work on the Xbox console, on the Xbox Series X. Clearly. They have similar hardware. It would clearly work, right? But Xbox doesn't have a game like Spider-Man. Why? Because the developer cooked up their own burger. On the PlayStation side, the cooks on Xbox, they not cooking up a game like Spider-Man or a game like God of War or a game like, The Last of Us. They don't cook that stuff. They don't have the skills to cook. Even Microsoft said they don't have the same skills like Naughty Dog have. Naughty Dog be cooking up shit. Xbox first party can't cook up. They just don't have that talent to do the same thing. So if you want some Naughty Dog, you gonna go on that PlayStation. You're gonna get some Naughty Dog there.
So then why are like all cater to DoorDash? Because they cater to the customer. Because if they didn't cater to the customer, they wouldn't be on.
What do you mean? Well, fast food cater to the customer. Like, what does DoorDash have everything to do? DoorDash would be like the equivalent of Amazon.
No, DoorDash would be the equivalent of PC.
No, DoorDash is the equivalent of Amazon. They're just a delivery service. Amazon delivers Nintendo games. Amazon deliver PlayStation games. Amazon deliver Xbox games. They're just a delivery service. They ain't got to do nothing with them. DoorDash is a delivery service.
Like, I mean, but so like, why not incentivize as a business? We don't do DoorDash. You have to come to us.
Huh?
Why not incentivize the customer? You can get us through DoorDash.
No, they incentivize the customer. You're able to get their meal easier through a delivery service. Just like I don't have to walk to Walmart to get a physical game. I'll just have Amazon deliver the physical game for me. Either way, PlayStation gets, like, let's say if I buy the physical copy of Ghost of Yotai. Instead of me walking to Walmart to get the physical copy, I just have Amazon deliver it to me. Either way, PlayStation gets to sell. I don't have to physically walk to Walmart. I definitely don't have to physically walk to the Sony store to buy it. That doesn't really matter.
So that's what I'm saying. Console exclusivity doesn't matter.
That doesn't change. That has nothing to do with console exclusivity. That's just delivery. We're just talking about the mailman.
No, it's
versus
porting
me.
later down the line.
Oh man, you're
the
jumping
inverse.
back and forth. But listen, porting down the line, they're already doing that, right? I think the main thing is
timed exclusivity.
Right? What?
That's timed exclusivity.
Yeah, I agree. That is timed exclusivity. But you keep saying exclusivity.
So permanent console exclusivity.
Yeah, I think you're arguing two different things. Exclusivity is important to the platform, is important to the consumer for that platform, because that's the first party's way of providing and show the best of that. Now, what they do 2-3 years later down the line, I think that's a different conversation, which I think is what you're trying to argue.
That's
right?
what I am.
Okay.
That's what I am arguing. Bro.
Yeah, but
it
with Nintendo,
only, like, hurting games.
No, not really, because it Star Citizen hurt. PC has a lot of exclusives that go on consoles. Are all those games hurt?
Has it hurt Mario? Because
no, Mario did not get hurt. Absolutely not.
It's hurt the consumer in that instance, and not the fucking series.
Which consumer? The consumer that didn't buy a Switch? Like me and
you? The consumer that is
well, I bought a Switch.
That is like,
but like you don't have a Switch, right?
No. Fuck no.
So it hurt you.
Huh?
So it hurt you. Because you don't have a Switch.
Making a game $80? Has making a game $80?
Let me put it this way. There's you PC gamers on Star Citizen are buying ships for $1,000.
Yeah.
That's not my money.
That's not my money either. I think that's a bad idea.
So that I'm okay. It ain't me. It ain't me.
And I am such a cynical asshole.
It ain't me.
Here's the thing.
Let me put it this way.
Nintendo,
if somebody makes
Nintendo.
Let me put it this way.
If Nintendo could
let me put it this way.
Nintendo, hold on. Let me finish this.
All right, go ahead.
Nintendo could copy the Google Stadia platform on PC, where they charge a subscription on top of buying the games, and you don't even physically own them. You like purchase a fucking theoretical license that they can take away. People talk shit about the Xbox One. People talk shit about Google Stadia. Nintendo could get away with both, and they will.
Well, we'll find out. We'll see. We'll find out. But guess what, though? You clearly are not going to buy Nintendo Switch 2 games for $80.
I'm not buying any game for $80.
And you're clearly not going to play Mortal Kombat 1 on the Switch. Right?
Well, no.
Yeah, exactly. So you're good. It doesn't hurt you.
Okay.
It doesn't hurt me either.
So then later porting God of War downgrade to Switch to maximize profit, because this is a business.
Well,
it won't hurt you.
Here's the problem, right? If Sony is planning to port their games on Nintendo Switch 2, then they're not going to maximize the hardware on the PS5 or the PS5 Pro.
They will by just
no. Then why
by just doing timed?
Then why listen? Then why isn't Cyberpunk on the Switch 1?
What you are arguing?
Because there's only so far down you can go to port a game on the Switch, right? And if Sony is providing the best experience on my PlayStation 5, and to do that, the game can't be downgraded that much to put on the Switch, then guess what? If they want to do that, let's say Sony wants to do that, then they're going to have to not really go too hard on making a game on the PlayStation 5, because they don't want to get to the point where they realize, damn, the way we developed this PlayStation 5 game, we can't downport it that low. So now there's no way we could get this game on the Switch. The Switch 2 hardware is too weak. So that's why, like, you're trying to tell me to accept Switch 2. No, that hardware is a piece of shit. Right? It doesn't bother me that they're porting to PC.
Games
PC
aren't
has
gonna
competent
sell you.
hardware.
So
Notice,
the games aren't
it
going to
doesn't
sell
bother
you
me.
on it.
Listen.
So the games aren't going to sell you on it. You're worried
listen.
about hardware and software.
Listen. If Sony plants their game day and date on PC, that to me just kills what I expect from the console. Just like how it destroyed and made the Xbox look shit, I'm just moving over to PC. If Sony's
You should
not
kill your idea for consoles like you killed your idea for physical media.
I still buy physical.
And do you
listen? I'm not.
Is
Listen,
the game on the disc?
Listen. What? For the games I got, yeah. So far,
like,
luckily.
What,
but let me put it this way.
Let me put it this way.
I will never downgrade my expectation on a console. I'm not doing that. If PlayStation 6 gets released and Sony announces, hey, we're doing day and date on PC across everything, just like Xbox did, I'll be like, I'm going PC. Because why am I going to buy your console that's just a generic multi-plat box? Your developers are not going to focus on the PlayStation hardware. Now, I'm not advocating that other gamers are going to follow suit. Are there going to be other gamers that still buy the PlayStation 6? Absolutely. But my standard, if you're not going to prioritize, I'm not going to give a company money on a specific box and they don't treat that box as their priority. Get out of here. I'm not doing
your solution to console is to exit the console market. That doesn't affect the console.
Listen. All I'm telling you is my expectation.
That's like saying Republican and Democrat, I don't vote.
It's not the same. Let me make my point. It just makes the
vote smaller.
No, let me make my point. Series X, people who bought the Series X, some of them left because Microsoft focused on PC. They didn't put no attention to the console. They're like, screw it. There's no point in me staying on the Series X when Microsoft's not making it a priority. I'll just go to PC. I would do the same for Play. I completely understand why they left. I would do the same for PlayStation. Why would I give Sony $600-700 just for them to tell me the console's not their priority? So why am I giving you extra money for?
So you're saying next gen, you will main the Switch 2 over the PS6 because the Switch 2 prioritizes more exclusives.
No. If Sony downgrades and doesn't prioritize their PlayStation for same-day multiplats on PC, I'm going to PC. If Sony's going to give PC equal love, then I'm just going to go on the better device. Just like what Xbox gamers did this gen. Many Xbox gamers bought the Series X, but they saw PC gain equal
console market. In a let's say there's only PlayStation and Nintendo. Which one would you say is catering to the PC market between PlayStation and Nintendo? PlayStation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what you're saying, like what happened last year or the previous year with Xbox, is eventually going to happen between Nintendo and PlayStation in a two-console market, bro.
Listen. If it does happen, I already told you what I would do. I told you what I would do. If Sony decides to go
your solution is to exit.
That's my solution. My
Which
solution
doesn't affect the console market.
Listen. I don't care about
the console market, but it doesn't change the status quo, which is what we are talking about.
No, you're talking about exclusives doesn't do nothing. That's what you're talking about. Literally, people buy Switch for exclusives. You saw the games they're playing. They're not playing multi-plats.
So you're saying
on the Switch.
You're saying, hold on. You're saying with the right amount of Magic games, the PS6 can outsell the Switch 2.
Probably not, because Nintendo got more exclusives that sell higher than PlayStation.
The exclusives don't matter, bro.
Oh my God. Let me put it this way. You say exclusives don't matter. If Sony got rid of their first party and there's no first party games, it's just Madden. You think PlayStation is going to sell the same, with no God of War, no exclusive, nothing. Everything's gonna be fine for
It
PlayStation.
will be the same.
It's not gonna be the same. Are you kidding me? Not
Doesn't
even
exist.
close.
The film.
Not even close.
No, hold
And
on,
what?
hold on.
Let me ask you. Let me
No,
ask you
no,
this:
no, no.
if
It's gonna
Nintendo,
be the same thing.
if Nintendo stopped making Zelda, Mario, none of those games, and the only games they got is third party, you're telling me it's gonna sell 140 million? No Mario, no Zelda, no Mario Kart, no Pokemon, nothing. All they got is third party. They're gonna sell
They sell
140 million
90
Switch 2s.
million to PlayStation 75.
Okay. They are not gonna sell 90 million. You'll be lucky if Switch could sell 30 million. No Mario, no Zelda, nothing. Just Mortal Kombat and Madden. You're out your mind. You're out your mind.
Why didn't it work for the Wii U?
Okay, you're out your mind. No first
Then
party.
why
So you're
did it
telling me
not work for the
Nintendo
Wii
Switch,
U?
Nintendo Switch is gonna sell because they got Cyberpunk.
Did the fucking
they
the
got Harry
Wii
Potter.
U? Did the Wii U sell because they had banned?
Well, one, the Wii U was a bad. See, here's a problem. Wii U was just a bad console. Period.
So the exclusives didn't.
Hello, you cut out.
The exclusives didn't help it, bro.
Okay, so then why does Xbox suck then? They got all the
Why
third
are we
party.
talking about Xbox? They won't
because
be.
Because you're saying exclusives don't matter, so then what happened to the Xbox? They got all the multiplats. They got Fortnite. They got Madden. They got Grand Theft Auto. They got Assassin's Creed. You get Call of Duty. You get all these games.
So by your
so why
logic,
did Xbox?
At the
So why
end
did
of
Xbox? Why did Xbox?
At the end
flop?
of that rope is like fucking Nintendo charging 120 and 100.
But answer the question.
Whatever
If
the
exclusives don't matter, how come Xbox don't sell like PlayStation? Majority of the games that PlayStation have is on Xbox.
So you're saying, hold on.
I'm asking.
If no amount of Magic games are going to bring Xbox over PlayStation. That's never going to happen.
At this point, it's too late because they didn't put in the strategy. How did 360 sell 80 million? How did 360 sell 80 million then? When the OG Xbox sold 25. What did 360 do? What did they do?
It fucking had the right games, but that doesn't mean that the games should have been locked to that exclusive.
So 360 having exclusives is what helped 360 be successful.
And is Gears of currently locked to the 360? Is Halo 3 currently?
No. But at the time, when 360 was the primary platform,
Demon Souls is locked to the PS3.
Yeah, but guess what? No one cares about playing the PS3 now. No one wants to play the PS3 now. No one wants to play
360.
No, but you're saying exclusives don't matter. It clearly mattered during the Gen of 360. Clearly. And Xbox One's biggest complaint, it had no exclusives or good exclusives. And guess what? The console sales are shit. And Microsoft did not try to strategize bringing exclusive to the Xbox One. They just let it die. And then the Xbox Series, gen that started.
And now
this
they're
gen,
going full
the first
PC,
thing, the first thing they started doing this gen to come out the gate was, look what we can do to Xbox One games. Look how great our backwards compatibility. And everybody's like, bro, where's the fucking big exclusives? This console's about to launch. And what, you're going to launch with an update to Fallout 4? Like, what are we talking about here?
So in that scenario, let's remove Nintendo. Mm-hmm. If it's like PlayStation like in terms of like hardware, it's like the same shit, but like one prioritizes that.
Listen,
Nintendo still
to, to
outsells.
to have a successful console is holistically. You have to have the exclusives, but your hardware also has to be good. You can't release shit hardware or a hardware that people be like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? Perfect example, the
So you're
PlayStation 3 when they're
wishing for a
listen,
magic
listen. I'm not.
balance.
Why magic balance? I'm not wishing for magic. I don't need to wish for magic. The reality is, PlayStation has
You're
exclusives.
wishing for
Nintendo
magic
has
games to
exclusives.
bring Xbox into relevance.
No, I'm not wishing for magic games. The Xbox is done. It's third party. They already put the games on PlayStation. My Xbox was supposed to do that last gen. They were supposed to do magic games last gen because Sony did it with the PS3. They put magic games on the PS3 along with a price drop, which resulted in more console sales to the point they passed 360. Magic games, price drop, equals more sales. And the PS3 proved it. Magic games, great pricing on hardware. Magically, PS3 started doing better. Oh my God, what a simple concept.
And if the magic games work too well, they hurt the consumer. Look at Mario Kart being $80. They either hurt the consumer or the games or the game series.
If a person has no issue paying us for Mario Kart, why are you worried about it? Again, you PC gamers,
because it has a ripple effect on everything else, man.
You PC gamers spend $1,000 on a damn ship. $1,000. That's like, oh my God, that's some people's rent. And that shit don't bother me. Listen, spend $1,000 on your ships if you want to. That doesn't bother me.
You think the PS6 drops at anything less?
Look how many people are spending money on Fortnite just for dance moves. Thousands of dollars on dance moves. And that doesn't bother me. Not my problem. Spend $2,000 on dance moves. I ain't got shit to do with me.
You're saying the PS6 drops in a two-console market where you only have the Switch, which is going to nickel and dime you.
It ain't gonna nickel and dime me because I ain't buying the Switch.
Or the PS6, which drops at like $1,000 in a two-console.
So now you're making an assumption now. What if it doesn't drop? What if the next PS? Why would it? Now you're making an assumption.
Because the PS5 Pro dropped at $700.
Yeah, but you didn't have to buy the Pro, and the Pro was sold for profit. It wasn't sold at a loss like the PS5. It's a different. And you didn't have to buy the Pro.
Point,
okay.
All they have to do at that point is stop making games for the PS5, bro.
What do you mean all they have to do is stop making games for the PS5? What are you talking about?
Third party. And no. COD, fucking Madden, all the games, all just have to stop dropping for PS5.
Why? Why would they stop making games for PS5?
Because they want to sell the PS6.
Who wants to sell the PS6?
Sony.
Yeah, but that's not
in a two-console market where you are the most high graphic.
You listen. Sony can't dictate to EA and them where to make their games. Ain't no way
they
EA
dictated $70.
Let me even tell you. Not only are they gonna not stop COD or Madden for the PS6, we're gonna have cross-gen games maybe even 5 years deep into the play. I'm telling you right now, do not worry about them instantly dropping games for the PS6. If anything, how long cross-gen gaming is gonna last even longer? They're gonna make Call of Duty for the PS5 5 years into the PlayStation 6 gen. You're not gonna see PlayStation 6 exclusives.
Series X drop as a multiplat. No, this shit doesn't happen overnight, bro. It's gradual.
Listen, the reason why Series X is gone for the multiplayer is because people just don't want the console. So if you don't want a product, the company's going to stop making it.
In a console market, you have to where you can only go up, you have to maximize profit so much.
I'm gonna say this. I think you're concerned about a hypothetical scenario that hasn't no basis yet. Because I'll be honest, if because the games are on PC, and if console gamers go too far, I mean the console industry goes too far, gamers will choose. We saw this gen console gamers leave for PC, so it's not a new thing. I understand PCs are driven market, but it's not that different where gamers can enjoy the AAA games on PC. We've seen gamers leave console for PC because they got fed up. You know, so certain levels that console has done this gen was enough for gamers to be like, all right, I'm done with the console bullshit. I'm going to PC.
So let me make the movie analogy where like the fucking theaters are struggling to get people to come back to the theater. Movies are flopping, and they're relying on big AAA, your Avengers, your whatevers, to fucking sustain the movie industry. It hasn't helped the movie industry. It has only hurt it because less experimental films are being greenlit. Hollywood is relying on brand recognition.
Look what it got to that point, though. How much is a goddamn bucket of popcorn?
Exactly. The same thing with
but that's the thing. If it gets to that point, the consumers, if $80 is too much for the Nintendo gamers will be like, I'm not buying the game. They're gonna deal with that.
And that is why the PC market is gradually because these consoles are like movie theaters, bro. They rely on you, like they think you rely on them. We don't rely on them. We will wait till streaming.
I will tell you.
We will wait till PC. We will wait till Gears comes to PlayStation.
Listen, I will agree to that. If the console market oversteps their boundaries, the consumer will react. They'll be like, you know what? Console industry is not for me anymore. I'm going to find gaming somewhere else. And that's it. So I'll agree with that. I will agree with that. But that's a different conversation. That's not exclusive. Let me finish with some super chats real quick. Let me see.
Repeat that first part.
Let me do some super chats real quick.
Okay.
I did the Burger King Big Mac. Okay. Glassdoor Gamer, thank you for the super chat. What is he smoking? Oh shit. Well, weed, man. My man on that loud. You know, at least, hey, you know, you guys now have a plug in the community. Hit them up.
Hey, at the end of the day, you can't call me a fan.
Hit him in the DMs. My man's out there selling that loud. You know what I'm saying? Downhill Brown.
You can call me an idiot, but you can't call me.
Downhill Brown. So PC exclusives are being hurt because they're only on PC, right? So are PC exclusives being hurt? Hello? Is PC exclusives being hurt? Are PC exclusives being hurt?
There are no PC exclusives.
There's no PC exclusives. Harka Tarkov. Is that on consoles? Escape from Tarkov?
Does it have a limited fucking fan base?
Is it on PlayStation? Can I play Escape on Tarkov on my PlayStation or for the Xbox gamers on their Xbox Series console?
Is it hurting the game?
So being on PC is fine.
That's what I'm saying. Like exclusivity hurts the game.
It's exclusive on PC. It's not. There's nowhere else. You need a PC to play it.
So it's hurting you as a gamer.
It's not hurting me because if I want to play, I'll play it on PC. If I really wanted it.
So like your Magic games aren't made of.
Let me put it this way.
Tarkov is bringing you to PC.
What? If I want to play Tarkov, then yeah, it will bring me to PC. If I wanted it, like really,
there's no PC exclusives I care about. Fucking Horizon.
Then look at World of Warcraft. That's like exclusive for PC since like the dawn of time. Right?
It's not exclusive because it's like not compatible.
I don't care about the reason. It's just not on consoles. So if I want to play World of Warcraft, I got to get a PC, right?
That doesn't mean exclusive. It just doesn't like it works. It goes back to your fucking about fucking.
What do I need? What do I need in order to play World of Warcraft?
If I owned a Switch, what do I do? Punk, bro.
What happened?
If I own a Switch, what do I do if I play Cyberpunk?
You can play it on your Switch, or on the Switch you can't play Cyberpunk on your Switch. On the Switch 2 you can.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but what do I need if I want to play World of Warcraft?
What do I need as a Switch owner to play Cyberpunk?
A Switch 2.
So you need a PC.
Exactly, because it's exclusive.
It's not exclusive because it's limited by hardware. Exclusive implies that there were deals signed.
No.
Signed in.
Not at all. Exclusive is just. It's just no. Exclusive is not deals signed ink. It's literally just where you play the game and where it's available at. If it's only available on one platform, it's exclusive.
Then why did Baldur's Gate 3 devs correct MBG? Why even bother?
Correct MBG? Well, like, what do you mean correct? Bother what?
Because MBG tried to claim Baldur's Gate 3 as a PlayStation 5 exclusive.
He's just being fanboy. Nah, that's fanboying though. That's not real. BG3 is not exclusive.
You're fanboying.
Yeah, but I'm honest. I don't make up bullshit. I never said BG3 is fucking exclusive. Who the fuck? I don't come up with that bullshit.
It's exclusive because it's on PC and not on.
Exactly. World of Warcraft is exclusive. That's literally, you're the one trying to argue World of Warcraft's not exclusive. So you're the one that's with the issue, not me.
No. I'm saying World of Warcraft isn't exclusive.
Exactly. It's an exclusive.
You're saying Baldur's Gate 3 wasn't exclusive, but somehow
I never said that. I never said that. Do I look like
you just said World of Warcraft isn't exclusive?
To PC, it is. World of Warcraft is exclusive. Baldur's Gate 3 is not.
Did it launch day and date? Did it launch day and date on PlayStation and Xbox?
What, Baldur's Gate 3?
Yes.
No.
So if World of Warcraft later gets ported to console, then it's not exclusive.
If they do, yes, it's not
exclusive. If the hardware catches up with the software that can run World of Warcraft, then it's no longer an exclusive.
Okay, but that's a what if. Right now, I'm talking reality. We can't what if scenarios. We can only talk about the reality of where the gaming's at. World of Warcraft's not on consoles. You can only play it on PC. Therefore, it's exclusive to PC. That's it. There's not no argument. You're saying hardware will not eventually catch. No, what I'm saying is, if I want to play World of Warcraft today,
it's just a timed exclusive.
No, how do you know? What if the developer doesn't care to make it? Let me put it this way: World of Warcraft. Hold on. Let me ask you a question. When did World of Warcraft come out? That game came out like 15 years ago. Right? Like when did World of Warcraft come out? Let me look it up. When did World of Warcraft? When did it? That game is old as fuck.
Again, we're like. We're talking PC and console are different.
Hold on.
But
World of Warcraft came out in 2004. You're telling me my PS5 is not as powerful of a 2004 PC?
Apparently not. Apparently not. Otherwise, it was.
No, they're not putting on PS5. They're not putting on PS5 because they don't want to make it for PS5. PS5 is more capable to play World of Warcraft.
So why would you put lesser IP like goddamn Sea of Thieves instead of the more valuable IP than Warcraft?
What does that have to do? What does Sea of Thieves have to do with World of Warcraft? That has nothing to do with it. All I'm saying is World of Warcraft is exclusive to PC, and that's okay. I ain't mad at it.
No, it isn't because they want to make more money.
More money what? What do you mean? If they want to make more money, put it on PlayStation. It has the hardware now.
They can't.
Why can't
Have you
they?
played World of Warcraft?
No, because it's exclusive to PC.
I gotta be honest with you, that shit on a fucking control. It will require some fucking, like, some maneuvering.
What if they say World of Warcraft, keyboard and mouse required?
What if they configure it to a fucking controller?
No controller. They literally said World of Warcraft now available on PlayStation, keyboard and mouse required peripherals.
Okay, so?
Then it'll be fine.
So then put Mario Kart on PC.
They could, but Nintendo ain't doing that shit.
So then exclusives don't matter.
What do you mean exclusives don't matter?
You're not moving to PC for World of Warcraft.
No, because I don't care about that. I personally don't care about that game.
You're talking about preference.
Listen, but that's the thing. Just because the game is title exclusive doesn't mean I care about it. Look at Gran Turismo 7. Gran Turismo 7 is an exclusive. I don't care about that game. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy a PlayStation to play Gran Turismo 7 because I particularly don't care about that game. When I bought my Xbox One, you know why I bought it? Because at the time, Cuphead was exclusive. I didn't know it was going to come to PlayStation. They didn't talk about PlayStation. They didn't say anything about PlayStation. And I wasn't going to sit around to be like, maybe it'll come to PlayStation. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. At the time of Cuphead, it was all Xbox, whatever. I said, you know what? I'm going to get me an Xbox. I bought the Xbox One, and I played Cuphead.
But that's when Xbox thought they can legitimately compete in a console war setting.
You know what I'm saying? No, but I'm just telling you, but you're saying exclusives don't matter. I can give you examples that if a game is exclusive to a platform and
you're giving me examples
game,
from the past 15 years.
Listen. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I'm waiting to see how Metro Prime 4 comes out. If that shit looks fire, I'm buying it. Even if it's $80. I'm gonna buy the Switch 2. I'm here capping, but Metro Prime is my franchise. If that motherfucker looks fire, and I waited a long time for a new Metroid. If that shit looks fire, listen, I'm gonna buy the Switch, and I'm paying $80 for Metro Prime 4.
Even if
I won't buy anything else, but I'm playing that motherfucker.
So if I hopped out of a fucking time machine and I told you that Metroid Prime would eventually come to PlayStation 6 like 5 to 10 years down the line, would you still buy a Switch 2 now to play it now?
Yes, because a time machine, I'll be like, I may not be alive in 5 years.
So then exclusives don't matter, bro. Timed exclusives are different.
No, it does matter because I literally told you I'm going to buy that exclusive because I'm not waiting 5 years to play the game. It's on the Switch now, exclusively. So I'm going to play.
So permanent hardware console exclusives are like holding us back.
It ain't
like Demon's Souls on the PS. Let me use that for an example. Let me use look at any game that is locked to fucking hardware, like P3, fucking Demon's Souls original, Bloodborne, where like the best you can do with Bloodborne is emulate it through a PlayStation 5.
So, no, not really. Bloodborne, you can't. No, Bloodborne works on the PlayStation 5 natively. It's not.
It's an emulated and slight.
Listen,
but it is not like a better version. It is still the PlayStation 4 version.
Oh yeah, it's backwards compatible with PlayStation 4, and they never updated it. But you can still easily play it on your PS5.
So yeah, backwards compatibility.
What happened is backwards compatible. PS5 is backwards compatible with every PS4 game. I think you're confusing PS3 with PS4 backwards compatibility, where none of the PS3 games work on PS4. You would be right on that. Like Guns of the Patriot. PS3 is the only platform on the planet that legitimately plays that game. I mean PS3. Guns of the Patriot 4.
Has permanent console exclusivity helped that game in the long run?
I mean, how many people? I mean, listen. Guns of the Patriot, the people who wanted to play it, played it back then.
It still pisses people off, bro. It's only holding us back as gamers, consumers, and fans.
Listen.
You're arguing in favor of like a corporation to fuck us over.
No. I'm not. You're not listening to me. If you want to port a game 2-3 years later, if they want to find a port, I'm fine with that. I don't really bother that. You know, the two arguments that you make is argument number one: exclusives don't matter, right? That means Sony doing day-and-day multiplat because exclusives don't matter. That hurts the people who buy a PlayStation console because at that point Sony's not prioritizing. That's number one. Number two, downports to a much weaker platform, right? Because then that could run the possibility of them not maximizing the potential of the console because they're concerned about porting the game later to a much weaker console. Those two things I don't agree with, right? Ghost of Yotai. If Sony puts Ghost of Yotai 2 years on PC, it doesn't really bother me. PC's a more powerful platform. I don't see that impacting, right? Sony focuses on the PlayStation. They're making it the best possible. The game's going to come out the best. It's going to be one of the best games on the console. What happens in what? We're in 2025. What happens in 2027? I don't really care. Right? So the two things I'm against in your point is exclusives don't matter at all and downporting to Switch. That could be problems. Those two things. Porting on PC 2 years later, not really a big deal. PC's more powerful.
So hardware. Why would downporting to Nintendo 2 years later? If porting to Switch or PC
because some games, right? Like we just said, Cyberpunk cannot be on the Switch One because it's so advanced. You just can't downport it. If you can downport Intergalactic, Heretic Prophecy to the Switch, I question how well they took advantage of my PS5 console. I would question that. I would absolutely question that. Did you really take advantage of everything the PlayStation 5 have to offer? Because some games can't be downported to the Switch. That's what would be my concern. How much, technology did you take advantage for this game? Because again, clearly Cyberpunk, they took huge advantage of the game to where they can't put it on the Switch One. So they maxed out.
Like you're arguing the same thing with World of Warcraft with PC, bro.
That would be my World of Warcraft launched in 2004. That was 21 years ago. PlayStation has hardware better than when World of Warcraft came out. World of Warcraft's a 2004 game.
On fucking console?
Because they don't want to make it.
No, I promise you, if Microsoft wanted to fucking sell you $80 World of Warcraft on your PS5, they would figure it out.
No, let me put it this way. Hardware-wise, the consoles can handle World of Warcraft. It's just the peripheral. But they could say, warning, you must have a keyboard and mouse. No different than if you got a VR game, you need a VR headset. Can't play VR games without a VR headset. So it's the same scenario. So the consoles today can't play World of Warcraft in terms of technology. It's an old game. They're old games. So the hardware is there. We have the hardware to run the game. We absolutely do. So there's no reason not to put it. The only limitation is the peripheral, but they can say you need keyboard and mouse to play this game. No different than a VR game needs a VR headset. So it's the same thing. So it's not a hardware limitation anymore. Consoles are way ahead of 2004 PC hardware. You can do it. You can easily do it. I mean, you got much weaker PCs than the PS5 playing World of Warcraft today. So it isn't a hardware thing. They just don't want to do it. Maybe now that Microsoft owns ABK, they might say, we're going to put it on consoles, and we're just going to put the stipulation, must have keyboard and mouse. Okay, cool. And then guess what? If Microsoft does that, it's no longer exclusive. But until that day comes, it's exclusive.
Like, the absence of a game on your platform does not mean exclusive.
A game only being available on one platform means exclusive, right? Like, for example, South of Midnight. Is that game exclusive?
So hold on. So it's the same thing between Baldur's Gate 3 and World of Warcraft, with the inevitability that eventually that consoles will catch up to like somehow adapt in some way, shape, or form World of Warcraft.
Wait,
however, with Baldur's Gate 3 on the Xbox.
Number one, Baldur's Gate 3 was never exclusive. It was on PC and on PlayStation. And we already knew Baldur's Gate was being made for Xbox. The Xbox version got delayed because they had issues with the Xbox Series version. That's all it is. We knew. So Baldur's Gate was never exclusive. And of course, people talk shit because timed exclusives, but it was never meant to be a timed exclusive either. It was just an issue with the Series S. World of Warcraft is an exclusive. There is no conversation from Activision, right? Or, Activision Blizzard really, saying, hey, we're working on a PlayStation Xbox version. No one has said that. There is nothing indicating that there is a pending console version. Nothing. There's no conversation. There's nothing.
Conversation that PC will eventually go to console in general.
For World of Warcraft?
No, games across that start on PC and then eventually go to console.
There's some games do. There's some games there's some games that started out PC and now they're going on console. It depends. It's a game by game basis. Like Tarkov, there's no conversation of that going on console. I think there's no conversation World of Warcraft going on console. So those games are exclusives.
I mean, that's kind of like an issue thing with hardware on console. Like you can't play Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 on your PS5 because it's restricted. It's the same thing with consoles.
Why is it restricted?
Why isn't World of Warcraft on PlayStation 5, man?
Because they don't want to make it.
Why?
I don't know. You have to ask Microsoft. Listen, you cannot say a game created in 2004 cannot run on hardware that was built in 2020. Let's think of.
I'm going to be.
You got PC gamers with weaker hardware than the PS5, and they're playing World of Warcraft. So it isn't a hardware decision. It's not a hardware decision. It's just they don't want to. They just don't want to make it for consoles. Maybe the whole, in my opinion, this is my opinion. The requirement to use keyboard, which is not a standard peripheral on every console, is probably why they don't want to put it on. You understand what I'm saying? It's not a standard peripheral, and they don't want to put energy into changing World of Warcraft into the controller because it's just not going to work. So it's just not worth putting a game that's very keyboard and mouse centric onto consoles, because consoles is not a keyboard and mouse centric platform. So it's just not worth. It's the same reason EA doesn't put Madden on PC. Are we going to say PC can't handle Madden football? Are we going to say that? No, PC can easily handle Madden football. But the reason why EA doesn't put Madden on PC or any of their sports games is because generally they don't sell on PC. For whatever reason, PC gamers aren't into sports games. So EA doesn't waste their time on PC. It's not because of the hardware. I
can't imagine why.
It's because they don't. You don't see Madden on PC. It's not on there.
I've never even honestly thought about that.
But think about it. Madden's not on PC. Madden is not on PC. EA said themselves their sports games don't generally do well on PC, so they just moved on from it.
And yet, they will be the first ones to charge you $80.
Or something. Well, then that means if people want to pay $80 for Madden, pay $80 for Madden. All right, we got to move on to a next topic. Let's start some new topics here because we took the exclusivity. Next one, we did exclusivity. Okay. Should PlayStation focus on multiplayer IP? Does PlayStation need IP? What do you mean by need IP? Like need new IP, or because that's what you wrote? Does PlayStation need IP? What do you mean by that?
So you made your post.
Okay.
I quote tweeted you. You were saying they shouldn't be focusing on multiplayer or something, and I was like, has Puertorock
I
heard
said
of Twisted Metal?
I said they don't need multiplayer, and I still stand by that.
See, I
They
think
don't
they
need.
do.
Why? Why? Are you cut out? Hello, hello,
Oh, shit.
hello. Oh shit! Did you run into something?
Yeah, I'm still
You
here.
said you
Hold on.
think you
I
yeah.
had
You
to
said you think they
readjust
do.
some shit.
Oh,
I had to
why?
readjust some shit. Hold on.
Okay.
They need multiplayer.
Why? Need.
In
The
long
keywords need.
term,
Why?
because their current strategy on like remasters isn't.
You cutting out. You cut out. You cut out. You cut out.
Because
You cut
they're
out.
what. All right, let me just say this: regardless of me and you both think of whether or not they do need multiplayer, PlayStation themselves think they need multiplayer. That's why they've been focusing on like live service bullshit.
So, right. Keep going. Hey, you cut out. I don't know if you're saying something. Hello, hello. You cut out.
Well, hold on.
You cut out. You cut out.
Can you hear
The
me?
last thing the last thing you said was Sony is going live service because they think they need multiplayer.
No. So yeah, it's whether or not me and you think Sony needs live service is a different topic. Sony themselves think they need live, like multiplayer in general, because that is why they are focusing on live service.
Are you good? Are you there still?
Yeah. Did you not hear me?
Okay? No, I heard you. I just want to make sure. I don't want to interrupt you. So is that your point?
Yeah. So if they think they need multiplayer games, they need multiplayer.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Bad at making
right.
multiplayer games doesn't
Okay.
mean they don't need multiplayer games.
Okay.
It
All
just
right.
means they're fucking up at making multiplayer games.
Okay. All right. Did you finish your point? Is that your point? I just want to make sure I
That'll
don't
be
interrupt
my
you.
opening point.
Okay, that's your point. So, okay. So now the key term is need, meaning it's a requirement to do something, right? When Sony said, hey, we're going to make move controllers, does that mean they needed Sony move controllers? When Sony said, hey, we're going to make the PSVR 2, does that mean they need the PSVR 2? You're confusing a company wanting to do something to make more money with the opportunity to make more money versus needing to do something. That's two different things. Two different need and want is two different things. Sony's live service strategy is overall a failure. Can we agree to that? Can we agree it is a failure?
So, like, you're conflating
So far.
Yeah, you're conflating the two that are the same thing. Those are not.
Wait, what happened? What?
Hold on.
And you cut out. I'm conflating what 2 points? Let me do some super chat because I'm way behind, and I'm really sorry, guys. I'm gonna do some super chat. Swallow Pony Juice. Was this guy around when PlayStation blocked out Cyberpunk 2077 out of PlayStation Store because of terrible optimization? That's how serious PlayStation are about their platform image to the public eye. That's a good point. That's a really good point. When it comes to optimization and getting the best out of it, they said Cyberpunk got to get the fuck up out of here. Liquid Data. Microsoft is the only one of the big three not selling consoles. All right. Arc War Angel. Finish him. This guy's crazy. Art Peasant. Thank you for the super chat. Is this guy okay, bro? I think he needs some time to collect his thoughts. He's doing good. He's all right. You know what I'm saying? He's passionate. He's passionate. This is all passion, right, Josh? You're talking
You can
from a
call
place
me
of
the
passion.
Alex Jones.
The Alex
Believe
Jones
in
of
what I
you're
say.
the Alex Jones of gaming? Oh shit. Oh shit, watch
But
out.
I believe it. I'm not grifting, I believe it.
You believe in it. All right. Yeah, that's why, hey, listen,
Yes.
I respect that. I respect that. 10 toes down.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I respect that. I like that. I like it. You don't like, shy away. You 10 toes down. I like that. That's what I'm talking
Like everybody laughed at the Xbox
Nah.
One.
And now look, you got the
Doubling
last
down on that
laugh.
shit.
And you got the last laugh. Look at Nintendo
Corporate
Switch.
greed
Hell
wins
yeah.
overall.
Yeah. Glinzer. If Xbox went to the Olympics, medals don't matter. Oh shit. Gordo P23. I'm starting to think this guy isn't even a gamer. Get King Thrash in here so we can check his credentials. Oh man, come on now. He plays games, man. El Nini. Thank you for this, P Rock. All right, you're good. You're good. Hey, man, we're entertained, man. We got two gamers. Listen, let's all appreciate Josh showed up. Right? You showed up, Josh.
Yeah, I at least
You
showed
showed the fuck up. These Xbox content creators, they stay in their channels. They don't want the problems. You showed up. You walked through that hood.
And it's
My
like,
man walked.
here's
Listen,
the thing.
Josh, he walks through the projects. All right?
Here's the thing. I never said I was a savant or a genius.
Yeah,
I am
fuck that.
a skiffy stoner who smokes weed and plays video games. This is just what I think.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, Shaheem said it best. Y'all talk about the projects, but we never see you come through. Josh comes through, bro. Josh comes through the projects at 3 a.m. He here. Where you at? See money.
Goddamn right, because I
Gas.
need weed.
Iron Lords. Where y'all at? I don't see y'all. Y'all moved to the suburbs. Y'all ain't in the projects. Y'all ain't doing this. Josh is here. He in the projects. Y'all talk about it. You ain't about it.
Busted in the project.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what it
You know
feels
what I'm saying?
like.
My man Jay, Josh is Jay Moran. He don't care his NBA. He's gonna pull out that pistol. Okay, my man's John Moran. So I respect that, Josh. I respect that, Josh. I respect you, bro. I appreciate that. You stand 10 toes down. You like John Moran. I don't know if you know who he is. Look him up. My man don't care if he makes $20 million a year. He gonna go out in the hood and pull that pistol out.
Somebody put it best in the chat. They were like, Josh is honest. Sometimes too honest. And that's the problem. I am too honest.
Overdo it. Over honest. If they don't like it,
yes. Fuck them, dude. I'm an idiot. Makes dick jokes about video games.
That's right. Go out there like Malibu's Most Wanted.
Yes.
All right. Donnell. This is Game Hero. Laugh aloud. He changed his voice. Nah, man. Game Hero's not about that, bro. He ain't about that life. You don't see him in the projects. He wants competition, but he also wants no one to be in competition. This makes zero business sense. All right. Let's see who else we got. Hold on. Oh shit, this skipped. Hold on. Well, there's a lot of super chats, man. I'm really sorry, chat, but we're catching up. All right, we got Drex. Thank you for the super chat. Sony makes more money from third-party sales than exclusive. He's arguing for them to sacrifice billions of third-party sales on their ecosystem for the potential million. You know? We got Glinzer. He wants Game Pass on PS5, yay? Not Xbox exclusive. Would you like to see Game Pass on PS5?
I want to see Game Pass everywhere. Game Pass is shit. Here's the thing. I am a gaming communist. Bad guy. I want to put Mario Kart everywhere, man.
Oh, okay.
Why am I the bad guy? I want
That's
to
right.
put Mario Kart on PS5.
Oh, so
why
you
am I the bad guy?
That sounds like socialism. You socialism?
Eventual.
I'm playing.
It's time to exclusive.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I am a gaming communist. I will stand
communist.
by that.
All right. That's good. That's what I like, man. Stand 10 toes down. Stir crazy with the super chat. You play on PC, you care about physical games?
Here's the thing. If you care about physical games, then why are you still buying physical games when the games aren't on, like, completely on the disc?
Good point. You know, some of us get tricked, to be honest. To be fair, only the hardcore knows about that. Because we listen to accounts like Does It Play, but the casuals don't know better. So it's true what you're saying.
It's the difference between Steam and GOG.
Yeah. Okay. Gordo P23. This dude is port begging like crazy. Oh shit.
I'm not poor begging. I want games everywhere, man.
All right. Jimmy Harrison with the super chat. Don't forget, people scream to get a good chat function on Nintendo. So now to get the best out of Nintendo, they get chat. All right. We got Mega 6-Star Gaming. What console sold the most in May 2025? Oh, we know that. That PlayStation 5, dog. Grinzer. All tonight's super chats shouldn't be exclusive to Puertorock77. Come on, PR.
So hold
Share with
on.
everyone who's streaming tonight.
That's a drop in the bucket, though.
I mean, I think he's just making a point. Gordo P23. This dude sounds like he got a low T count and even lower bank account. Oh man, don't be doing that. Don't be doing that. My man. He wants games all over the world. JD Gamer. Oh shit, here we go. JD Gamer. Let's see what you're going to say. Thank you for the super chat. JD Gamer says, the problem with the exclusive argument is that it can't be applied evenly if people buy Switch for its exclusives and the top published games on the system prove it. Then it disapproves it on the PS5. Not really, right? Because the thing about Nintendo is they generally don't get a lot of the biggest exclusive consoles. Like right now, the culture of thinking about playing the biggest games in the industry outside of first party, Nintendo ruined that reputation. Like they completely ruined it. Or they because Nintendo said, you know what, we're not going to pay attention. We're not going to create hardware that caters to third party or whatever. So people look at Nintendo as not as the place to play the Maddens, the Call of Duties, or Grand Theft Autos. You know, that you don't think about that platform, right? It's literally Nintendo did a very good job of pretty much you buy Nintendo for Nintendo, and then that's it. PlayStation had done a phenomenal job of nurturing the overall ecosystem. PlayStation is third party, second party, and first party. You get it all. You get it all. You know. JD Gamer. When you pull up the top publishers' games by publisher on both PS5 and Xbox, it won't be Sony Xbox holding the top 10 spots. I agree with that. But if you look at the top 10 games that are sold on PlayStation, they're most likely not on Nintendo either. Like GT6 is not coming on the Switch. Or I think even the Switch 2. JD Gamer, Expedition 33, which is not exclusive and better quality than 95% of the AAA releases we gotten over the last 5 years. Great games are great games. If you're a gamer, then what's your games? We had conversations on Expedition 33. JD Gamer with the super chat. Puertorock, I answer your Xbox sales versus PS question, and it's not just about the games in the short term. It's about the zeitgeist, a la marketing, pricing, hardware matter. Not this just exclusive stuff. I agree. It is a lot of stuff. It's what the hardware does, what the games comes out. So I agree with that. But if you have all the hardware, you can have all the best hardware and all this stuff. But if you can get exclusives, you just dead in the water on that one. In fact, if you notice, most generations, most exclusive, most generations, the weaker hardware was the more selling one, because generally that was the platform that had the most exclusives and the best games. If you go back to generation 1 and you look at each generation, which hardware sold the most, they generally is not the most powerful hardware or the best hardware. But if you look at that device, that hardware had the most exclusives. And that's like, you're talking generations of gaming over and over and over and over. Got Drex with the super chat. More of the story, don't smoke your own product. Never get high on your own supply. Remember, you got the plug. Hit him up in his DM. And Donnell, League of Legends ain't on console. It's not? Is League of Legends not on console? I don't play that game. I thought it was. It's not on. I thought League of Legends was on console. I don't fucking know.
I don't play that shit.
Oh shit! All right. I think we caught up. We caught up on Powerboss says no. So Powerboss is a PC guy. He said no. So guess what? That's another PC exclusive, and that's a live service game, right?
That's Baldur's Gate 3 logic, man.
No, it's not. Baldur's Gate 3 logic was announced for PC, Xbox, and PlayStation. Multiplat.
Who owns League of Legends? Does anybody know?
Let me see, League of Legends.
Because I didn't have a whole lot of time to prepare. I couldn't find anything that wasn't owned.
Who
Like
owns
World of
League of Legends?
Warcraft.
Oh,
or some shit.
Riot Games.
Who the fuck is that? I don't play Riot
Riot Games. They make League of Legends. I don't know what else to
Is
tell
that
you.
all
That's
they're
what it is.
known for?
Yeah, no. So products, League of Legends, Teamfight Tactics, Valorant. So they also make Valorant.
Isn't Valorant multi-plat?
Yeah, I think Valorant's Valorant's multi-plat. So Valorant is on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series, but League of Legends is not. Let me click
So
on
what
League
does
of
that
Legends.
tell you?
So what that tells me is some games are exclusive, some games are not.
No, it tells you if they had the capability to put that shit there, they would, because they did that shit with Valorant, man.
Okay, so let me help you out. League of Legends was originally released in 2009. Valorant was released in 2020. So Valorant is a newer game. Valorant is on consoles. League of Legends, which is an older game from 2009, is not. So it isn't hardware. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You can't tell me games from 2009 can't run on the PS5.
So you're saying Mario can't run?
No, what I'm saying
You're saying
is
Mario can't run on a PS5?
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
so just because it's not on your platform doesn't make it exclusive.
No, it absolutely does. Exclusive. Listen, exclusive is just simply, is it only available on one platform? It doesn't matter the reason. The reason's irrelevant. It's the reality. Where can I play this game? Oh, you want to play Mario Kart World? You got to get a Switch 2. Oh, well, that's an exclusive. Hey, where do I want to play League of Legends? Oh, you need a PC. Hey, where do I want? I'll give you an example. Lost Soul Aside is going to come out in August. It's not exclusive because you could also play on PC. You don't have to buy a PS5 to play Lost Soul Aside. You can play if you want to, or your brother, whoever buys games on Steam, he will be able to buy Lost Soul Aside the day it comes out on Steam. You don't need a PS5. Therefore, it's not exclusive. You have the option. I'm going to buy it on PS5. If you choose to play the game, you don't have to be like, damn, I got to go get a PS5 to play Lost Souls. Like, nope, it's on Steam. You can enjoy it on Steam that day.
So, in the grand context of things, you are saying hardware exclusivity is bad because you can't play fucking World of Warcraft or League of Legends on PlayStation 5.
I personally not saying it's bad at all. If anything, probably the reason why it is exclusive is because of the controls. Listen, if I wanted to play World of Warcraft, I technically could play right now because I have a gaming laptop, but my gaming laptop has a 3050. A 3050, I think, is to play a game from 2004. So I could play World of Warcraft. Technically, I could play right now if I want to. I got a Nitro 5 gaming laptop. I think it's good enough to play World of Warcraft.
So
I don't have an issue with that. Listen, I don't have an issue with World of Warcraft being exclusive with PC. I don't have an issue. It doesn't bother me.
So exclusives don't matter.
No, it does matter. It does matter. Especially for a game like World of Warcraft, where I think the main reason it's not on console is because of the controller, not because of the hardware. It's a very keyboard and mouse intensive game. You're not gonna play. You're not gonna play World of Warcraft. There's no way you can effectively play World of Warcraft on this. Hell no. Get the fuck out of here. This is terrible. You can't do it. So you want the best experience of World of Warcraft, you gotta play on PC, keyboard and mouse, and do your things and be like, Leroy Jenkins.
You're talking about like a Mortal Kombat to like Switch situation. They will sacrifice in order to
but that's different.
the broadest demographic.
What they sacrifice is the game looks ugly as fuck, but functionally, controller-wise, it still plays the same because it's same button configuration. It's just ugly as fuck. This is ugly. It's ugly. All right, now back to the multiplayer. So now you explain.
50 minutes. Yeah.
All right, so multiplayer. Again, going back to my point, Sony doesn't need it. Sony wants it. I agree. Sony wants that. I think what you're saying, there's a difference between multiplayer and live service. I think that was your final point, right?
Yes.
conflate the two.
Oh, absolutely.
So, okay.
There's
All
a
right.
difference
Okay,
between
there is a difference.
multiplayer and live service.
I agree. Like the traditional multiplayer, like Gears of War, single player and online multiplayer, right? Call of
Yes.
Duty. Yeah, I agree. Okay, but here's the problem. That is not what Sony's doing. They're not doing that. So there's no point in talking about that.
So
Yeah,
just because they suck at it doesn't mean they need it.
No, but no. So no.
Or doesn't mean they don't need it.
No, they want it, but they don't need it. And I'm going to tell you factually why. It's not an opinion. I'm going to explain you why. They don't need it. I'm going to explain to you why. They are currently doing the live service strategy. It is failing. Concord flopped. Foam Stars deal flopped. It looks like Fair Game's about to flop. Marathon's about to flop. Really, the only successful thing that came out of this live service strategy is Helldivers. That's it. They canceled multiple games and Concord flopped. So the majority, like 99% of the strategy is a failure. Yet, despite the massive failures of this strategy, Sony made $31 billion in record profit.
And this is where my cynicism...
But listen. If Sony is still making profit, even though their live service is failing, they actually would be better not having the live service strategy at all because they wouldn't have lost money. Most of the stuff of the losses that PlayStation currently has, the strategy is from their live service. It isn't their single player that's making them lose money. It's not their subscription that's making them lose money. It's not their controllers. It's not the VR. It's not the portal. None of that. The part of the PlayStation strategy where they lost money is their live service, right? And it still didn't impact the overall bottom line because the overall bottom line was $31 billion in record profit. So they don't need this shit. They want it, but they don't need it. That's what I'm trying to say.
So you're relying, in this instant, you're relying on Microsoft's trust that they won't eventually turn fucking Call of Duty into an exclusive. I don't trust Microsoft as far as I could throw them. They could absolutely turn into an app like Netflix, not do hardware, and then like, where are you going to go? The only download this like $10 app to access fucking Call of Duty.
Josh, I'm gonna be honest, you lost me because we were talking about Sony multiplayer and you brought up Xbox.
Well, here's the thing.
I don't understand.
Jim Ryan crashed out about Call of Duty so I was a cynical asshole. I was serious. I thought he was like exaggerating when he talked in the ABK deal. Like, we need Call of Duty. Hindsight is 2020. No, maybe he's right because Sony is focusing on multiplayer.
Listen, Sony clearly, right? Jim Ryan at the time was just trying to do whatever to prevent Xbox from acquiring ABK. But the reality is, PlayStation is at its most successful it's ever been in brand history. Again, they generated $31 billion. This is money no gaming company has ever made in a year. None. Not ABK, not ABK with Microsoft, not 2K Games, not EA, not even Tencent. Listen,
billion?
not even, listen. And 31 billion with record profit for the brand. So it's the most money and the most profit they have ever done. That PlayStation
is that 31 billion more than Nintendo made?
Yes. Nintendo's not even close to that 31 billion. Not even close.
So
they make great profit. They make great profit.
Games to a fucking piece of hardware. Whatever.
Wait, no, don't go back to that. We're done with that. We're done with the exclusive. The exclusive argument's over.
We're done.
We're talking about We're talking about Sony needing multiplayer. That's the new thing. I'm telling you, they don't need it. They don't. They're at their most. Listen, they are at their most successful, and the one problem they are experiencing is their attempt to do live service. That's literally the problem they're facing.
You're suggesting just trust Microsoft of all fucking people. Once that 10-year contract is up with Call of Duty, if Jim Ryan is saying Call of Duty is required for their fucking platform,
This Sony
And
Sony never signed a 10-year. Sony doesn't care about 10-year contract. There's no 10-year contract.
but they signed a 10-year contract.
No, I don't think they did sign a 10-year contract. In fact, think about it.
Someone
right?
correct me in the chat.
Listen. If you think, correct the chat. I don't think they signed a 10-year contract. But here's the thing: not like Call of Duty is never going to go away from PlayStation. In fact, PlayStation's getting Gears. Like that, the whole thing of Microsoft taking games away from PlayStation, they're not going to do. Call of Duty is going to stay on. Brother, man, there's a Call of Duty. The Call of Duty bundle is back. So not only is Call of Duty never going to go away from PlayStation, the one thing Microsoft took away originally, which was the Call of Duty bundle, they brought it back. So they're giving PlayStation what they had originally. Call of Duty's not leaving PlayStation. In fact, not only is it not leaving PlayStation, it's going to get Gears and Halo on top of that.
So you're suggesting relying on third-party shit?
No, what I'm suggesting is what the people
You're suggesting Gears and Call of Duty party shit.
Yeah. I mean,
so if Xbox becomes a full digital app that fucking locks their shit behind an app,
they're not going to lock behind the app. They're not going to lock it behind the back. There's no reason for them to
do that.
There's no reason. Why? If that was the case, how come EA didn't do it? How come 2K's not doing it? They're not locking their stuff behind the app.
Because they don't have enough games to pivot the fucking market.
No, they're not going to lock behind the app. Why would they? It does them no benefit. So you're telling me there's going to be games everywhere.
A $20 app is more affordable than a $700.
No, but that's fine. They could still have the app and they could still put games on the console. There's no consequence to Xbox.
A year or two later.
No. So wait a minute. Yeah, you think the industry is going to go from? You think the industry is going to go to a multiplayer industry, but then back to exclusives via apps?
No, timed exclusivity.
For what?
Well, because why would Microsoft
go back to timed exclusive? Why would Microsoft go back to that?
Because that is what they are currently. Why isn't Avowed PlayStation 5?
I think because I explained this. Certain games on Xbox is not on PlayStation 5 because the studio's not big enough to do same-day ports across all titles. But Avowed, like Hellblade is got announced for PlayStation 5. The reason why is Ninja 3 is not big enough to have done Hellblade on PC, Xbox, and PS5. They don't have the big enough studio to handle the load. So certain games won't be there and there on PS5 only because the studio's not big enough to do it. So they'll focus on Xbox and PC first, and then they'll port the PS5 version because they don't have the resources to do all three. You understand what I'm saying? They're not like Bethesda or AB or Activision Blizzard. They don't have the resources. Some of Microsoft studios don't have the resources to do same day release on every platform.
That is why the industry is currently looking at Microsoft, because Microsoft is currently the first one jumping in the fucking water. If the piranhas come out, Sony and Nintendo will find out. They're waiting to see what happens with Microsoft before they fucking jump on any shit.
Yeah, but we got to talk about the multiplayer, though. Like, Sony need multiplayer. It's clear they don't. They made more money than they ever been with the multiplayer strategy failing.
They don't need to rely on third-party shit.
No,
like
what
Gears
I'm saying
and Call of Duty.
But that has nothing to do with Sony's strategy. Right now, Sony made the most money, and the live service strategy is failing. If anything, if Sony didn't do any live strategy at all, they would have made even more money. They actually listen.
You're saying Helldivers 2 was a failure?
No, not Helldivers 2, but everything else. They canceled.
So what was different from Helldivers 2 from Concord?
I don't know. I listen. I think this.
Let me
tell you. Let me tell you.
I'll tell you.
I'll tell you. The main thing is live service strategy, and this is an industry problem. More failures have come from live service than successes. That's why the majority of the most played live service today are games that came out from last gen.
And what separated Helldivers 2 the most from Concord? Why did Helldivers 2? Huh?
PvE, I'm guessing? The focus is on PvE, I guess?
No. It was because Helldivers 2 wasn't a big 100 play. blockbuster, whatever the fuck, doomed inevitably for failure, is because Helldivers 2, in the grand scheme of things, AA kind of multiplayer.
No, Helldivers,
compared
it doesn't matter
to
if it's AA.
Concord.
No, Concord, it doesn't matter. Concord, so you're saying Concord, if it was AA, would have succeeded? No,
No, I'm
I'm
saying.
gonna tell you. I'll say
I'm
this. When it
saying,
comes
like,
to Concord,
if you put your focus on the right things and not just because their AAA multiplayer shit endeavors have failed, doesn't mean they're AA. Like, if you limit your budget, and like broaden your scope, you will succeed.
Listen.
You want to limit your budget and try to maximize profit.
Listen, it doesn't matter, because if you could do a AA budget or AAA budget. If people aren't playing your games, a AA budget will fail just as much. You need people to play your games, right? And live service, we have seen multiple live service games fail.
But that goes
all
back
the
to the
time.
Magic game discussion, bro.
No, it's not. That has nothing to do. Like, you keep bringing up an old discussion. We're talking about Sony needing multiplayer right now. Let me ask you this: which you think is a better gen, PS5 or PS4 in terms of PlayStation?
PS4 easily.
Easy. Oh, so the generation where Sony did not focus on multiplayer and didn't port games to PC is better than the generation.
But just because they didn't focus on multiplayer doesn't affect shit.
Listen. PS4, they did not push multiplayer. They didn't even push PC ports. And you're saying that generation is better than the generation where they are, they added live service multiplayer as part of the strategy and porting the games on PC.
Xbox is currently doing.
I don't care about Xbox.
Xbox is
I'm asking on PlayStation. I'm asking on PlayStation. You said you said the generation for PlayStation that they didn't prioritize live service or even added a strategy live service, and they didn't port their games to PC, so happened to be the better generation for PlayStation. Interesting. That's interesting.
I mean, it's the same inverse argument with fucking Xbox.
Why?
They did prioritize multiplayer, and it didn't help.
They didn't prioritize multiplayer.
And during the Xbox One,
I see these. Yeah, but here, let me ask you, why are you saying PS4 is better?
Let me ask you, mid.
Yeah, no. So they downgraded their games. But let me ask you, why are you saying that? If anything, you as a PC gamer should say this is the better generation because you're getting the PlayStation games on your platform. But you didn't. You're saying the PS4 generation is better.
I would rather have like 10 Twisted Metals than one Horizon.
All right. But that's what they canceled it. So you're not getting that either. They canceled it, bro. This shit sucks. I can understand. Listen, I can understand if they actually gave you the Twisted Metal, then I'll be happy for you. But they didn't give you. They said, nah, you ain't getting Twisted Metal. So you're not getting that, bro.
I'm going to just side note. I'm going to crash out for Twisted Metal.
I know, but think about it. You would love Twisted Metal, and Sony said, nah, that shit's done. We're not doing that. We're not giving you Twisted Metal. No factions. We shut down, we screwed over Blue Point, wasting their time with a live service. They canceled that. Sony Bend, they canceled that live service. Concord, they refunded it. Cancel after cancel. Now it looks like Marathon, who knows what's going to happen. You think Marathon looks good?
Fuck no.
Yeah, Jade Raymond left the studio for Fair Games. Bro, this shit's garbage. Sony don't need this shit.
But you're saying
you don't need this shit.
Again, you're saying
they don't need this bullshit.
The same shit. It's the same shit with Microsoft during the Xbox One. Just because you're not doing good with Halo doesn't mean you don't need shit like Halo and Gears of War.
No, but Halo and Gears is their staple, so they have to do better. Sony as a live service is not
more than their staple. It's multiplayer.
It's their staple. Like literally, in fact, Halo is literally the Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth is for the Yankees. Halo is for Xbox. It's literally the brand name.
Before we can compare like Halo, Uncharted or some shit, we have to like a multiplayer game to Uncharted, which is a single. Exactly. Is there an Xbox game that was single player during its prime that is comparable?
To what? Comparable to Uncharted?
Yeah, something like a single player game.
in the earlier days, like the OG Xbox and whatchamacallit,
But
360.
we're going way back, bro. Multiplayer and
no,
online
no,
connectivity.
no. But what I'm saying is, there was a time, single player games was amazing on Xbox. They just went away from it. But here's the thing: PlayStation, the one game that you can argue was like their big first party, big multiplayer game of the time was SOCOM, and that was SOCOM 2 on the PlayStation 2.
But
Ever
there was
since
a good
then,
time when multiplayer games were
you know,
good on PlayStation.
But
They
look
just
at
weren't
PlayStation
live
4.
service.
Yeah. But look at PlayStation 4. PlayStation 4 generally had decent multiplayer, but it wasn't like the standouts. PlayStation 4 wasn't known as the big multiplayer first party stuff. It wasn't. It was the single player story. That's the bread and butter of PlayStation. So Sony,
Well, you cut out
listen,
for like
I
20
understand.
seconds.
Like Sony's, like look at PS4. PS4, the generation you're saying is better than PS5. That was primarily powered by single player story, not live service or even multiplayer games. Even though PlayStation had a few, but they weren't breakout. Uncharted 4 multiplayer wasn't the big fucking
And if
deal.
you
The
go
Last of
back
Us
even
Factions
further, the
wasn't a big
fucking
deal.
PlayStation was better because it prioritized more single player shit and less multiplayer shit.
But that's what I'm saying.
Because
Now,
the
Sony,
industry is moving in a direction.
And listen, what I'm saying is, Sony, I understand why they strategize live service, but we're in 2025 now. We can look at the strategy and say, Sony, you suck at this and you don't need it. In fact, what is the one thing gamers really want to see from Sony? They want them to see and get back to producing more single player stories.
As a
Everybody's
company,
arguing
as
that.
a CEO, I'm not gonna lie, just personally, I wouldn't trust Microsoft. I wouldn't
You don't.
duty staying multi-plat. I wouldn't rely on Gears of War.
It is staying multi-plat. It is. Microsoft
It's
is done with that. They're
Microsoft,
third
bro.
party.
They could do anything.
No, yeah, but Microsoft
I don't
right
trust
now,
anyone, bro.
I get it. But logically speaking, Microsoft is embracing putting software everywhere. If they could listen, if they could put Gears of War on your toaster, you're gonna see Gears of War on your toaster run. They're going to put their games on whatever device possible. They're done with that. That's not their way. So I don't think you have to worry about. Sony doesn't have to worry about.
They're leaning into that shit.
I mean, they're literally getting Gears now. No one thought that. I anticipated it, but a lot of people are like, "Wait a minute, PlayStation got Gears and Forza." Like, listen, wait till Halo drops. I don't know why people are going to be surprised, but Halo's dropping on PlayStation, and you're going to see Master Chief on PlayStation. Master Chief.
Let's say me and you, like, hypothetically, both, like, I don't know, whatever devs, and you work for fucking Helldivers and I work for Microsoft Gears of War, and I'm telling you about how many sales we're going to get from fucking Gears of War being on all platforms and how it is outselling your fucking game being restricted to one single platform.
Well, it's on PC too. Helldivers on PC.
It's not on Nintendo.
No, it's not. It's on PC.
Gears of War and Halo and all that shit.
I think they're going to try to put on Switch 2 if they can. If they can. I think they'll look into it.
They'll try to put all the games what they can. Everywhere, eventually.
What they can. Yeah, what they can. Where they could put it, they'll try to put it.
So, yeah.
But that's because Microsoft is embracing third-party strategy, But I think, in my opinion, PlayStation doesn't need. Do they want? Yes, I know they want. Live service if successful. But at this point, the strategy sucks. So something's got to happen. Like, do you keep sucking for another 5 years?
So would you say the PlayStation 2 had a better, was a better console than...
If a what?
The PlayStation 2 was better than the PlayStation...
Than the PlayStation 5?
4.
PlayStation 4?
Yes.
Man, because you're talking comparison generation. I'll put it this way. I think PlayStation 2 gen is probably one of the best gens in gaming, period. I mean, look at all the games that came out that gen. PlayStation 2 gen? Yo, PlayStation 2 gen.
Oh, the
Just from
the PS2 is like goated.
the gen. Yeah, I think that generation
It's goated.
in my opinion, overall, that gen is goated because you're talking OG Xbox and Dreamcast and GameCube. If you look at the games
so,
for
like,
its time, fuck. Resident Evil
the
4,
limited
Grand Theft Auto
multiplayer
3,
games
Vice
that were
City,
on
Halo,
the
Halo
limited
2.
multiplayer games that were on PS2,
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean? Like,
All right.
were they like? Did that go ahead?
All right. All right. So I think for that topic, I don't know. I think you say I think you want multiplayer because you want Twisted Metal, which I can respect that.
I just like
you want
I
Twisted
know
Metal.
they like I think they need it, and I know they can do it, and then I know they can do it right.
I think at best, Sony needs to trim down the strategy and relax a bit. I think they should just.
Yeah, so like
I think they should just focus on Bungie because they spent $3 billion on them. Figure out how to fix Haven Studios and this new studio they developed called Looking for Group. Stay there. Work those out.
So you can like
and leave those alone.
You can lesser your player, but also still focus on multiplayer.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is they need to reduce it. Stop going 10, 20 games like in live service. Stop it. But stay with Bungie. Yeah. Stay with Bungie. Stay with New Haven Studios and your new studio Looking for Group. Focus on them and get multiplayer live service with them, right? Don't buy another studio doing another live service. Like, stop. Relax. Just focus on those three guys and let them work the live service.
Here's the thing. They just need one to succeed. That's why you're seeing the focus.
They have one, which is Helldivers, but they keep making more and it keeps flopping. Like at a certain point, like relax, calm down.
Apparently, Helldivers 2 isn't.
Is what?
Apparently, Helldivers 2 isn't off.
Isn't what?
Because greed outweighs all.
No, Helldivers 2 is doing phenomenal. So they got their one game, and good for them.
If it was enough, then they wouldn't be focusing.
No, but remember, the plan was already in motion, right? Because remember, this is a strategy they started in 20. Listen,
this is a strategy. Ago, they announced
this strategy started in 2019 to get into live service. So that train already left the station. As it's developing, they're realizing, oh shit, we're fucking up. That's where all the cancellations are coming from. So now the question is, are they gonna renew 5, 6, 7 new games? I don't think they are. I don't think they're gonna greenlight 7 new projects for live service. I don't think they're gonna greenlight that many new projects. I think right now
they just announced a new project, bro.
No, I think right now LFG, Marriott, Bungie, and hopefully Haven Studios, and they're just gonna see what they could do with that. And I'm cool with that.
They just need one to see. That's all. Like they just need a few.
They need, I'm saying they do need a few. But what if all 3 flops? Yeah, but what if they flop? What if Marathon Fair Games and then the new studio Looking for Group, they all flop? Like how many flops can you handle?
A Fortnite that succeeds, that doesn't make it good. Fortnite sucks.
I mean, yeah, but it's successful at least. It's super successful.
But we would, like us as gamers would Twisted.
That's. I mean, listen. I know you want Twisted Metal, but Sony said no. I don't know what to tell you.
God damn it, Puertorock.
I didn't make the decision. So if anything, you should be like Sony. Your strategy sucks. If you're not gonna make Twisted Metal, then don't make shit. All right.
It's their focus, man.
Next topic. No, that's their focus they started with. I think they're winding down that focus. I think they realize there's too many canceled projects. Too many issues. They need to like temper their strategy. I don't think they're gonna go hard with 10 new projects. Debate topic number 4. Does Naughty Dog still have it? Should we be worried about Intergalactic? Nope. I don't see any reason.
This is a hot topic, bro.
I don't see anything to worry about.
All right, so let's start off. Let's define success for Intergalactic. Financial success or critical success?
I think they'll do fine both.
You think they'll do fine both? You think they'll mimic their success with like The Last of Us and Uncharted?
Yep. I don't see no reason why.
The reason I am so fucking skeptical is because the two people that were that were a part of that success are no longer there. It's just Neil Druckmann. It is now like the equivalent in my vision, like in my mind, the equivalent of like keeping George Lucas in charge. George Lucas has a bunch of wacky, cool ideas, whatever. You need to ground him. The Last of Us 2 proved that.
So who? Last of Us 2. You don't like the Last of Us Part 2? Because I loved it.
It doesn't matter what I think.
So let me ask you this: who are you concerned about?
That
who are you said the two people who did what? The Last of Us 2 are not on Intergalactic, or
no longer not on.
Like who? Who are you?
Can you they are no longer with Naughty Dog.
Who are you talking about? Who in particular?
That's no longer with Naughty Dog. I got names here. Here. Hold on.
Yeah, who are you talking about that you're worried about?
Amy Hennig and Bruce Straley.
Let me see. When did Amy Hennig leave? Amy Hennig left.
She's got a fucking like a resume, bro.
No, I know who Amy Hennig is, right? Let's see. Amy Hennig left Naughty Dog in 2014.
And then when did The Last of Us come?
No, but listen, look at Amy Hennig left in 2014. Since 2014, they released Uncharted 4.
What have they put out?
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. They put Uncharted 4 in 2016, Lost Legacy in 2017, and The Last of Us 2 in 2020.
What did Lost? I've never fucking heard of this.
Lost Legacy was the double A. Was the double A continuation of Uncharted 4.
So I'm gonna send you an image.
You know what I'm saying? In fact, did Amy Hennig, was she part of The Last of Us? Let me see something.
No, but she was a part of that like Uncharted success that Neil Druckmann rolled off of.
So hold up. Amy Hennig, she wasn't even part of The Last of Us 1.
And this is where this comes into Bruce.
No, okay. So now let's see Bruce Straley, right? Bruce Straley.
I sent you an image on Twitter. If Bruce wasn't as integral to the first game, he wouldn't be complaining about lack of writing credit on the TV show.
Let me see. The Last of Us co-creator says lack of credit for Israel has an argument for unionization. Bruce Straley former. So no, that's different. I'm not saying Bruce Straley wasn't part of that, but he's right. I mean, I get that, but I think that's a different argument. For the chat, I'm just going to show you what he's talking about. But let me look at he's talking about Last of Us co-creator says lack of credit for HBO shows an argument for unionization, right? He feels that he should get some type of recognition for his contribution in writing or part of The Last of Us. But hold on, let me look at something. The Last of Us 2. Hold on. Give me a second. Let me see. Where's The Last of Us 2? The Last of Us Part 2, Bruce Straley wasn't part of it.
Exactly. And look at what happened.
The Last of Us Part 2 was great. Divisive, but it was great. Successfully and critically. It won Game of the Year awards. It sold over 10 million.
So even now, as a success even success.
Even
what you're valuing.
No. What I value is what I like about the game, me personally, and I love the game. But
no. We have to
like. It depends. Like,
what is success? Is it critical or financial?
It could be either or. It depends what you want to talk about. I don't know what do you want success to be defined as? If it's financial, successful, sold over 10 million. Critical, it's like.
Here's the thing. I don't think Druckmann, because Naughty Dog in its current form. Here's the thing. I compare Naughty Dog to BioWare. Like the Naughty Dog that everybody loves. that Naughty Dog is gone, that BioWare is gone.
Why? How?
Like,
How are they gone?
I think their reliance on Neil Druckmann, like Neil Druckmann is more concerned with being controversial than telling a good narrative.
The Last of Us 2 is amazing narrative.
Then why was it so divisive?
Because certain gamers, right? And I got it. In fact, that's what I love
don't
about
bring
The
in
Last of Us.
gamers. They now have a TV.
No, you said no. You said why is it so divisive, right? Divisive means people.
Then bring
Right?
up the TV show and its reception.
You know, people like you're gonna have people listen, especially something like The Last of Us, right? The Last of Us you're right. It is very divisive. To this day, people hate the idea of Joel getting killed. It's fucking people hate it. They fucking hated it, right? Right? It shocked the fuck out of me. Absolute shocker.
And I think Neil Druckmann will want to be shocking rather than
yeah. But here's the thing though. What he did with The Last of Us 2, I appreciate it because after playing the game, I realized The Last of Us 2 is not about Joel or Ellie. It's just one particular story about a people trying to survive in post-apocalyptic. It's drama, right? That's the reason why the game works so well translated into the TV show. You could be divisive, but goddamn, he created drama in game. And I was like, yo, at first, and playing it, let's be honest. Let's put it this way.
Go ahead.
Yeah, playing the game, right? Abby killed Joel, and I'm like, fuck this bitch. But then you play as her, and now you're experiencing her life and her throughput. And I was like, oh fuck, bro! Like
you
this
can
is crazy,
be divisive
bro.
if you're
it's drama,
like
bro.
TV show.
It's drama.
You can't be divisive when you're a fucking AAA budget game.
Yes, you can, bro. Last of Us 2 is pure cinema, bro. That game, it's gonna The fact that it invokes so much emotion and so much anger and so much people love it, people hate it. Yo, that's incredible for a video game. What he did in video game put that shit on the map in terms of just drama and anger. Some people absolutely hate it. And you know what that is? Even to this day, people who play the game and hate it, that emotion is still inside them. Most games don't do that. Most people...
Is that why Neil Druckmann announced that it would take an act of God to fucking get a Last of Us 3 greenlit?
No, so in terms of a new game, he didn't say it's the Last of God, but... let me put it this way. I'm gonna be honest. The Last of Us is a type of game. I know, but The Last of Us type game where you can ruin it just to make a new game for the sake of making a new game. It's kind of like, why did you make a part 3 of this movie? You know what I mean? You should have stopped at 2. 1 and 2 is fine. Why did you do 3? Right?
Honestly, that's how I feel about a lot of friends.
You see what I'm saying?
Gears of War 4, like Halo 4.
Sometimes, depending on the game, you need to stop. But let me put it this way. With The Last of Us 2, to this day, you have gamers that still, when you censor the game, it instantly triggers them. Not a lot of games does that. Not a lot of games triggers people, 5 years after the fact. Some games that suck, people forget about it. They be like, that game sucks. I don't give a shit. But when you say, hey, The Last of Us 2, Joel died, they're like, fuck you, fuck Druckmann. They're like, oh, fuck Druckmann, I can't stand that guy. That emotion, that shit is crazy, bro. I'm like, yo, this dude pulled it off.
Did The Last of Us sell more than The Last?
Than The Last of Us 1? Well, The Last of Us 1 had 1
the
and the
answer
remaster.
Is no.
Yeah, well, yeah, but they also remember they re-released it on the PS4.
They re-released The Last of Us 2 like 15 times.
No, what I'm saying,
it doesn't matter how many times you re-release it doesn't change the narrative.
What I'm saying, The Last of Us 1, let me put it this way, The Last of Us 1 on PS3 sold 10 million. The Last of Us 2 on PS4 sold 10 million. The thing is, The Last of Us also had the remaster on PS4, and then they also did the remake on PS5. And all those sales combined put it at 20 million.
But you're talking about starting a potential IP with divisive writing from The Last of Us 2. Potentially, because that is Neil Druckmann without
I'll say this.
fucking checks
I'll
and
say
balances.
this. Like, I'll say this, right? Naughty Dog so far has not shown to make a game that flopped financially or critically acclaimed. They haven't done anything. Like, they haven't done anything. There's nothing showing at this point.
So
until it
if
happens.
Marathon fails, do you think Bungie's cool?
Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question.
Because if Intergalactic fails, I think Naughty Dog is cool.
No, that's different. No, nah, not even close. They
I
already
don't think
have
they're
no.
as cooked as Bungie, but I think they are.
No, that's different. A live service game that gets cooked, what do? Literally,
it's the same thing with like
no, because when
it's
that's
the same thing with like Dragon Age and BioWare and the potential like Mass Effect 5, right? Like you go ahead.
So like ahead. Naughty Dog has been overall so successful that let's say if Intergalactic flops, they'll survive for another game easily. Because they made so much money.
That's what I was going to say. It's
they
like Mass Effect 5.
Yeah.
If Mass Effect 5 fails... Oh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What? If Mass Effect 5 fails...
For BioWare.
Do you think BioWare is cooked?
So here's the problem. Anthem failed. So if Mass Effect 5 fails, that's back-to-back failures. That's a different story. Anthem failed... And if they do Mass Effect, that fails.
Would you call Assassin's Creed a fail?
I don't think so.
So Shadows? It doesn't matter if it's a failure or if it underperforms.
I mean, depends. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
Let me put it this way, though. Let me put it this way. Assassin's Creed, some of these developers, they're not on the level of Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog is like the top tier game of the year, industry winning. Like they compete with Rockstar, them dudes.
But you're relying on past shit, like 2 games that came out like 15, 20 fucking years ago on the PS3, starting with Uncharted.
But Last of Us came out in 2020. Last of Us 2 came out in 2020. That was 5 years ago. That was their last project, and it was successful.
Look at the sales between Last of Us.
It's 10 plus million. It's 10 plus million. So it's
look at the Last of Us 1. It's 30 plus.
Yeah, across a game. Yeah, 30 plus across PS3, PS4, and PS5, and it's been out longer.
So you think like
this week,
going to PS6
like this week,
will make Last of Us 2 sell 30 million?
Let me tell you something. So, Neil Druckmann said that because of the Last of Us 2 season, like the Last of Us 2 remake, like this past week or whatever, sold an extra 2 million units. I don't know, like right now. We got to see where The Last of Us 2 sells. Now, remember, it could be at 15, 17 million, but again, right, it still made Sony lots of money. The Last of Us 2 sold a lot. You understand what I'm saying? Over 10 million is great. Over 10 million, we can't
as enough.
We can't say Sony has no complaint about The Last of Us 2, though. They didn't come out and say didn't meet expectations or it did bad. You know, they're Sony's all about The Last of Us 2.
To PC, and they wouldn't be remastering.
What do you mean? What?
If they didn't feel like, if they were satisfied with it, they'd be trying to remaster it. PC and then remastered the port of the PC.
No, the reason why they remastered it, The Last of Us 2, because they want to take advantage of the PS5, and you might as well put it on PC as well. That's why they remastered it, to take advantage of the PS5 hardware. That's why it's a $10 upgrade. That's why it's a $10 upgrade if you already own The Last of Us 2.
So porting, like having a PS6 and then porting The Last of Us 2 to PS6 and making it cross.
I'm gonna be honest.
Like the PS5 and the PS6 will not make it sell 30 million.
No, I'd be like, they might do a full-blown remake, The Last of Us 2. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, if your argument, there's a different argument saying it didn't sell as much as The Last of Us 1, the original, plus the remake, plus the remaster. That doesn't matter. The Last of Us 2 is successful. It sold over 10 million. It's probably at 17 million by now. The game is a success.
So what do you define like financial?
Financial, the definition of financial success across every game is what did you spend on the game, and did the sales result in gaining profit from the game? That's it. That's the success financially of a game. How much did you spend?
So like
and then based on the sales,
less money as you can, make as
yeah, but the thing is, though, but I mean, yeah, but at a certain point, like, you can't make Naughty Dog games single A games. So just because you only want to spend $50 million, that's not going to work. That's not going to work. There's, you know, like, look at Grand Theft Auto 6. Apparently, that game cost $1 billion. So, you know, they're going to have to make a lot of
sales. Let me tell
you,
the story of Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't matter how much money you spend on your game. If the game is bad and is badly,
yeah, but
you are fucked.
Yeah, but look, God of War has a high budget. Spider-Man has a high budget. Horizon Zero Dawn had a high budget. The last one had a high budget, and they were all successful.
Are those games as divisive as the last two?
Listen, no, but The Last of Us 2 is successful.
But are they as successful as the games that aren't as divisive?
It doesn't matter if it's as successful. If the game's successful, it's successful financially. I don't know what to tell you. If you spend X amount of money on a game and the game sells to where it's profitable, it's a success. That's literally the metric. That's the metric.
So, like, if they spent way too much on Intergalactic, make as much money.
If let's say they spent whatever dollar amount on Intergalactic, right? Let's say if they spent so much money that at a minimum they need 20 million to break even. If that's what they did, and it only sells 15 million, then it's a flop.
Okay.
So yeah. That's what I said. That's what I said. The standard for financial success on any game is how much did you spend on the game, and did you make profit on the game? That's the profit. Take, for example, Astrobot. Look at Astrobot. Astrobot, you know, I think at this point, the last known official count was 1.5 million. That's it. It's probably much more by now, but at the time, 1.5 million, the game was successful at 1.5 million. Why? Because the budget wasn't high.
But what you just described, and that's makes Last of Us 2 a flop because it didn't.
It didn't what? It didn't what?
Last of Us 2 didn't sell 15 million. What you said
it didn't need but it didn't need to sell 15 million. They didn't give it a budget that required minimum 15 million sales to break even. The game was profitable after 4 million sales.
And like that's what I'm saying. I think they're like projecting, and what they are hoping for is way higher than what you were expecting, like 10 million to be a success. When PlayStation is expecting this to like be 30 million to break minimum.
No. They when the game launched and broke like 4 or 5 million, they said it was already profitable at 4 or 5 million. Last of Us 2. So that's already wrong. It was already profitable.
How long was The Last of Us 2?
Remember the Last of Us 2 was a PS4 game, so it wasn't like a 300 million budget game. I think you're thinking of Spider-Man.
Was it The Last of Us 1? Hold on. Was The Last of Us 1 PS3? Somebody remember.
The Last of Us 1 first launched on the PS3.
Okay, so between The Last of Us 1 to Intergalactic, we have now skipped 2 console generations. They have released 2 games.
No. Brother man, I don't think no. They released a shit ton of games. Last of Us 1 launched in June 2013. All right? That was on the PS3. Then they did the remaster of The Last of Us 1 for the PlayStation 4 in 2014.
Bro, that is not a new game.
No, listen, I'm breaking you all the games down. Give me time.
Okay.
Patience, please, patience. I'm just listing you what they've done. Okay, so going back to the beginning, 2013, The Last of Us 1, PlayStation 3. 2014, The Last of Us 1 remaster for the PlayStation 4. 2016, Uncharted 4. 2017, Lost Legacy, 2017. And 2020, The Last of Us 2. Now this gen,
So what?
this gen,
I mean, this is
and
technically describing
this gen, they haven't released a new game. This gen. And I'm going to tell you is because of what? The goddamn live service game. They prioritized that and they thought that they will release that first, Factions 2, but they ultimately canceled it. So now that was supposed to be the first new game of Naughty Dog, Factions 2, but they canceled it. Surprise, surprise. Live service strategy sucks. So now their first new game won't come out till 2027. Some people are saying 2026 or 2027 because Factions 2 was supposed to be the new game. That was supposed to be already out. That would have been their first new game and big blockbuster, all that shit. But they canceled it.
So you're saying since the PS3 and the PS5 currently, they have released 4 games?
Since the PS3, so since the end of the PS3, they released new games, right? So not including remasters.
Not remasters.
Remasters. So they released Uncharted 4, Lost Legacy, and The Last of Us 2. They released 3 games.
In 3 console generations.
No, what do you mean 3 console generations?
The PS3, the PS4, the PS5.
You can't, no, bro. No. If you want to count how many new games they released in the PS3 generation, the PS4 generation, and the PS5 generation, then you got to count all the games they released in those generations. So we'll start with the PS3. PS3 generation, Naughty Dog released Uncharted 1, Uncharted 2, Uncharted 3, and The Last of Us. That's 4 games.
We're mostly focusing on the era, though. That's what
whichever you're
the Neil Druckmann.
The Neil Druckmann. He was part of that era. So you're talking about when he was in charge? Okay, so he took over during the PS4 era. So in the PS4 era, he pushed out Uncharted 4, Lost Legacy, The Last of Us. That's 3 games during the PS4. This gen, right? They wanted to push out Factions, and that live service kind of fucked everything up when they canceled it because now they didn't have a new game to release. But they still have 2 more games that they're producing now. One we already know as Intergalactic. So you got again Uncharted 4, Lost Legacy, The Last of Us, 3 games in the PS4 era from Neil Druckmann. That's not bad. It's this gen kind of screwed up Naughty Dog because of that live service strategy. You know, the strategy you're saying they need. Clearly they don't.
No, the fucking Neil Druckmann did more detriment to Naughty Dog and The Last of Us than the focus on live service shit in Sony ever did.
No, absolutely not.
Dude, that shit is so polarizing. Crazy. You can't touch that shit with 10-foot pole.
People are still buying it to this day, especially the new people that never played the game before, but because they watched the show, they're going out buying the game. And yet you're saying no one's playing.
On the show are like falling out.
You got new people playing the game because of the show. New people, because they saw the show and they realized, oh shit, this is an actual PlayStation game. People bought PS5s to play The Last of Us after they watched the show.
Drop in the bucket in the grand scheme of things, bro.
An extra $1 million, $2 million years after the fact? How's that any different than putting the game on PC and sending $1 million?
It's not a whole lot, especially about a lot of these that are potentially buying shit second market, but pawn shops.
Brother man, Spider-Man 2 got ported to PC and ended up selling like 1.5 million. Guess what? Still money, right? Yoshida said prints money. 1.5 million prints money. So how's that different than you know, one they bought a console, which means now they're gonna play more than The Last of Us because now they got a console. So The Last of Us, an exclusive, you know, they're like, yo, this is a show, this is great. Oh, I could play on PS5. Let me buy a PS5. They bought a PS5.
Expectations, man.
Yeah, but think about it.
You're looking at a console market that is currently 75 million, 77 million.
Yeah, but think about it. You got people who bought the PS5 because of that game. Now that they own a PS5, they're gonna try out other games. They're gonna try God of War. They're gonna try Spider-Man. Whatever they feel like trying out. Sony's gonna make more money off these gamers beyond The Last of Us. Because now that they got the console, they be like, hey, let me check out this God of War that people are talking about now that I have a PS5. Once they're done playing The Last of Us and The Last of Us 2, they're gonna be like, what else is there? Oh, Horizon, let me check that out. Oh shit, Gran Turismo, and even the third-party multiplats. Right? Let me check out Call of Duty. Let me check out Assassin's Creed. Let me check out Death Stranding. Cha-ching! Yeah, reel that shit in. All because of The Last of Us. So even if it's just 1 million, 2 million extra people, those extra 1 million, 2 million people are not going to be interested in other stuff. So that's more money from other games simply because they got pulled in with The Last of Us. The Last of Us pulled them into PlayStation 5. Now that they're there, let me check out this Ratchet and Clank. Let me check out, God of War. Let me check out Spider-Man. Oh shit, Spider-Man 2. It's just, now they're just gaming.
What has helped The Last of Us 2 being so divisive? What has it been like the series? Has it helped The Last of Us 2 or Last of Us 3 get made? Or has it helped Sony's bottom line more than it? Has it helped Naughty Dog and
Oh yes,
or has it helped Sony?
No, well, Naughty Dog and Sony is like intertwined, right? It's both. But the series has factually helped the game in the remasters and remakes. As much as you may not like it, I may not like it, people are buying the remasters and remakes because of the show.
You know what I find funny? Everybody talks shit about Xbox sales aren't listed. I can't find remasters sales for console for the PlayStation like listed anywhere. I couldn't find Spider-Man remaster console sales anywhere.
Hold on. Let me see if I could go to what that was it. Where was it at?
See, they only list the Spider-Man remaster PC sales numbers. You can't find the console sales numbers. For a lot of this shit.
Hold on. Let me
some of this shit isn't even listed. And the shit that is listed isn't.
No, I'm gonna show you. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you right now. Let me show you. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna send this to you in a DM, and then I'm gonna put it on the screen. Because you said you can't find it. I'm gonna show you. I got you, dog. This is
the
why I'm
PlayStation console sales.
Let me show you. I'm your only friend in these YouTube streets, brother, man. Let me show you.
It's all good. It's all good.
Learn
me, Puerto.
Yeah. Okay. So I sent it to you, and I'm gonna put it on the screen. It's in your Twitter DM, right? Right. This is the latest MPD for the month of April, right? Obviously, May you have to wait till in a few weeks to get the results for April, but this is last month's top selling games, right? And I'm gonna put it on the screen so that way everybody can see it, right? And as you can see, you will see The Last of Us is the 13th best-selling game for the month. And that's what the show does. It boosts up the game and brings it back up into the top sales chart.
I mean, that's just like marketing shit. You know, like like just having good.
In fact, look.
A show along with your game.
Yeah, but look. Yeah, but that's literally why Sony said that. They want to use movies and TV shows to get the awareness of the games, and then hopefully through the movies and TV shows, the people who see that who normally don't buy games, they'd be like, "Oh man, is that really a game? Is that really what you experience?" They get enticed into this. Now look what the rank last month, right? Which is still not bad, but Last of Us Part 2 for March was 23rd place, but because of the show, it went up, which means more people are buying it. That's why it bumped up to 13.
I mean, like the same can be said with Fallout. The game sales went like skyrocketed.
You
when
are
Fallout
absolutely
come out.
right. No, you're absolutely right. That's absolutely true. You are absolutely right. Fallout had that same impact, stuff like that. But what I'm saying is, you see, people are buying The Last of Us Part 2. When you said people ain't touching it with a 10-foot pole, bullshit. People saw that show and they're like, I got to play that. And boom.
You think
It goes
so?
up.
Suddenly, it's going to 20 million.
It could be. I mean, it could be 20 million, whatever.
Oh,
all I'm
fuck
saying
no,
is this.
bro. Fuck no.
Listen. All I'm saying is the game's successful financially. It's making money. It's making bank. It's printing money. People are buying it on PC. People are buying the remaster. I don't know what to tell you. It's doing good.
If Intergalactic comes out, will you consider it a success?
If Intergalactic comes out and you cut out, Intergalactic comes out what?
And it's more financially successful, like The Last of Us 2, which was divisive, and it had like a massive sales cut, or drop in sales from like 30 million to 10 million. And let's say like Intergalactic has like 10 to 15, and it's not 30 million, like a lot of shit. Like what we consider success on platforms like Spider-Man, which also has like 30 million.
You cut out.
Am I still here?
You cut out.
Okay, all right. So hold on. So all Intergalactic has to do is be this 10 million, and then not get a sequel.
Listen. I don't know how much money Intergalactic they spent on it. I don't know. Let me put it this way. I don't think Sony spends
You think
that
it's
much
cheaper
money.
than Last of Us 2?
No, probably not. I think it's gonna be more expensive. So I think
So
Intergalactic is gonna have a little higher bar. I just don't know
if
how
it doesn't outsell
But remember,
Last of Us 2, would you
the
call
last
it?
of The Last of Us 2 was sold for $60. Intergalactic is gonna be sold for $70. So that's a factor right there.
That's another factor. Like
That's another factor. Right?
Price increase is going to reduce your sales margin.
Let me put it this way. I don't think Intergalactic is going to be a $300 million budget game because that's Spider-Man, and that includes the marketing. So I don't think Intergalactic is in that level. I think
no
at best,
marketing is ever included.
No, yeah, but I think it's including overall thing. But I think
it's
reasonable.
Budget and marketing is different.
No, it's not. Marketing is included in the budget. Budget is how much money for the
it's
product.
it's never the same thing.
Yes, it is. Budget is just what money spent on the game, right? Budgets
Tell that to the film industry.
What do you mean? I don't
like you should do that. Like the rule of thumb is to like double or like half the budget to marketing.
Take Call of Duty. Half the budget of Call of Duty is the marketing. Budget means how much money you're putting into the project, which can include the development.
Means how much money it took to make the game, not how much money it took to sell the game.
No, budget, right? Budget is how much you're investing into the project. That's what it is.
Those two things are listed as different things in the records. Marketing and budget are two different things.
No, budget. You need a budget to market a game.
Like,
you need a budget.
Movies do not count marketing in their budget.
Brother man. Let me put it this way. If I spent $100 million on developing a game, and I also spent $100 million marketing the game, how much money did I spend towards the game?
Then you're arguing like definition, and that is what I am.
If I spend $100 million,
You're trying to like
listen,
the development is different.
listen,
Budget is different.
If I am a company and I spent $100 billion developing a game, and I spent another $100 million to market that game, how much total money did the company spend on that game? Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
So you're saying development and marketing are the same? That should be budget.
No. Yes, it's all part of the budget. And I'm going to show you why. If you just answer the question, you're going to understand why. If a publisher, listen, all right, let me put it this way. Let's say you are a publisher. You, Josh Edit, you are a publisher. You gave me $100 million to make a game for you, and you also gave me $100 million to market the game. How much money did you give me?
How much money did it cost to make the game? That is the budget of the game.
100 million.
So that's the budget of the game.
Okay, cool. But you also gave me $100 million to market it.
So that is my marketing budget.
Okay, so how much money did you give me for this project in total?
I gave you 100 million for budget.
No,
and then 100 million for marketing.
You gave me $200 million. So guess how much my game has to sell to give you back your money? I need to make up the 200 million you gave me.
You're arguing what you want. You're arguing what you want.
Think about it. If you gave me 100 million to make the game, and you gave me 100 million to market it, you spent 200 million. You want more than 200 million back. That's what you gave me. But it doesn't matter
what you think, dude. That's how it works. That's how it works.
No,
this is how it works.
No, that's not how it works. Okay. So let's do this. Just
Google it, bro. Just Google if marketing and budgeting are the same thing. It's not simple. It's not complicated.
Marketing and budget are not two competing terms. Marketing is just a system for advertisement, get it out there. But you need a budget to do that. Marketing's not free. You need money to market. The money you get to market is also budget. Budget is the money to do stuff, whether it's development or marketing or Q&A testing. Like, how much is all this going to cost me as a company to get this game out the door? Well, for development, it's going to cost this much. For marketing, it's going to cost this much. All that gets into factor. So when all that money gets wrapped up, right? If I spend 100 million on development, Q&A testing, and all that stuff, and I spend another 100 million on marketing, I spent 200 million. So now I need the game to sell where I get my 200 million back plus profit. You cannot sell a game and strictly tell me, all you need to do is make the 100 million back. I'll be like, no, bro. I also gave you 100 million to market. I need that money back too. So your game needs to sell over $200 million. Your game selling over $100 million. Let's say, for example, I give 100 million to develop. I give you 100 million to market, but you only give me back 150 million. Bro, I'm asked out 50 million. So I gave you 200 million and you're only going to give me 150 back? Get out of here. You need to make back the money I marketed. That's part of the budget allocation I gave to you. 100 million for making the game, 100 million to market. $200 million you got. I need that back plus interest.
But at the end of the day, the industry defines budget as development.
No, it's budget and marketing.
Just Google it, bro.
Listen. Everything that
just Google it right now.
Listen.
Is budgeting the same thing as marketing? Google.
No, budgeting is the money allocation.
Just Google it.
Listen, what are you talking about? What, brother, man? Oh my God! I'm not saying budgeting marketing is interchangeable. You need money. Is marketing free?
You're saying budgeting and budgeting are interchangeable.
No, I am saying the money you put towards developing the game, the money you put to market that game, All of that is part of your budget. All of it. That is your budget. The money you invest into the game through development, through marketing, all of that is in your budget. All of that.
So you're just saying you just want it to work that way, but it doesn't work that way.
It does work that way, brother man.
That's
If I don't
it
brother man, if I don't include marketing into my budget, you would fuck me over. If I gave you $100 million to market a game, and you say, nah, I don't count that. I only count development. Then where am I going to get my money back from the marketing? How am I going to get my money back? How am I going to get it back if you don't count it? If the only thing you count, if the only thing you count is $100 million to make the game, but to advertise it, to get it in, in commercials and print ads and all that, I gave you another $100 million. I just gave you $200 million. You can't come back to me like, nah, bro, I only need to give you back 150 million because the marketing don't count. No. I gave you 200 million. You better give me my 200 million back plus profit.
You're just saying what you want things to work.
That's the budget I gave you for the game. I gave you money to make the game, and I gave you money to market the game.
Check your DMs.
Budget for the game.
Check your DMs. That'll help. Like, just budgeting and marketing are not the same thing. It's just not. Whether or not you want it or how much you want it to be, they just aren't.
Oh my God! Like, yo, bro, the problem
is
just look
deeper. That's to help.
I'm gonna put you on, right?
It's to help the conversation.
No, budgeting and marketing are not the same thing, but they are closely related and independent. Budgeting is the process of allocating financial resources to achieve specific goals, while marketing is the broad activity of promoting the products.
Read that first part again.
Yeah,
read that first part again.
I know budget and marketing are not the same. I never said they were the same. Listen,
financials in the checkbooks.
Josh, I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying if I put money towards marketing, that is part of the budget. Budget is me giving you money.
But
That's
at the same time,
right? No,
they are counted as separate things because they're listed as separate things.
No. Budget is me giving you money. And if you use money to make a game
and to market the game, thing.
No, budget is me giving you money to market. Like, I need to give you money to market the game. That's part of the budget. It's part of the financial allocation. It says it right there. Budget is the process of allocating financial resources.
But they aren't the same.
Josh, I am allocating financial resources so you can make commercials and tell people you made a game. Hey, look right here. A well-defined marketing budget is crucial part of marketing plan that helps ensure the resources are used effectively to achieve marketing objectives.
A marketing budget is what is considered a budget for development.
No,
marketing budget and development budget are two separate things.
No, a budget for a project is the money I give you for developing the game and the money I give you to market the game, right?
So we're talking development budget and marketing budget.
And when you combine both, the game needs to sell to cover and make back all of that. The game, like Call of Duty, when Call of Duty sells, it needs to make back the money that was cost in development, and it needs to make back the money on all those huge marketing ads it does. Call of Duty needs to sell to make back all that money and profit. Because the budget was allocated for Call of Duty to make the game and to have all the commercials, to be in the Super Bowl ads, to be here. That's a lot of money. Sometimes the budget of the market is usually half.
That is written off financially as development.
Brother man. Oh my God, this can't be happening, bro.
Marketing and development are two separate things.
Because listen, you need a budget to have a marketing campaign. I am not saying budgeting and marketing is the same definition. What I am telling you, listen to what I'm telling you, and I'm telling you this slowly. In order to market a game, I have to give you money. Commercials are not free. That money I am giving you is part of the budget. Because we have to account for the money you are given to market the game, plus the money it costs to develop the game. All of that money, when the game sells, have to be made back. All of it. I'm not saying the definition of budgeting is marketing. I am saying you need to budget, and within the budget is marketing, along with development. Because you have to account for all the money. That's what I'm telling you.
I am saying
all the money.
Technically, budget is written as development.
Budget
like when you see the word budget, just think development.
No, when I think of budget, I think of how much money did a company put towards the game, in all of it.
But that's not
all
what
of it.
In actuality.
What do you mean that's not in actuality has?
Because marketing is separate.
Why would it be separate? That doesn't even make sense. You have to account
because it's
for the money.
Separate.
No, you have to account for the money that you spend on marketing, because when the game sells, you have to make that money back.
Bro, let's break this down. Let's break it down on a basic level. You're writing the books financially. You have to differentiate development from marketing, period. Right?
No. I need to budget.
No, you do.
No,
I need financials.
No, when I'm budgeting, I need to know how much money I spend on marketing.
You need to know how much you're spending on the game.
And marketing.
You need both separately. So they're accounted separately.
Why would they be? Listen, you can have two numbers. You can have the money you spend.
Two numbers. That's what I'm saying, bro.
Listen. Well, listen, you can have two numbers and saying, hey, how much do we spend on making the game? 100 million. How much do we spend marketing the game? 100 million. So the budget of the overall project was 200 million.
You're saying
Correct?
When your boss, hold on, you're saying when your boss comes to you, how much you spend on and marketing, you're just saying,
No.
If you said no, it's how much on development,
Josh,
and how.
Let me help you out, Josh. Let me help you out. If you were my boss and you told me how much did the budget of this game cost, I'm going to tell you the development budget was 100 million and the marketing budget was 100 million. So we spent $200 million to get this project off the ground. So in order to be successful,
I'm expecting as your boss two numbers. Two separate numbers. Can you deliver me two separate numbers?
I gave you 100 million and I gave you 100 million for marketing. So the project was $200 million.
So we have two separate numbers. We need to put those in the books.
No, you need to combine it, because when you spend 200 million on the overall game, which includes marketing, you expect a certain amount of sales.
So I'm saying, as your boss, we need to put those two separate numbers in the books as two separate numbers. We cannot combine those numbers.
Then the shareholders will fire you because you're a sucky boss.
By being honest and telling them this is how.
No, because you clearly don't know what you're doing.
I'm not lying to him and muddying the two.
No, you're not lying, because you as the boss, you need to worry about what the total budget was for the game to get it off the ground. All aspects of it. The development, the marketing, any money that you took from the shareholders to make this game, you need to know the total amount. Sure, you could break it down like, this is how much we spend on development. This is how much we spend on marketing. And it's good to have those numbers. But at the end of the day, you need to know the total number, so that way you can set your metrics on how much you expect the game to sell.
But that's the thing. You need to know how when they go down in the books, they're not listed as development. It's just not. It's listed as budget, and market is listed as separate.
They listed as budget, and they break down the budget of the game. Hey, what's the budget of this game?
Show me budget, development, and marketing. Three separate numbers instead of two.
Wait, hold on. All right, let me show you on the screen.
Okay. Am I going to see 3 different numbers?
No. I just asked, is marketing in game budget? Read the answer.
For indie games, bro?
No,
For indie games?
it's for anything. For larger AAA games, keep reading. It'll say for larger AAA games. For larger AAA games, the marketing budget can be substantial, sometimes matching the development budget or even exceed it.
Development budget! That's different!
I ask, is marketing part of a game's budget? And the answer is yes. You're saying no, it's not.
Budget means development.
No,
budget and fucking marketing are 2 separate
Let me help
things.
you out. Let me do this. What is the definition of budget? What is the definition of budget?
I think you're hung up on the word.
It is.
Let me just change the word from. Let me change the word from budget to develop. How about that?
You can't. Develop has nothing to do with money. Development is making something.
How does development not have to do with money?
Because development, the definition of development is you're making something. Budget, right, is allocating money to do something. Budget is allocating money. It's all about allocating money. You know what I'm saying?
So if your development costs too much money and your game doesn't, how does that help?
If what? If
your development is too expensive and your game doesn't sell as much, you're fucking Ubisoft. You're Skull and Bones.
But but that has nothing to do with my argument about marketing being part of the budget.
Overall, that doesn't change shit about.
It absolutely does.
If they were spending too much on
Josh, if you give me $100 million to make a game and you gave me another $100 million to market it, you gave me $200 million. The game has to sell to make up that $200 million. That $200 million you gave me is the budget for the project. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Josh.
You're arguing over definition. The point is, Neil, like if you were spending too much on and the game Intergalactic doesn't sell, and it is too divisive, and it doesn't spawn a new IP like it did with Last of Us, we don't get Intergalactic 2. What is the fucking point?
Let me ask you this. What if Intergalactic is not divisive? Let's say everybody loves it, but it's still so bad.
I don't.
It still sucks. It's still
so we don't get a fucking Intergalactic 2, and only the games, the fans suffer.
Yeah, but that's anything. If the game is a sales flop, it's a sales flop. But we don't know how much money is going to be allocated for the budget of the game. We don't know that stuff. We'll know when the game
it would be best to put it multi-plat, so then
we'll cross that bridge when it gets there. Just because it's multi-plat doesn't mean it's going to be successful. We see multi-plat fail.
It doesn't.
Suicide Squad.
And just
Suicide
because
Squad,
a fucking multiplayer game
Suicide Squad was multi-plat and it flopped. It is what it is.
Like sports games in general are like multi-plat, and they're always successful.
Oh yeah, but the one thing sports games have now is they're technically exclusive in the sense of the only, like for example, Madden, right? There's no other football game, so they have a monopoly. Madden's really the only NFL football game. The Show is really the only baseball game. The college football is really the only college football game. NBA 2K is really the only NBA basketball game. You understand what I'm saying? So there's no other games to compete to say, hey, this football game is better than this football game. There's not.
It's
if you want to play a football game,
feel that way
Madden,
about sports and not consoles.
what?
It's kind of way you feel that way about consoles. If there's no other choice, if competition,
no, but listen,
why
listen,
wouldn't you
listen,
fucking
listen,
overcharge?
listen. The fact that there's less console compete is not something I want. That's just how things ended up. I would love Microsoft to come back to the 360 days. I would love Apple to get in the game. I would love Steam Deck and, Steam Machine. I would love to see more companies create consoles and compete, create exclusives,
There is
all that
no
stuff.
scenario that you pitch
I'm not
me that changes the status quo.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying that it will. I'm just saying I would love to see it. I would love companies to try. It's funny. You want competition. You want competition, but you don't want exclusive games. Then what the hell they're going to be competing with?
Like, you don't need like exclusives to competition.
So what would be the competition?
The incentive to make good games that sells.
No, what will be the competition between the consoles? What's the competition in consoles? What's the competition in consoles?
It's stagnant. Why would it fucking matter?
You're saying, listen, you want competition in consoles, but you're saying games is not going to be part of that.
Better games, man. I can give a fuck.
How is competition going to be better in games if games are everywhere?
Look at Oblivion and Demon Souls. Oblivion was just a time to, and it spawned Demon Souls.
It didn't spawn. How did Oblivion spawn Demon Souls?
Have you not heard this story?
No.
It's a pretty famous story.
How did Oblivion spawn Demon Souls?
I'll send you a link to it. It's a whole thing. Sony wanted that fantasy, like, kind of Oblivion experience. They tapped FromSoft to do that. FromSoft, long story short, FromSoft could not deliver. But because FromSoft was even tasked with the project to begin with, it allowed Miyazaki to create Demon Souls. It allowed Miyazaki to turn that project he was working on from Oblivion competitor into Demon Souls. The fact that they were asked, by Sony, given money, incentive, was all they needed. Sony knew they were getting Oblivion regardless.
I don't know about the whole. I don't understand that, right? Because where let me ask you. Let me show you something. Are you familiar with Kingsfield? Have you ever heard of that?
Kingsfield is not a fucking soul. That is a different thing. Just because FromSoft exists doesn't mean the fucking Soulsborne genre. I've had this argument.
No, so
Kingsfield is not a Soulsborne.
No, but Kingsfield inspired Soulsborne. If you look at Kingsfield, a lot of
Kingsfield is the reason Sony wanted them to make a competitor to Oblivion. Because if you look at fucking Kingsfield, it looks like Oblivion than it does fucking Demon Souls.
Kingsfield came out before Oblivion.
Did Kingsfield come out before Elder Scrolls in general? No.
Kingsfield came out before Oblivion.
Did it come out before Elder Scrolls?
Let me see. When did Elder Scrolls come out? Let's see.
Like in the early 90s.
Let me see. When did Elder Scrolls come out? Let's see.
When
When this
did
guys.
Arena come out?
Let
The
me
first
see.
game is Arena.
Let me see. Elder Scrolls. Elder Scrolls. What was the first Elder Scrolls game? I don't know what the fuck. Arena came out in 1994. PlayStation wasn't even out when that. So
Okay, so now
like the
look
whole,
at, yeah, so it
yeah,
predates
it
fucking
was, you know what I'm
Kingsfield,
saying?
bro.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is Kingsfield came out. I think the first one was what 96, maybe.
Which gave Sony the
Let me see.
incentive.
No, and I actually
This looks like a fucking.
no. Kingsfield came out in 94 as well. So both games came
Okay,
out.
so it was around the same time. It
No,
doesn't.
but they both came out before PlayStation. PlayStation wasn't out in
But they
94.
look at both
So
games just from a
like
visual standpoint.
yeah, so
The same.
you know that don't that the and you know the visual don't match the audio. You know what I'm saying?
They are a first
games,
person fantasy.
yeah, but what I'm saying is Kingsfield inspired, you know, because they even talked about it. Like you see a lot of things that are similar. Of course, the gameplay is different, and even then, when you play Demon Souls, it doesn't play nothing like Elder Scrolls. It's a completely different game. Like it's completely
Exactly,
different. You know what I'm
because
saying? But so
Kingsfield and Demon Souls aren't the
okay.
same fucking
Yeah, saying
game, bro.
yeah, but Demon Souls and Oblivion, the Demon Souls and Elder Scrolls is definitely not the same.
Because something was tapped to like do something, and because it developed into another project doesn't mean shit. Fucking Devil May Cry was supposed to be Resident Evil 4 originally.
Mm-hmm. See,
Okay.
right now I'm looking at like a little bit of the history on the Demon Souls, and it doesn't mention anything about trying to counter what you call it Elder Scrolls.
I have seen it. I got a clip. Hold on.
I don't see nothing.
It's like if you trusted all bigger channels that connections and do honest work, it is Matt McMuscles. He is an honest content creator. He has covered this. Let me see if I can find a clip. I've gotten into this argument on
Now, the closest thing it says right here, Miyazaki said he wanted to create a game which would create the dark fantasy and hardcore feel of classic RPG titles such as Kingsfield and Wizardry series on modern consoles.
You're talking about Miyazaki.
Yeah, incorporated online elements. Yeah, but Miyazaki, yeah, this is his game.
But you're talking about Miyazaki's.
Yeah,
not the reason the game happened.
Yeah, no, but I'm telling you, Miyazaki is the reason why. He's the one that wanted to make this game. He made this game.
Why was he working on the game?
What?
Why was he working on the game to begin with?
Because I just told you that. He wanted to create a game. I'm just literally reading it to you. He wanted to create a game. So
he just walked into FromSoft and was like, hey, let me.
Yeah, like that's what developers do.
No. He was working on something that like was about to fail, and he took advantage of dying. Like the project he was working on was supposed to compete with Oblivion. He was like, let me experiment with shit, and if it fails, I have the clip here. I'll send it to you.
Man.
From Matt McMuscles.
Matt McMuscles?
Yes, because he covers game development. Like he lands exclusive, like and behind the shit scene. But a lot of these developers and insiders and shit wish to remain anonymous.
Matt McMuscles. All right, we got Emmanuel.
He's very credible.
Shout out. He said this thing that's MBG's old name. That's stupid. Oh, shout out to Emmanuel. Thank you for the super that says, tell this man to turn on his camera. Emmanuel says, Josh, you're arguing based on feels, bro. Use facts. Flaffy
But
1101,
what
thank you for
fact?
super chat. Says, is it just me or is he talking slow like you know? And Hollow Monko, thank you for the super chat. Says Elder Scrolls Arena and Kingsfield OG both came out in '94.
I mean, but you're missing the argument.
What's the argument that
Like
that
with that,
that?
it's
Let me see.
like
Let me
I'm
see though.
sending you a clip. See, hold on, shit.
Let me read this. Hold on. Okay, all right. You have a little bit of something. Give it that. I'll put it this. I went to here and look at it. So let's look at 10 things we didn't know about Demon Souls. Number 10, supposed to follow up to Kingsfield. During the earlier stages of Demon Souls development, it wasn't even supposed to be Demon Souls. Instead, it was going to be another Kingsfield title. Prior to being known for its Soulsborne titles, From Software was known for Armored Core and Kingsfield. When Sony approached From Software to create an exclusive that will go toe-to-toe with Bethesda's Elder Scrolls Oblivion, it made sense for the developer to turn to Kingsfield, which had a similar premise, tone, atmosphere. This ended up not being the case. Demon Souls was
Bro,
considered a failure. The development for Demon Souls, like any other video game development, was riddled with stressful moments and stepbacks. In this case, the development was so underwhelming, it was immediately perceived to be a failure early in production. None of the things the team wanted to work actually worked. Demon Souls felt too big for the studio at the time. They were working on a game they almost didn't feel confident on a console that felt too unfamiliar to them at that point. The team lacked proper vision, could not execute the ones they already had. To say that hopes for this title were low is understatement. Miyazaki, savior.
like
Miyazaki was
FromSoft
from the
didn't just
yeah.
want to make another like another Kingsfield. They were
Yeah.
tapped by Sony to make another Kingsfield in order to compete with
To
Oblivion.
compete with Oblivion, right? So that's what it said. Was fundamentally unknown before the rise of his masterful brainchild in Souls games. When he started working for From Software, he initially worked on Armored Core games. Wanted to make a game for himself, he immediately jumped on the opportunity to actualize his vision when he got wind that the studio was working on a medieval RPG title. After learning that the game was expected to be a failure, he saw this as an opportunity to do whatever he wanted. According to Miyazaki, if all of my ideas failed, nobody would care as it was already considered a failure. Ever the opportunist, Miyazaki's priority was just to fulfill his vision and hope for the best. Massive overhaul. When Miyazaki got on
I
board
mean,
and led the development, he wanted to change a lot of aspects of the Demon Souls. Initially, the game was supposed to have a first person perspective. Miyazaki realized this game would work better if it had a third person perspective, as it will allow the player to appreciate the environment and combat mechanics more. Experience to mechanics. A lot of the mechanics present in Demon Souls was attributed to Miyazaki's personal experience. The narrative style of the game can be stemmed back from Miyazaki's childhood. When reading his favorite book, novels, he occasionally encountered words and phrases he was unfamiliar with. He would then use his imagination to fill in the gaps and form his own stories. This aspect can be found in Demon Souls, where the narrative is non-linear, incredibly subtle, and players are given the liberty to fill in the gaps. Another example of this is Demon Souls' multiplayer mechanic. Miyazaki once had to work with strangers after being caught in a slippery slope in traffic. Once they got out of the situation, everyone went about their day, never getting a chance of getting to know each other. Miyazaki liked the idea of signing cooperation to overcome an obstacle, and thus the Phantom System was born. All right. So yeah, you got some truth to your story.
I don't have a bias. I just look at shit and hear shit. It's a pretty famous story.
Okay. So you got that. All right. Brother man, we got the last topic. Holy shit. We got the last topic. Is PlayStation in trouble? I think we clearly could say no.
Well, define trouble.
It's your question. Not
So
my question. That's your
I
question. Is
define
PlayStation in trouble?
trouble.
Wow.
Is the Switch 2 in trouble?
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
And that's kind of the same what I believe, we are going into a two-console market. PlayStation will try to fucking figure out other ways to fucking over-monetize and be anti-consumer. And
when I think of in trouble, I think of like they're gonna fail and the PlayStation brand's in trouble. That's what I think of in trouble.
What is failure? There's only
failure means they're losing money. They're gonna shut down. There's potential that the brand's gonna disappear.
But you're talking about software
like failure,
now,
trouble, like trouble across. Like
hardware.
no one wants the hardware. Well, no one wants the hardware. The hardware is not selling. They're not liking the games. Like I see trouble as in, oh shit. It's like, is this brand done? Is it gonna go away? What the fuck's happening?
Here's the thing.
I don't see any of that.
Like, there's no scenario in which case, like, the Switch 2 / whatever, the 3, like it's still going to be as is what PlayStation does. So, like, it doesn't, the PlayStation, all they have to do, they just have to be lazy, like Gabe on Steam.
I don't think they're gonna be lazy though.
I think we're about to see an increase in laziness and anti-consumer.
No, I don't think they're gonna be lazy. Anti-consumer, that's a different combo. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they are still all about the technology. There's no point in being about technology for hardware making games if you're not actually gonna do and make games. That would be pointless. That's pointless.
Yeah, of course they're gonna want to be more powerful than Switch.
Like Gabe. He doesn't, I can understand his focus because his, PC, he doesn't really develop PC and stuff like that, right? Sure, you could say, because he released Steam Deck, he should release exclusives, but I don't know. I really see different. But with PlayStation, they actually make hardware, they actually push technology, and you're doing all this stuff, and you're not going to make games. So then why push technology then if you're not going to accompany it with games to produce?
People will buy it. If you build it, they will come.
Yeah, but if you're gonna be lazy all the way through. Be lazy with your hardware. Slap a powerful GPU, slap a CPU, put some RAM, boom, here you go, PlayStation 6. Especially in a two-console market that you are so nervous about, it's clear Nintendo's not doing the power. So all PlayStation gotta do is, all right, here's a good CPU, good GPU. We got 24 gigs of RAM. Here you go, PlayStation 6. Have a nice day.
Yep, that's all they have to do.
But they're not doing that.
That's really all they have to do.
But they're not doing that, though. They're not doing that. They are.
Will they throw in a few extra things?
No, they're not
probably.
Doing that. You see how much effort they're putting into AI. You see how much effort they're putting into AI upscaling and all that stuff. They're not being lazy about their hardware at all. At all. At all. They're in deep partnership with AMD. I forgot what the project goes. Chat, what's that project? Amethyst. They are all in on AMD technology, getting the latest stuff out. They're not being lazy at all with that. They're not going to be lazy at all. I don't think so. I don't see that. I don't see them being lazy at all.
So their console is just going to be.
I could see they'll try to be more greedy. That is possibility. I'm not going to argue that. Yes. But I don't think they're going to be lazy. That I don't think they're going to be.
But why wouldn't you be greasy and? Where are you going to go? The fucking Switch?
What happened? I think, what you call it? I think Sony still has the prime factor. I think you're thinking of worst case scenario, but Sony's never been about being lazy with their stuff on any of their products ever. That's not what they do. They don't get lazy with their stuff.
They've never really been focused.
I mean, look
The
at
same
their.
people in
I think
charge
Extreme.
are
I
not the
think
same people
Extreme.
currently in charge.
Yeah, like I think like Extreme, like what you call it in their cameras. I don't know, but like Sony doesn't do laziness on their stuff. They're still gonna push out the best products, the best technology.
You're saying the PS5 Pro wasn't?
It wasn't lazy. $700. That's a great piece of tech for $700.
Bullshit. That should have been 500 tops.
How? When the regular console's 500.
Because the regular console came out 3 years ago.
You know what I'm saying?
And you're about to spend 3 years with the Pro.
And didn't you PC gamers try to come up with them bullshit $700 PCs, and them shits is trash.
Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about PC. I care about you guys on call. I am scared that I am paranoid, I'll put it, that Sony and Nintendo are going to take advantage.
I think you're being a warrior.
You see, like Nintendo fanboys putting up with $80.
How much is a 5090 GPU? Isn't that shit like $2,500?
And shit on fucking like what was that example you used earlier? Stars microtransactions are just because they're like companies can overcharge doesn't make it good.
But I know, but I'm saying, isn't like the 5090 like 2 Gs, 2,500, some shit? And you're worrying about consoles?
Because console is supposed to be the cheap market.
You see what I'm saying? Listen, over time, people want better technology. It's going to naturally get expensive. Like, consoles can't stay at $300 forever. It's just not possible.
So you're arguing inflation.
What? I'm arguing this with technology. Listen, over time, things get more expensive as whatever. Look at the Xbox Series S. That's what you get for $300. You get the Series S. It launched at $300. That's what you get. And look at that shit. That was $300, and look at that motherfucker.
So why isn't the PlayStation outselling the Switch?
Huh?
Why isn't PS5 outselling Switch? If hardware matters.
Well, actually, since launch, like since 2022, PlayStation 5 has been outselling the Switch every single year. Remember, the Switch came out in 2017.
Last time I checked, the Switch had 120.
Yeah, but it launched in 2017. The PS5 launched in 2020, and also the PS5 launched at $400 and $500.
And the Switch 2 comes out later this year. They're getting a 3-year advantage on.
Okay, and again, you got two extreme different platforms too. Like the Switch is selling because people want to play Nintendo games. You can't get Nintendo games on the PS5. If a person wants to play Zelda, what is the PS5 going to do? Nothing. I mean, we went back to the beginning and stuff like that. Let me put it this way. Switch selling at 140 million. Did it impact what games came to the PS5? No. Did people say, oh man, Switch having 140 million, everybody's focusing on making games for the Switch, and, these third parties are no longer making games on PS5. Did that happen? No. Nothing, none of that. But you saw PS5 impact Xbox Series X in the consoles. How many times has Xbox game goes, oh great, another game not coming to Xbox? Right? You saw that. You saw PS5 dominance impact Xbox consoles and what games came to that platform, but you didn't see Switch impact PS5. You see what I'm saying? So Switch selling 140 million is inconsequential unless Switch, until the day Nintendo gets back into making competent hardware to where developers could be like, you know what? I don't really need to make games on PlayStation. Switch is the way. That's when it becomes a problem.
Then they'll start porting to PC.
Yeah, who? Nintendo?
Yes.
Nintendo's not porting to PC.
They'll just overcharge the fuck.
They're not porting to PC. Bro, if you even say that, Nintendo will sue you. Just even saying shit like that. Nintendo's not doing that. They'll be like, bro, if you go on your YouTube channel and you spread rumors of Nintendo pointing PC, they're gonna sue your ass. And they're gonna take every dime from your bank account. They will sue you, your mom, everybody. They're not trying to hear that shit.
In a two-console market, you want to make the... It doesn't matter where your games are. Money.
What's up? In the two console market, listen, the two console market, three console market, whatever, all I care about is the console I buy, they better deliver the best experience on the console I buy. If Apple makes a console,
so, like, they will,
and I buy that Apple console, they better make the best experience for that console. And I expect Apple to make exclusives if they have their own developers. If Apple releases a console and they have no developers, or they say, hey, we released the Apple console, you can play Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, Grand Theft Auto, I'll be like, I ain't even looking at that console. For what? I could play the multiplayer on my PS5.
That shit would still be successful.
Screw that. How? Who's going to care about an Apple console that plays multiplats and that's it? Out of here. I can already do that on my PS5.
But you're talking about, like, a console maker entering.
Listen, if any console maker enters the industry, you better bring exclusives or don't even bother. We don't need another multi-plat box. That's useless. The hell another multi-plat box gonna do?
If a console, like, no amount of Magic games is going...
I don't know. If Apple comes out the box and everybody's like, oh shit, let me check this out. And Apple comes out with some big banging exclusives, that motherfucker's gonna sell.
It'll sell number 3.
It might sell number 3, but you know what I'm saying? It might sell number 3.
Okay, so then you've just replaced Xbox.
Okay, but
it's the status quo.
Let me ask you this. I love the OG Xbox, but that sucker only sold 25 million. Compared to PlayStation 2's 150 million. But my God, that box was the shit. It was dope. God damn, that was a good gaming console. Yeah, but guess what? That's because they went away from exclusives.
They want to focus on. They want
to focus on Game Pass and putting games on PC. Like the fuck?
It wasn't because of that. It was because they took their focus away from game development. TV, man.
Yeah, they did that, and then when people say, "Hey, this is garbage," they didn't say, "All right, you know what? We're gonna go back to exclusives. We're gonna get banging exclusives. We're gonna get third-party deals." Okay, it's not.
By then, it was too late.
Not for the Xbox One. Like the key things, if they would have put energy, no, because PS3 had the same problem, and they readjusted. They try to sell you on Blu-ray and sell processors and all this bullshit for $600. Gamers weren't hearing it. So Sony went back to the drawing board during that gen. They said, you know what? We're going to get the console cheaper and we're going to start pushing these games out. And it worked. Console sales got better. Sony's mindshare got better. And people are like, okay, cool. PlayStation's back on track on what they were always supposed to do. Get the games out.
What became more popular / more commonplace first? The PS3 or Blu-ray disc?
For the movie industry,
Blu-ray disc, because Sony owned Sony made Blu-ray disc.
But that didn't help the PlayStation 3. That hurt the PlayStation 3, to be honest. That's actually the problem. People didn't care about buying a PlayStation for $600 to watch movies. Gamers wanted a gaming console, and Sony launched $600.
It won't make Xbox number 1 or number 2.
Not now, because it's too late. So stop repeating that. It's over. So Microsoft had to do Magic Games during the Xbox One era. That's when they needed to do Magic Games. Magic Games fixed platforms. It always has. Think about it. It's literally software. That's literally the point of the console. The games. But Microsoft didn't do that. They didn't try to get Magic Games to bring Xbox One and fix Xbox One. They literally released a mid-gen console, the Xbox One X, with no Magic Games. They just relied on multiplats. They just doubled down on a dumb strategy. Phil Spencer did not put his energy into bringing Magic Games to Xbox One. They let the Xbox One just completely flounder for the whole generation. And then if that wasn't bad enough, they started out the Xbox Series gen with no Magic Games. They try to push backwards compatibility and fucking whatever features, and people are like, all right, where's the exclusives? Where's the big titles? Oh no, we got this and it's coming, and we bought Bethesda. Just wait, and like, what the fuck? Wait
So
2,
now
3
in
years.
a 2-console landscape,
Okay.
you're describing PlayStation's in
How am I describing anything? Like
in a 2-console market. How does what all you just described differentiate PlayStation from Nintendo in a 2-console?
In a 2-console
When
market,
it comes to games and exclusives, Nintendo kills PlayStation. I'm sorry.
Listen. Well, in the 2-console market, if you like Nintendo games, you're gonna buy a Nintendo. In the 2-console market, you like PlayStation games, you're gonna get a PlayStation. And there you go.
So
there you go. There you go. An exclusive matter, because I swear, if Metro Prime 4 is day and date on the PlayStation 5, I'm not getting a Nintendo.
But if it's day and date,
I'll have my middle finger on all the Nintendo fans. Fuck Switch 2. I'm playing Metro Prime 4 on my PS5, baby.
That's where it goes back to like the Warner Brothers. Like
I can't do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what
like goes back
Josh,
to the
I don't know what else to
type.
put. Josh, I swear to God, if Metro Prime 4 was day and date on PS5, I would laugh at every Xbox fanboy. I will tell you, fuck you and your mama. Switch is dead. DED, dead. Prime 4
Why would you
on
be bragging to
PS5.
the Xbox
Hell
guys that don't exist?
What happened?
Why would you be bragging to the Xbox guys?
No, to the Nintendo fanboys. Nintendo fanboys. I'll be like, hell yeah. Think about it this way.
But you're talking. So let me say
Let me put it this way. Who wants to buy an Xbox today now that they know the games are going on PlayStation? Who really wants who's going to go out now to get a Series X? Who really wants to do that now that they know Xbox games are going to PS5? Like, that doesn't make no sense to do it now. Like, if you're just jumping on and you're about to buy a new console because you waited for a while, now it's like, who the fuck is going to buy a Series X now? For what? I'm going to get a PS5 because the Series X games is on PS5, and PS5 got games that's not on Series X. It would be crazy to choose a Series X over PS5. You're going to get the Gears, the Halos, Elder Scrolls, all that shit on PS5, plus the Intergalactics, the Wolverines, the Spider-Mans. It makes no sense to buy a Series X now if you didn't buy one already. If you bought one in 2020, cool. You didn't know how things were going to turn out. But in 2025, who's going to be like, oh, I got a Series X, so that way I just stuck with Xbox games when I could get a PS5 and get Xbox games and PS5 games? That's just insane.
But if Xbox is counted as the... What does that change for the console market?
Why if Xbox is what?
If Xbox is counted as the... How does that affect the console market?
Wait, is counted as what? You cut out on the last part.
As the PC market at best. We'll say that. We'll say that.
The Xbox console won't be counted as the PC market. Doesn't really make sense. It's not going to count as a PC market. You know, if Xbox goes third party and they're done with consoles, then they're just out of hardware. They're just EA, Ubisoft, Capcom. They're just third party now. That's their new fate. And then the two console providers, Nintendo and PlayStation.
I'm back.
But yeah.
So let's just even say like it's not counted as the PC market. It just doesn't exist.
Yeah, okay. Then that's it. It's over. That's it. It's like Take-Two. It's like EA and Ubisoft. You're just third party games provider.
Okay, so now you're talking about, and the same thing, the same rule applies.
What? Now I'm talking about what?
PlayStation and Nintendo.
No, Nintendo are console providers, right? But in these two specific cases, see, the thing is, PlayStation Nintendo relationship, right? Or PlayStation Nintendo, the thing was Xbox and PlayStation were very similar platforms, so the competition is a lot tighter. Nintendo and PlayStation are very unique, primarily in the game libraries. They don't intertwine very much at all. You buy a Nintendo, you're gonna get a unique experience because of the game library and what they're known for. If you choose PlayStation, you get a unique game library that Nintendo's not known for. So they're really worlds apart in games libraries. Again, you buy a Nintendo, it's the biggest games that comes out on that platform. The Mario Karts, the Zeldas, the Pokemons. You saw the list. It's just a list of Nintendo, right? That's a
So
completely
if
different world
PlayStation
versus
started
PlayStation.
porting their games a year or two later to Nintendo, and Nintendo game a year or two later to PlayStation, what would affect shit?
I will say this. I will say this. I will say this. I will say this. I don't see Nintendo porting stuff to Switch. I just don't see it, right? I don't see either scenario happens. But I will say this. If Nintendo ported games to PlayStation, that might impact Nintendo. If people be like, wow, I could get Nintendo Switch games, not the guys who wait, the guys who are willing to wait, the guys who don't wait, they're gonna get a Switch. They're not gonna wait. They want to play the games they want. But I'm telling you, Nintendo putting games on PlayStation, even if it's like a year later, that's gonna be a problem for Nintendo. Because people are gonna be like, I'm not buying a Switch.
In a 3-console market, is PlayStation currently putting
What?
in a 3-console market that which we are currently in?
Yeah.
Is PlayStation putting their games on Xbox?
Currently, just MLB The Show and Bungie games.
Okay, so in a 2-console market, hold on, before we go to the, what did PlayStation do? Did it prioritize PC or Xbox?
For
this 3-console market.
They prioritize PC. Well, they prioritize PC.
So in a 2-console market, what will PlayStation prioritize?
They're gonna prioritize, well, in terms of like the overall strategy.
Will they prioritize like selling as maximum amount of sales as possible, or what? Like they will. It doesn't matter.
They're gonna prioritize.
They're gonna maximize their bottom line.
The main priority, they said, and this is Sony's word, is their hardware is the center of their gaming strategy. Literally, the CEO of PlayStation is a hardware guy. So, like a year or so later, if God of War and Horizon or whatever was the Switch, does it affect shit? I don't know.
If Mario Kart becomes
I will say if God of War,
market,
I will say the thing that I will say what they affect shit is the development of the game, because Switch 2 is weak piece of shit. So I will be concerned, like, how the fuck is a PS5 game working on the Switch? I will be concerned.
The same way Mortal Kombat the Switch, bro.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But Mortal Kombat development is not on the level of The Last of Us 2 God of War. Hell no. They're not on the same level. They're not.
So, like, that's what I'm saying.
At
that point, we're just hurting, games and shit.
Like, if you're telling me Gravity Rush goes on Switch 2, okay, I can see that. It's a low AA game. I can see that. But if I see Intergalactic on the Switch, I'll be like, what the fuck? How did this game fit on the Switch? I'm like, hold on. Is Sony really doing their due diligence to maximize the potential of what the Switch, of what the PlayStation 5 can do? I'll have reservations on that. I'll have reservations. I'll be like, I don't know about this, Chief. I will have concerns about Sony's strategy and what they're focusing on. At the end of the day, why the hell would you care about what Sony does on the Switch? It's not their platform. Why do I want? I'll be honest. Why do I want even Sony to even look at the Switch?
It's because not their platform. Want them to change the status quo.
No. What I want them is to focus on the platform they created and make the best games on the platform they created,
and still be second.
The hell, I don't care. They're second. The hell, how is putting the game on Switch going to help them be first? They're still going to be second. It's not like if they put the games on Switch, you're going to get more PlayStation 5 sales. So they're second no matter what they do. But I don't care. What I care about is the experience on the PlayStation 5. In fact, I don't want Sony to even look in Nintendo's direction. Why are you even... I don't even want them to say the word Nintendo. How does them saying the word Nintendo benefit me as a PlayStation 5 gamer? What benefit do I get on PlayStation 5 with them talking about Nintendo? It does nothing for me. How does the Xbox gamer benefit with games going to PlayStation? Tell me. If a person's playing on Series X, you right now on the camera, right now, go explain to the people who are playing on Series X how are they benefiting with those games going to PlayStation. I want to know, how is a Series X gamer benefiting with Forza on PlayStation, with Oblivion on PlayStation? You know what I'm saying? All those games going to on PlayStation, Gears on PlayStation. What benefit does the Series X got? How is their life better? How is gaming on Xbox better, on the Series X better, now that the games are on PlayStation? What, like how?
It didn't affect them unless you exclusives.
How did give me, how did it get better for them? How did it get better for them? How did things get better for them?
So exclusives make things better?
I could tell you, right? I could tell you how it got worse for them. I could tell you. Want me to explain how it got worse for them? Factually?
Exclusives?
No, I could tell you. You want me to explain it to you? When they bought the Series X in 2021, Phil Spencer told them they're getting exclusives. Phil Spencer told them, hey, with the Bethesda deal, the ABK deal, these games will only be on Game Pass supported platform. So those gamers listen, they're like, damn, you bought Bethesda. I love Elder Scrolls. I love Fallout. I love these Bethesda games. And Phil Spencer saying that these games, the new ones when they come out, they will only be on Game Pass supported platforms. PlayStation's not a Game Pass supported platform, so guess what? They went out and bought a Series X. Because they know by buying the Series X, they're going to get Elder Scrolls. They're going to get Fallout. Because Phil told them it's only going to be on Game Pass supported platform. Fast forward 2 years, Phil Spencer saying, nah, we're going to make those games on PlayStation.
No, fast forward 2 years and it didn't change.
So now they made a decision because they thought if they would have gotten a PlayStation, they will miss out on Bethesda games. That's why they bought a Series X. Only to now find out they should have bought a PS5 to begin with, because they still get the Bethesda games, and they get Spider-Man, and they get Wolverine, and they get all these games. And that's why they're pissed off. They were told they would get exclusives. So they made a decision because they like Bethesda and they like ABK games. They got a Series X. And now Phil switched it up on them. And now they're stuck on the Series X. And they don't get Helldivers. They don't get God of War. They're not going to get Wolverine. They're not going to get Ghost of Yotai. They could have bought a PlayStation 5 in 2021, right? And they'll still get the Bethesda games. They'll still get their Elder Scrolls. They'll still get the Outer Worlds. And they get Ghost of Yotai. And they get Wolverine. And they get Lost of the Side. And they get Death Stranding 2. Right now, Series X gamers can't play Death Stranding 2. Because they were told Bethesda games was going to be exclusive. Meaning it's only on Game Pass supported platform. So they made the choice. Do I get a PlayStation? Do I get a Bethesda? My favorite games are Bethesda, so I'm going to get an Xbox. I'm going to get an Xbox because of Bethesda. I'm going to get an Xbox because of ABK. That's what I want. And now the games are going to PlayStation. And now they're looking on the Series X like, fuck. Hellblade's not coming to Xbox.
Didn't change shit.
What happened?
Magic Games didn't change shit.
No, what changed shit is Phil Spencer going back on his word.
You gamers keep bringing up Xbox when we're...
No, this is what I'm trying to tell you. If you sell me some shit and I make a decision, then you switched up. You screwed me over. Series X owners got screwed over because they were told these games will only be on Game Pass supported platform. That's why they chose Series X, because they want to make sure they get the chance to play Bethesda. They want to make sure they get the chance to play Fallout. They want to make sure they get a chance to play Indiana Jones and Blade and all that stuff. Right? And choosing PlayStation based on what Phil originally said, those games will not be coming on PlayStation. Now here we're in 2025, they're coming to PlayStation, with many of them day and date. So now what ended up happening is, sure, you still get the Xbox games, but you're not getting the PlayStation games when you could have had both. So the Series X guys got screwed over. They got
So
screwed
going
over.
into a 2-console market, what are you going to do if Sony starts porting over to Switch? Are you going to suddenly main the Switch?
No, I will question Sony on what they're doing, right? And if I don't like what they're doing, I'll go to PC.
So your solution is to exit the market.
Yeah, my solution is play on the platform that makes you happy. Yes, I would say play where you're going to be happy and you feel like you get the best of what you want. Absolutely. I will say that to every gamer. If you're not happy or what you're getting from a particular product, go somewhere else that will make you happier. That's exactly what I advocate.
Okay, so we're talking about changing.
We're talking about changing what?
Like between Nintendo and PlayStation.
Listen, you are making up a story that may not even be true. I'm just telling you based on your hypothetical. You're just making up a scenario, and I'm giving you an answer to the scenario.
No, I am too cynical to think
you
the
want me to
Switch
say
2
is
will not succeed.
No. What you're saying, what you want me to say? No, I'm going to stay. I'm not telling you. I am telling you in a scenario. If PlayStation doesn't make me happy with their console, I am out. It's just a product. It's not my daughter. It's not my wife. I'm not married to the product. I can leave at any time. Anytime the product doesn't make me happy, I'm out. If it's not doing what I want, I'm gone. It's a product. It's literally merchandise. It's designed to make me happy. It's not my job to make PlayStation happy. It's PlayStation's job to make me happy. So if it doesn't make me happy, I'm out. I'll go to another platform that makes me happier.
So your solution to the console market, like leaving you dissatisfied, is to leave the console market.
Yes. What else are you gonna do? If you're not happy in a console market, then go leave. What's wrong with that?
And that only leaves Nintendo.
So then Sony. That's Sony's fault. That ain't my fault. Listen, it's not my job to make sure
us, the consumers.
No, it doesn't hurt me. It's not hurt me. It's not hurt me. If look at Sega. Sega disappeared. It didn't hurt me. They made bad decisions. It is what it is. It's not my responsibility to keep a company alive. It's their responsibility to make me happy. They're not making me happy. I'm out. I'm gonna go somewhere else. That actually makes me happy.
Like,
why is it my responsibility to prop up another company and make sure they're successful if they're not making me happy? That doesn't make sense.
Because they are going to succeed inevitably. There's a console market.
Listen, if somebody is happy playing a console that only has multiplats, good on them. Good on them.
And that's what we're heading towards. A less reliance on like physical and a more reliance on.
Listen, Sony's not putting God of War, any of that shit on Nintendo. And Nintendo's not putting Mario on PlayStation.
Nobody thought they'd put Halo on PlayStation, bro.
They're not. No, I did in 2019.
Nobody thought that shit in like 2013.
Let me see. I thought of it in 2019 because if you paid attention to the console sales, that's the impact of what happens when you don't have accessing.
25 and
let me help you out here, bro. Listen, bro. Let me show you, bro. 2019, bro. This is me. This is me, boy. You
so
better
you're
know who you're talking to.
You called shit.
Right there. Look at the screen.
I'm calling this early.
Look at the screen. Look at the screen. I saw the writing on the wall. I even circled the date. Look at that. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, that's me. May 17, 2019.
6 years.
Yeah.
So 6 years from now, I'll be able to have a gotcha. Is what you're saying?
You ain't getting no gotcha. That ain't happening.
We'll find out.
I saw the writing on the wall when I saw Microsoft's terrible ass console sales. I'm like, yeah, they can't keep this shit up. These consoles ain't supporting their plan. Like this shit is trash. It's a wrap for these guys. It's a wrap. I saw the writing on the wall. I'm like, man, this is gonna be. They're just not working it. I already saw the writing on the wall. That's why, like, if your console sales suck ass, right? Let me tell you an example of when Sony would put games on Nintendo and everywhere. The scenario where Sony would put games everywhere is if the same thing happens to them. For whatever reason, people stop buying PlayStation consoles and it's just not selling. Then Sony's fucked. They're gonna have to come up with a different strategy. If people, let's say PlayStation 6 bombs, ain't nobody buying it. They're gonna be like, oh shit, we gotta do something. And the only strategy left is go third party. Because nobody's buying your hardware. The hardware sales is trash. That's what happens. When your hardware sales are trash, all you got left is to make the games or just get out of the industry completely.
Like
Those are the only two options. Those are your only two options. Either go third party or get out of the industry.
Whatever.
Microsoft, they went third party because they have a lot of studios, so they're going the whole third party subscription. And little by little, they get on hardware. You know, Atari, they just disappeared. Their hardware strategy fell. They weren't good developed publishers. They just disappeared. NEC, they made the TurboGrafx 16. TurboGrafx 16 flopped. They moved on. Neo Geo, right, was made by who? Who made the Neo Geo? Do you know who made the Neo Geo?
You're currently describing a fucking game.
I'm just saying, do you know who made Neo Geo? It was a console.
SNK.
SNK. Guess what? That console flopped. So guess what SNK did? They went third party. They put games everywhere. That's what you do. So if PlayStation went all out third party, chances are PlayStation 6 bombed. It failed. And their only recourse is to just sell games and forget about the hardware.
And that, like, that will inevitably lead to a gaming where the gaming industry has to pivot, in which digital will take forefront.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you if gaming is only PC and Nintendo. I honestly don't know what would happen.
Let me tell you what would happen. Nintendo would get away with it.
I don't know. I don't know what happened, you know. But I think any product, everybody has a boiling point. So I think there's only so much any company could do, regardless of how much dominant they are. There's only so much you can do before somebody says this is just not worth it.
I mean, look at what Sony and Nintendo.
I mean, what have Sony and Nintendo really done?
The PS5 is overpriced. The disc drive is sold separately.
Well, the reason why
the Switch 2 is aimed to nickel and dime you.
Well, look at Xbox. Xbox hasn't selling, and they raised the price on their consoles.
You keep bringing up Xbox when we are pivoting into a two-console.
No, but Xbox. But listen, but did Xbox raise the price? Or are we going to ignore them?
Because they're pivoting into a.
You know what I'm saying?
It's like best case scenario.
Listen, the whole world's getting expensive. GPUs are getting expensive. Did GPUs not go up in price too? Did CPUs not go up in price? Like everything's going up in price. Everything.
Just because shit goes up in price and is successful doesn't mean it leads to good things.
Xbox is not successful and they raised the price on the console. That blew my mind. I'm like, bro, people ain't buying this shit already. You think they're gonna buy it at $600? A Series X is $600. So you're talking about a $500 PlayStation or a $700 Pro when the Series X is $600? A Series S is $430, bro. $430 for a Series S. Are you kidding me?
That's an absolute L. If go pivot into PC, would you want more people on your console?
Well, I mean, Sony did do a temporary price drop
when there was a 3-console market.
No, now.
But they wanted more people to stay on their console.
Well, of course, they always do. Listen, most of your questions is
why would they want people to stay on console when they're about PC at best? If you want to be like
No, so right now I don't think I'd be like right now I don't think Xbox. I think Xbox is moving away from hardware because it's just people ain't buying it. So I don't think they have the energy for that anymore. The market dictated. The market don't really want Xbox consoles. So I don't think Microsoft's going to fight that fight no more because the
Xbox is
people are
more
buying
interested in being like a software.
Well, yeah, because their hardware sucks. Or strategy. Their hardware strategy sucks.
But they will still sell hardware.
I don't know. I mean, look, they just canceled their X-Boy handheld shit.
But that was more first-party hardware.
You know, so I don't know. I think Microsoft is whatever. But your tool thing, we'll see how that turns out. But that's a conversation for 2028, 2029. That's 4 years, 5 years out.
Yeah, the PS6 will be a lot of deciding factor. Let me tell you this. If the PS6, the launch trailer, whatever they showcase in the early days, has anything to do with the PS4 or PS5 game, are you going to be concerned?
Is what?
When they are showcasing the PS6, and the games that they are showcasing are PS4 and PS5 games, are you going to be concerned?
Fuck yeah. Especially PS4. Why the hell would a PS6 game still be on the PS4? That shit is wild. Cross-gen between 2 gens? Oh, hell nah. Hell nah. That shit should be over. In fact, Sony's not doing PS4 cross-gen anymore. Ghost of Yotai's not on PlayStation 4. Death Stranding 2 is not on PlayStation 4. Marathon's not going to be on PlayStation 4. Intergalactic's not on PlayStation 4. So, yeah, PlayStation 4 is done. They already moved on from that phase.
No, but like PlayStation 4 games.
Like, what about
like
the PlayStation
Last
4
of
games?
Us, games that dropped out.
They'll still be on the PlayStation 6. The games will still be playable on the PlayStation 6. It's x86 architecture
but like,
now.
I'm talking like they're showing those games.
Why would they show those games on the PlayStation 6? Like remakes?
Why did they
like
show fucking
like
PlayStation 4 games? 5.
You mean like a
or the like PlayStation 5 Pro? I mean,
which PlayStation 4 game?
PlayStation, fucking Uncharted and shit. Uncharted 2.
They showed Uncharted 2 on the PlayStation 5 Pro?
2. Oh, well, I mean, 2? Last of Us.
The Last of Us 2 on the Pro?
Was showcased as part of the marketing.
Because they did a remake of the game showing the updates they did on that platform.
Okay, so like a PS4 game.
It's a remaster.
A PS4 game gets a PS6 remake, and the PS6 remake is a part of the marketing of the PS4 game.
So you're talking about like, let's say like what Sony did with The Last of Us 1 remake. They made a Last of Us 1 remake for the PS5, which was originally a PS3 game.
Yes. And they put it as a part of the marketing. Are you worried?
If they let's say like which PS4 game, let's say like for example, I'll give you an example. If they did Bloodborne remake for the PlayStation 6, you think that would be bad?
Remake. Demon Soul, like how is Demon Soul?
Oh, it's amazing. I love it.
It sold 2 million and people are pissed.
Why would people are pissed?
Because it's not everywhere.
Okay, that's a different question. But I will say that Demon Soul remake is the shit. Absolutely amazing.
So it's hurting the consumer.
Yeah, it ain't hurting me. I played it. It's hurting you. It ain't hurting me.
It's hurting the consumer, the average. You're arguing in favor of fucking corporation, bro.
Listen. Oh no.
Just because a corporation can get away with something doesn't.
Who mentioned a corporation? I said me. I'm talking me, Puertorock. Look at my face.
You're saying it doesn't hurt me. It hurts you.
No, it hurts you. It don't hurt me.
Why does it hurt me?
I don't know why. You don't want to get a PS5, I guess.
Because it is
Listen. World of Warcraft don't hurt me. And I can't play World of Warcraft on my PS5.
Well, also, PC is a way bigger demographic.
It doesn't hurt me. If you want to talk about, it's funny though. It's funny you pick and choose when to worry about the consumer. So PC gamers, oh my God, you're hurting us. But PlayStation gamers, fuck y'all. Yeah, PC's a bigger gamer. Yeah, that's bullshit. If you're gonna worry about the gamer, you gotta worry about all of us. You gotta call bullshit on everybody. But you're not.
I do.
You're cool. You're perfectly cool with World of Warcraft being on PC and only available on PC. You're like, oh well, excuses.
I'm okay with it.
That's bullshit. I'm saying, listen, World of Warcraft is only on PC. It's not hurting me because I could play it if I really wanted to. To me, I mean, people may not like it, but
I want it everywhere. I want it. So
what you want is you just want the game on your specific platform. But then at that point,
no, I want it on your console.
Okay, I want
Mario Kart on your console.
I'm just saying, like me, I'm not worried about if a game is on your console or your PC. Like, I'm not. Like World of Warcraft.
But don't you want Mario Kart on your console?
No.
You don't? You don't want a better graphic version of Mario?
Listen. I told you, I'm a Metroid Prime fan, and I want to look out, see how it goes. And when it comes out, I'm going to get the Switch and play Metroid Prime 4. I'm not going to sit here and cry that it's not on my PS5.
It's like, if it's 30 FPS...
Listen, then I'm playing at 30 FPS.
But you had the option to play it platform.
Listen, you argue...
You prefer that?
Listen, you argue from a state of hypotheticals. I am telling you, I'm going to look at Metroid Prime 4, and if it's like all the Metroid Primes before it, I'm going to get a Switch. And even if it's $80, I will probably, because it's Prime, it's not the 2D side-scroller, I'll pay the $80 and enjoy some Metroid Prime 4.
But you're arguing fucking in favor of, like, corporations.
I know. I am arguing.
Just because a thing is successful.
I am arguing on behalf of. I am arguing on behalf for if I want to play a game, then I'm going to make the decision I'm playing the game.
Have you ever heard the EA story about them wanting to charge for ammunition in games?
Not that, but I heard about. No, not heard about, but I saw when they did Project $10.
No. So, like, there's leaked audio of I forget the guy's name. EA at the time. He's talking to the stockholders, and it was not supposed to be released to the public, but he's talking about ways that they could charge the consumer. And he is saying, if you are balls deep, basically, in Battlefield, and you run out of ammunition, we can then charge for that ammunition instead of just giving it to them for free.
Yeah, but that's just people that are clueless about gaming. You got a lot of corporate guys that are just clueless. So clearly they didn't do it because somebody told them, like, stop.
Blind consumerism wins.
No, not really. Not for that.
Yes,
people
it does.
Buy that game. Nah, people wouldn't buy that game. They'd be like, get out of here.
If that was the case, there wouldn't be 17 Transformers films, man.
That's just people. What? That's different.
People don't give a shit. They just want.
That's not the same. I'm gonna say that it's funny, right? A lot of people go at me like, "Oh, you're just a console fanboy," but here I am. I'm willing to buy a Switch because there's a game that I would want to play, and you're the one that has a problem with it. Like literally, buying a Switch is because of games, not because of hardware. You have Metroid Prime 4, I'm in. I'm buying it. That's the game. That's my system seller. That's what I want. Let's just say
let's say you.
Let's say it's not hurting me. It's not hurting me.
Because you, instead of buying a fucking Max, you now have to buy a
so I'll buy it. It's not hurting me. Like, I'm not worried about, oh my God, it's not on my box. It's not on my PlayStation. I'm not gonna cry about that. Why would I worry about Metroid Prime 4 not being on my PlayStation? Why would I cry about that?
You'll just spend more money.
Yeah.
Rather than just want a game on your platform for like $60, $70
What I'm gonna do?
You would rather
what,
pay $450 to $500.
Listen.
That's
It's
what
not
you
about
want.
listen. It's what it is. What I'm gonna do? Cry on Twitter for 5 years complaining, or play games?
Okay, so what we want and what is going to happen? Shit. So why are you talking about what about it?
Like me, what I want is great games, right? And every developer, everybody has their own way of what they make great games. Nintendo, they feel they make the best games because they focus on their hardware. That's whatever, and that's fine.
So do you think PlayStation will outgame Nintendo? No.
And who cares? Okay, and if they don't, so what? That doesn't mean the people who do buy PlayStation ain't getting what they want. Just because, let's say, there's more people that want to play Zelda, that doesn't mean God of War is bad. Nope. Let me do some super chat. Are you here?
I'm back. I'm back.
All right, let me do some super chat. JD Gamer, why buy an Xbox in 2025? Avowed, D&D, South of Midnight, Game Pass, Quick Resume, FPS boost, Auto HDR, back compat. It's a better hardware, and I own them all. Bro, if that was true, then Xbox would be selling. I'm sorry. Your JD Gamer, how you feel is not actually reality of life. If all that was actually like backwards compat, Auto HDR, and all that stuff, Xbox would have been selling great all gen all. So, I mean, you're still repeating the sales points. That's not actually good sales points. JD Gamer, Puertorock, are you an Apple fan? I'm not going to say I'm an Apple fan, but I'm on iPhone only because I remain on it. You know, I don't really care about, I'm not that deep into smartphone, competition, stuff like that. Like ever since I bought the 3GS, I just stood on iPhone every few years. I buy a new one and just transfer everything I did. So, I'm not into the whole Android versus Apple, iOS. It's simple, it does whatever. Half the time, I'm just talking shit on Twitter. I don't need to worry about the type of phone I got. It's pretty simple. All right. All right, bro. We've been at here. Yo, it's 1 a.m. here. Holy shit. This is what? 7 hours? 8 hours? How late is it? You in the East Coast?
We went back and forth.
Are you in the East
Anybody can
Coast?
call me an idiot, and anyone can call me stupid.
Holy shit.
But I'm not a shill.
Oh shit, it's 1 a.m, bro. And yo, shout out to the chat who stuck with this. This is crazy, bro. I just realized, yo, some people's 4 a.m. for you guys. Good Lord, man. Yo, listen, we're gonna, yo, this is wild. Man, but listen, I think we could close off everything, man. Listen, hey, Josh, shout out to you for showing up. Because at the end of the day, people can say whatever they want, but guess what? You showed the fuck up.
Yeah, and like at the end of the day, like I don't every bro.
You got what happened?
I don't know. At the end of the day, I don't.
Yo, this is gonna be wild. I can't wait to see Twitter. This is literally like, yo.
All right, hold on. Can we do this one more time?
Like,
hello?
Almost 8 hours. Holy shit,
yeah.
bro.
At the end of the day, I don't know what
we're gonna be made fun of. You know,
Mario Kart everywhere.
It's a wrap, bro.
Oh.
It's a wrap. We're both fucked. You know that, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like,
we're both fucked.
Call me what you want. I'm not a shill.
Yo, it's a wrap.
We're done.
Yo, this is like a whole ass work day. Twitter's gonna tear us apart, bro. This shit is crazy.
I can't wait for all my takes to be taken.
It's a wrap. Yo, even Astro Cyborg don't even have the time to clip the amount of content this is. Oh shit. Oh shit. But anyway, yo, we're gonna wrap this up. Hey, I want to say no, on the real though, thank you for showing up, bro. I'm glad. I hope.
Absolutely. Anytime
I
you want to
hope.
have me,
It, I don't
whatever.
know if I could be doing this 8-hour bombs, bro. I don't know. This shit is yo. Twitter's gonna need like 2 weeks to go through this shit. This shit is wild. Yo, I didn't realize. I'm like, Lord, bro. I'm gonna say this, but thank you for showing up. You showed up. You had the conversation and stuff like that. This shit is crazy, bro. Like this is wild, but this was good stuff. It was good stuff, man. I'm glad we got to talk. Now, how would you say this? Would you say I'm a different person behind the mic as compared to Twitter?
Would you say I'm a different person behind the mic?
Oh yeah, you're different. You are absolutely different.
Absolutely.
Absolutely different.
I may be
Absolutely
a dumbass. I may be a troll, but at least I'm genuine.
Oh shit, this is wild. All right, my brother. Hey, you want to let people know where they can find you?
You can find me over at Josh the whatever. It doesn't matter. I'm not important.
All right, Josh edits. All right, you do YouTube and stuff.
Yes.
Let them know.
You can find me at Josh the Editor.
Josh
on
the
YouTube.
Editor on YouTube. All right, Josh the Editor on YouTube. All right, you got that? You got that? Oh, everybody's saying, "Oh no, Josh edits." Oh wow, that's crazy. All
Yeah.
right, hey,
Oh no, Josh Edits is the technical.
yo, straight. I want to say first, shout out to the chat for those that stood. Hey, I hope I was able. I hope I was able to entertain you guys for 8 hours. You know, maybe you at work or whatever. Yo, Josh, this is like a record for the channel. I'm surprised.
I'm so happy to help with this.
I'm surprised the stream kept going. Isn't that like an 8-hour cap? That's crazy. Anyway, your only friend is YouTube Streets, rocking with 8 hours of debate. This shit's like presidential. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Thank you so much for the love. Don't forget to click the like button. Yo, I don't think I ever saw 200 likes live on the air before. This is wild, bro. This is like a whole thing, man. But anyway, I will see you guys Tuesday, 60 Frames No Lag podcast. Hey, you guys take care. Wow. Peace.